Hi friends, welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. Just a heads up, my readings do tend to be fairly long, they tend to be deep dives, so feel free to grab a hot or cold beverage of choice, get settled, get cozy because we have a lot to get through today. Little disclaimer here, if you're wondering where I have been dealing with some health issues, which I would rather not discuss extensively in this video today, because if I did, we would just be here for another several hours and my readings are already pretty long, so we don't need that. But if you were wondering, please don't worry, I'm still here, I'm still very much making content. I'm not dealing with anything life-threatening, so please don't worry. I have just been dealing with some things where I have to manage my energy a little bit differently and I have to pace myself, so I might be a bit slower in terms of doing my readings, and I'd rather wait and really put my heart and soul into doing a really good reading than just put anything out there and it not be very good when I'm not in the frame of mind or feeling well enough to put one out. So apologies if this has taken a while. I have been working on this reading for a while, and please do not worry about the bandage on my hand. I've just been for a blood test, so that's what that is. Anyway, the title of this reading I think is going to be basically what the F is going on, and advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. I also might call it something like, do you need a virtual hug? This is some advice from your internet bestie. So if you are in need of a virtual hug right now, this is me giving you one, hopefully, explaining your situation and trying to offer some advice. And so I wanted to do this reading today because firstly, my Sagittarius Mercury knows no bounds when it comes to offering unsolicited advice. Maybe you didn't ask for it, maybe you didn't want it, but it's here, so help yourself. But also, we're approaching the halfway point of the year, and I feel like if you're watching at the time of me uploading this, which you don't have to be, the reading is timeless, but if you're watching at that time, this is always a great point in the year to create a little bit of space for a check-in with ourselves. You know, it's nice to look at where we have been, where we are at, and where we are headed. Because let's be honest, and I don't know about you guys, but I have found that some of the transits we've been experiencing collectively this year have been a lot, to say the least. So if you have been feeling a little bit discombobulated or a little bit out of sorts as of late, you are absolutely not alone. And as usual, the planets are 110% to blame for this. I accept zero responsibility for anything that I do, and you shouldn't either, especially when Mercury has been in the microwave. Just kidding, of course, but I'm just saying, if you are finding that you have been faced with some challenging situations lately, or you've been feeling maybe a little bit indecisive or lost or confused, if you don't know what's going on right now, I get it, and hopefully we are going to work through that today. And I just feel as though this time of the year is a great time to do it because often we will start the new year off with the very best of intentions, but then time flies and life gets in the way, things happen, emotions go haywire, and before you know it, you're at the halfway point in the year and you're like, who am I? What am I doing? How did I get in this situation? And what the flippity flip is going on? So if you can relate to that in any way, great, because so do I, and this reading is absolutely for you. But I didn't want this to be like coming from a place of me being that reader who is like, oh, you need to follow my advice because I'm so enlightened and I have everything worked out and my life is perfect. Because I don't, and it's not. And half the time I don't know what I'm doing either. I'm just here doing silly little readings on the internet and trying to uplift people the same way I would with a real life bestie. So that's the angle I want to approach this with today. I am not the reader who thinks I'm qualified to offer you advice because I think I'm in a better place than you or anything like that. I am just that friend messaging you to remind you to hydrate and take your meds, even if you know full well that I forgot to hydrate and take my meds. So it's less follow my lead and more let's go down on this sinking ship together. And I thought that would be fun. And yeah, you might be thinking, you know, if I wanted unhinged advice from someone who doesn't have their stuff together, I'd just ask my real life friends. And I get that, that's fair. But sometimes it can be useful to hear about your situation from the perspective of a more neutral third party, and that is what I'm here for, because the only outcome I'm interested in is what's going to be in the very best interest for you based on what I'm seeing in front of me. And yes, I am going to be looking at your situation and I'm going to be giving as much detail as I can, but obviously I don't know your history, I don't know the law of this situation, and that is actually a good thing because it means I have no stakes in this. There's no ulterior motive, it's just me reading the situation at present and telling you what I think is going on. If there are people who you can talk to about this situation in real life, your friends, your family, professionals, that is amazing. Absolutely do that too. But if you feel as though some of those individuals might be too close to a situation to see it as objectively as you would like, then tarot can be really, really useful as an extra resource. Some of you might be saying, I have trauma dumped to my same 3 friends about this for the past few months. Maybe I should ask somebody else for advice. And that's where I come in to hopefully help you out. Zero judgment, zero shame. This is just girls supporting girls, or guys, or non-binary folk. We are here to support and uplift each other. So this is all about your situation, what the F is going on, and advice from an internet bestie about this thing that you're currently dealing with. Basically, what is this and what would I tell you to do about it if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be spilling the tea, telling the truth, but it's also going to be a pep talk with some gentle, tough love added to the mix. Now, this situation can be absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on, or it could be something you have been struggling with on a less conscious level, but you are open to addressing it, hearing what I have to say. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of the reading is something you have been feeling, experiencing, dealing with on some level. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading today by looking at the tarot and getting a feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at the situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges, as well as giving examples of what this could be. I am going to be very honest about this, but at the same time, I am going to be trying to give you a little bit of a hype, a little bit of a motivational pep talk throughout, as I would for any friend who is struggling. Now, we are also going to be looking at some oracle cards today, and I usually do the oracle cards first as an energy check, but today we are looking at your tarot first and your oracle cards afterwards, because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance. So we are going to be looking at what you can do about your situation, but we are also going to be asking what is in store for you once the situation has been dealt with accordingly. What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So that's what I'm going to be doing today, and I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. These are collective readings. Not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. If a pile does sound like you, but a few of the details don't resonate, that is absolutely normal, and it does not mean that it's not your pile. It just means that those particular messages are meant for another individual who chose the same pile as you. I like to give multiple real-life examples of what a situation might tangibly refer to during all of my readings, but please bear in mind these specific examples I use do not have to resonate for a pile to be yours. I use examples just to provide clarity to somewhat abstract concepts, not to insinuate that my examples are the only examples. Ultimately, nobody knows your situation better than you, and you do not have to accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. If what I'm saying does not sound like you, that's just a sign it either might not be your pile or it might not be your reading today, and that's okay. You are always welcome back to the next one. If you are finding at any point that this reading is becoming more harmful to you than it is helpful, or it's confusing you, please take care of yourself and disengage from the reading as needed. Always use your own discernment and never prioritize the opinion of an internet tarot reader above your own intuition. You know you better than anyone, please remember that. So if I offer a piece of advice that does not sound conducive to you and your personal situation, you are not obligated to take it. Always feel free to just ignore it and do your own thing. The advice is here if you want it, but if you don't, you don't, and that's okay. With all of that said, let's have a look at the piles today. So over here we have pile 1 with the Everyday Witch Tarot and the camera sticker. Here we have pile 2 with the Britt Third Eye Tarot and the cowboy sticker. Here we have pile 3 with the Seers Tarot and the headband sticker. Here we have pile 4 with the Lucid Dreams Tarot and the handbag sticker. And here we have pile 5 with the Cute Ghost Tarot and the llama sticker. Once you have selected a pile, please head to the pinned comment or description box below. Timestamps will be listed there and they will take you to the start of your chosen reading. You are also very welcome to look at more than one pile if more than one pile is calling to you and if you are seeking advice on more than one situation. With all of that said, we are about to get started with the reading today. I just want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to read for you today. I notice every single like, comment, share and sub, and I am so incredibly grateful for every single one. Trust me when I say I do not take any of it for granted, and I just can't thank you enough for taking the time out of your day to be here with me today and spend this time with me and send me your beautiful energy. With all of that said, I'll see you at your chosen pile collective. Hi Pile 1 Collective, if you chose the Everyday Witch Tarot and you chose the camera sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But the title of today's reading is What the F is going on in this situation? Do you need a virtual hug? Advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. This is me attempting to virtually hug you in the only way I know how to, which is to validate your feelings and give you some much needed words of affirmation. Basically, what is this situation and what would I tell you to do about this if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be a pep talk with some gentle tough love added to the mix. Now, this situation can be about absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on, or it could be something you have been struggling with on a less conscious level, but you are open to addressing it. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of the reading is something you have been dealing with. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading by looking at the tarot and getting a feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at the situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges. And I usually do the oracle cards first, but today we are looking at your tarot first and your oracle afterwards because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance for you. So we're not only going to be looking at the situation, but we're also going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So that is what we are going to do today. And I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. Full disclaimers are in the intro, but these are collective readings. Not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. Do not accept anything as your story if it simply is not. If something isn't for you, it isn't for you. Always, always, always disengage if you are finding the reading more harmful to you than it is helpful. Remember that this is a free reading on the internet and that I'm not holding you hostage here. With all of that said, let's get started by looking at the tarot cards we pulled for you. So we are asking, what is Pile 1 currently dealing with? What is this situation? Help me look at Pile 1's situation from the perspective of a firm but caring bestie. Now, before we do that, actually, I'm going to touch on the sticker you picked for just a moment, in case this gives us any confirmations. So you picked this camera, and immediately the thing that popped into my head is that you might be the kind of person who likes to take tons and tons of pictures, even if you don't necessarily like to post them anywhere. You could be someone who likes to document your reality, or you enjoy it capturing images of beautiful experiences to look back on. It could also be that you look at the world through a more artistic lens, and you have a real eye for capturing the beauty in mundane moments. Maybe some of you are involved with photography, whether it's in a professional capacity or whether it's like amateur photography that you do as a hobby, like you have a photography Instagram account for random photo dumps and things like that. Or maybe a part of your business involves photographing things to put on your socials, to advertise the business, whether you are an MUA taking pictures of wedding makeup or whether you create jewellery that you have to take really nice pictures of. There could be something about you being involved with cultivating a certain aesthetic for that reason. And for others of you, again, you might just be that kind of person who takes a lot of pictures, even if you just never post them anywhere, like they're for your own personal enjoyment. It could be that you're known as the friend in your friend group, for example, who is the designated picture taker because you're the one who always manages to capture the best angles. You always make things look good. Or if someone asks you to take a picture, you're like, don't worry, I got you. I took like 10 pictures. I got all your best angles or something like that. Or you enjoy taking pictures of the food or the places you go to. And if that's you, I can absolutely relate to this. I know this is a bit of a contentious issue because there are a lot of people out there where if they see other people taking pictures of their food or whatever, they get mad and they're like, oh, why does everything have to be put on social media? Can't you just enjoy the moment? But for me, I take pictures of everything and I barely use social media. Like 99.9% of the pictures I take do not end up anywhere on the internet. They are just for me to look at and enjoy. And as a person who has a brain like an absolute sieve and forgets absolutely everything all the time, and also as a Taurus moon, if I paid for some delicious food, I want to go back and vicariously relive that moment by looking at the pictures that I took and remembering what I had to eat. Thank you very much. So you could be that kind of person who you just like to create memories and you like to have those kinds of memories to look back at. Now, that said, I do think there could be a message here about living more in the present moment, and maybe that's a part of what we are going to be discussing in terms of your situation, if that is something you've been struggling with, because I am hearing something about Maybe some of you are so focused on capturing just the right memory that you're not fully immersed in the actual moment. So that could be a thing we talk about. I just wanted to mention that before we get started. These confirmations do not have to resonate with you for this to be your pile. These are just extra confirmations for specific people. But let's get started with your tarot and have a look at what we pulled for you. Okay, so I'm just going to move your camera over here. I will make sure the cards are in frame in a sec, so don't worry if they're not. But we have got the Page of Wands reversed. We've got the Nine of Cups reversed. We've got the Five of Cups reversed. We've got the King of Cups upright. We've got the Knight of Pentacles. We've got the Five of Pentacles reversed. We've got the Queen of Cups. We've got the Star. We have got the Two of Pentacles. And we have got the Page of Swords. Okay, so with this Page of Wands reversed and the Nine of Cups reversed showing up as the clarifier here, this tells me that we are facing a situation where we know we want more for ourselves, but we don't know quite how to get there. We're experiencing a lot of restless energy, but we might not know exactly where to direct some of that energy in order to feel our most fulfilled. It's kind of an unsettled, agitated energy, and it often manifests as this feeling of like doing, but you're not experiencing true satisfaction because there's not necessarily a deeper purpose to the doing. It's this feeling of like being on the go or throwing yourself impulsively into one thing and being like, my energy is over here and now it's over here. And you start off each task feeling really passionate and motivated about it, but then partway through, it's like you kind of start losing steam because you're suddenly hit with this realization of like, why am I even doing this? Or I don't really know why I'm doing this. So you might be in a situation where you're sort of refusing to stay still and kind of using each task as a form of escapism in a way. It's kind of like, well, if I'm just going ahead and doing, then there's no time to be sitting still and thinking about whether this is actually making me happy. Like, if I'm always on the go, I can't sit there and indulge in the things that aren't leading to contentment because my mind is occupied by the task at hand, and an occupied mind is a happy mind. That's maybe what you're telling yourself, but I think deep down, you do know that there's something you are putting off. And no matter how busy you make yourself, no matter how much you kind of fill your schedule up, there is this sense of like, okay, there's something that needs to be done and I'm doing everything but what needs to be done. So it's a form of procrastination in a way. And I know sometimes when people think of procrastination, they associate it with laziness, which I do not personally believe, by the way. I think it's a lot more complex than that. And I think to reduce procrastination as a behavior to laziness, implying that this is a character flaw rather than viewing it through the lens of being a trauma response, I think that is a lazy assessment in itself. But I'm not going to go into all of that. I'm just saying, sometimes when people think of procrastination, they think of like, you know, the student who stays up all night playing video games even though they have an essay that's due, but they put it off until the very last second. And some of you might resonate to something like that. As that example, you might resonate with that being a past version of you. But I think your current situation, it seems more like procrastination in a different way. It's not that you're putting off what you need to do and playing video games instead of doing the essay. Like, you do seem to be filling up your days with things that do need to be done on some level, but you're using some of those things under the guise of productivity as a means of outrunning this deeper calling, this other pressing issue. So you feel this surge of energy and you're like, I'm going to put it into this and this and this. And you're all over the place. And it's almost like you're over exaggerating how much your energy is really needed in those places in order to avoid doing something else that needs to be done. So it could be that you're putting off something important because you are filling your days to the brim with other things and you're kind of saying to yourself, well, I'll get to that, but right now I need to focus on this thing and this thing and this thing. But again, that energy is sort of misdirected. And you are aware on some level that this is not leaving you feeling fully content. Because again, you start off feeling really motivated, feeling really productive, feeling like, yes, I'll feel better once I get XYZ done. But it's like that moment, that satisfaction never really comes. It somehow feels hollow or like it lacks meaning because your heart's not fully in it. You're using it to pass the time. But instead of, looking at what you need to be looking at, the restlessness continues. And you're just like, okay, what task can I do next? Like, let's move on to this. What will kind of fill this gap? And this specific example won't apply to you necessarily, but this is making me think of like a married couple who have got into this big fight. And I'm sorry, this example is going to be very gender stereotypical. Maybe this is a couple in the 50s we're talking about, okay? But it's like the husband is about to head off to work and he says to the wife like, hey, I don't want to leave for the day when we've just had this argument. Can we talk about this before I go? And the wife is like, I'm too busy. The house is a mess. I need to clean it. We'll have to talk about this later. And maybe that's partially true. Maybe the house is a mess and the wife feels overwhelmed and she just can't think straight until things are more tidy. So it's like she throws all of her energy into cleaning that house. And at first, she's kind of like humming away to herself and thinking like, I'm just going to feel so much better and more level-headed and calm once I'm in a tidy space. But as the day goes on, she finds herself getting really frustrated and like scrubbing the same spot angrily over and over again, maybe becoming obsessed with this ritualistic method of cleaning when objectively the spot is clean. Like, she doesn't need to be doing that. The house is fine now, it's tidy. And maybe the husband comes home and he's like, can we talk about this now? And she's like, no, I need to clean this spot. Once this spot is totally clean, then we can talk. But in reality, the spot is clean. It's just that she's focused all of her energy on that because it's something to obsess over and kind of channel this frustration into, rather than having this honest conversation with her husband and venting her frustrations to him. That is the thing that actually needs to happen, but instead she's focusing on this spot. So obviously it won't be that example for you, but in that example, it's like you on a conscious level are the wife and your subconscious is the husband. That husband is telling you like, why are you so obsessed over that one spot when actually you need to be talking to me? Like, we need to be sorting this out. So it's like you are being productive, you're doing some of the stuff you should be doing, but you are kind of doing it to the extreme at the expense of other things that also need your attention. And as a result of that, you are not feeling totally fulfilled. And some of this could be to do with you not wanting to fully commit to something until it's like the perfect moment. So instead of just starting whatever it is you want to do, you're throwing all of your energy into cultivating this perfect set of circumstances to execute this plan. But the issue here is it feels like it's never perfect enough. And when everything is almost in place, or you're like, okay, maybe we'll start tomorrow, it's like tomorrow comes along and something else comes up that you feel needs your attention. And then you're like, oh, but I've just got to do this. Like, yeah, I'll start writing my book, but I randomly need to move all the furniture in my room around so that I can make it the perfect space to work. And okay, there's nothing wrong with cultivating an environment that is going to allow you to feel your most motivated and creative. But the problem is you are moving the furniture and you're like, I'll feel content with this space then. But then you do that and you're like, oh, but now the lighting isn't quite right. My chair isn't comfortable. Maybe I need to browse the IKEA website for 2 hours to find the perfect chair before I can really get started on this. It's always something else that comes up. It's kind of like you are inventing distractions, thinking that each one will lead you to this feeling of contentment or this feeling of like, once I do this, this will be the perfect set of circumstances to get started. But there might be something that you're missing, and it feels like it's something to do with like part of the joy being found in actually getting started, which I know is like, it sounds like the most simplistic thing in the world, and I know it's so much easier said than done when you struggle with procrastination and perfectionism. But I think this is saying you don't need some of these external things that you think you do. The joy that you're seeking is going to be found by actually doing. And you'll know when you're in the right place with that, because there is not going to be this sense of frustration. There's not going to be this sense of feeling lost or directionless. You are going to be fully immersed in the process of something. Some of this frustration is due to the fact that to some degree, it just feels like you're putting off your joy for a later day. You keep saying, I'm saving something for later. So again, you fill up your day with things and you tell yourself are obligations to keep busy, because you don't feel like it's a good enough day to be starting something that you actually want to do, something that would genuinely fulfill you. But I think the first piece of advice I want to give you, pal one, is that today is just as good of a day as any. Whenever the inspiration hits you, I think it is important to grab the bull by the horns and take inspired action. I'm channeling Aries energy right now. Get into your Aries energy, get into your Mars energy. This could be something as simple as like, if you wake up in the middle of the night with an idea, don't say to yourself, well, it's not the right time to execute that idea because I'm in bed, I'll do it tomorrow. Like, write that idea down in that moment before you forget it. I'm not saying that you have to get up out of bed at 4 a.m. and start working on your manuscript, but at least, leave a notepad by your bed so you are not letting that idea pass you by before it dissipates into nothing. Because it really doesn't matter if those ideas are not formulated perfectly. You can do that tomorrow when you are fully awake, when your brain is not in sleep mode, but taking action in the first place is what is going to allow you to shape that idea further in the morning. Because if you don't take actions, chances are you'll have forgotten it by the morning and there will be nothing to shape. So, it doesn't have to be that example, but taking little bits of inspired action each day is definitely going to add up over time for you, pal one. But it could be that some of you are struggling with certain forms of maladaptive daydreaming right now. Maybe you find yourself indulging in fantasies about what a future version of you will do, and you keep convincing yourself that you'll wake up one day and be that version of you without taking those little steps that lead you to that. And visualization is not a bad thing, but if all you are doing is imagining and you are keeping those ideas trapped, held hostage, in prison in your head, if they are not being put anywhere tangible, if you are not taking those physical steps, you're going to stay feeling frustrated, or you're going to stay feeling like there's something missing because you know that the dream is there, but only you can start making it a reality. Maybe for some of you, it's using external things as a form of escapism, things that allow you to experience surface level pleasure, but the feeling is always fleeting. It's never something that you can really hold on to because some of you are choosing to hold on to some of the wrong things. These examples I'm going to give, again, do not have to resonate with you. But let's just say you want to get into a good exercise routine or a skincare routine. Maybe you feel like a beginner right now, you feel like you're not in a routine and you need something to encourage you to get started and to stick to it. And maybe then you convince yourself you need this expensive gym equipment or this specific cute workout outfit or this luxury brand of skincare. And by the way, I'm never going to shame anyone for using a purchase as a motivator to get started with something. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving your brain that little boost of dopamine needed to just get up and go. But what you do need to realize is that feeling is fleeting. If you get that feeling, use it, but long-lasting satisfaction is going to come from you actually doing the exercise or sticking to the routine and seeing the results of that later down the line. Getting the new product is a nice experience and you should enjoy that for what it is, but it is not a substitute for your dedication and your commitment to the routine. And it's not a substitute for the appreciation and self-trust that you will have in yourself when you do those things. Like, yeah, buy a new cleanser, buy some new scrunch butt shorts if you like, but don't say to yourself, I can only start when I have this one really expensive item. Like, no, you can start right now. I keep getting this message of the external does not make up for the internal. And another example I'm getting, it's kind of going back to that camera sticker, and it's something about, not fully being present in the moment. But I'm picturing someone going on their honeymoon to this beautiful, exotic, luxurious destination, and they're posting all about it on social media, and it's all gorgeous skylines and cocktails on the beach and sunbathing in a cute bikini. And when people are commenting, telling this person how jealous they are or how amazing they look or how great the place looks, it gives the poster this fleeting sense of joy. But if in reality, this couple aren't actually enjoying their honeymoon because maybe the couple is actually not getting along, maybe they're arguing all the time or wondering if they made a mistake getting married, that fleeting sense of joy that comes from external approval is always going to be short-lived. If that poster is just posting those pictures as a form of escapism to avoid the deeper conversations they need to be having, that is not going to last. They get a little bit of joy from seeing how people react to this surface level enjoyment, but deep down they know there's something that they are not looking at that's holding them back from experiencing that true contentment. So the energy there is misdirected, it's put in the wrong place. They should be focusing on their relationship, but instead they are focusing on what looks pretty on social media for that external validation, and that will never last. I'm also hearing something about outsourcing your joy. I don't know what that means, but yeah, there is definitely a message in here of like, there's a reason you're feeling restless or frustrated, or like things aren't really going anywhere. They're not going where you want just yet. So I know that was a little bit of a heavy start. For some of you, that might have been kind of difficult to hear, and it's not like you haven't been aware of it though, and I will talk about that, but maybe it's kind of confronting to hear it laid out in a reading. But the good news here is, pile one, especially with this Five of Cups reversed and with the King of Cups upright, I do feel like you are starting to shift your focus towards more of the right areas. So this has been a struggle, but it seems like you are coming out of it. You are making progress, even if you are not quite feeling the results of that progress just yet. And one thing that I do want to tell you, pile one, is that I am so incredibly proud of you, and I see you. I see the work you're doing, and that might be something you haven't heard in a while. But if nobody else has told you today that they are proud of you, then I want to tell you that I'm proud of you, because I see you starting to acknowledge some of the things that you had been pushing down. And I'm really starting to see you sit with those things and learn to more objectively look at your situation for what it is, whilst also holding the necessary space for more turbulent emotions. And I see you actually moving into this place where you are allowing yourself to almost be this container for strong emotions without judging or chastising yourself negatively for experiencing those things. Maybe some part of your situation involves you allowing yourself to release and let go of what is gone to make space for what's coming in. And it feels like a part of why you've been struggling with this situation might have something to do with you kind of forcing yourself to plow on without allowing yourself the chance to truly release. Maybe there has been this insistence on keeping busy as a way of not feeling certain feelings of loss or grief or anger or frustration. To some degree, maybe there's an element of toxic positivity wrapped up in this. So you may be feeling like the way to get ahead is just to push through and keep busy and invest your energy on doing as much as you can, rather than you allowing yourself to just break down and cry if you need to, or just process your emotions. It doesn't have to be crying, it's whatever way you express yourself. Maybe you've been getting mad at yourself when you let yourself indulge in the more uncomfortable emotions. So that's why you put your energy elsewhere. But with that, it's like you weren't fully satisfied. The release never came because you weren't willing to accept the emotions. You didn't allow them in. You just kept plowing ahead. And maybe for some of you, your situation has something to do with trying to push on and do things the old way because you were refusing to accept that you needed to adapt to a new way of being. Like the situation had changed, but it's as though you were saying, I'm just going to do what I've always done because that's got me results in the past. And if I'm feeling something's not quite right, I'm not letting myself acknowledge that. I've just got to push past it. But I think now something has shifted where you've started to realize like, hey, we need to make some changes here, or we need to look at this for what it is. And if you got mad at yourself previously for having these certain emotions, it's like you are finally starting to say to yourself, okay, our body, our mind, our heart is trying to tell us something here, and it's not doing us any good avoiding this. So we are going to have to start listening. And so you are opening up to that and listening. You're like, okay, I've been putting it off, but let's hear it. And you are sitting with it. And before, it's as though you were convinced that if you sat with it, it would make you feel weak because you would feel like you were just wallowing in it pointlessly. But actually, sitting with it and creating space for that stillness and experiencing those emotions without judgment, that allows you to regulate yourself better. You're going to be becoming less emotionally dysregulated when you do this, because there's this sense of like you were trying to push these things down, but they didn't really go away. They just got thrown into other things. So the example we gave earlier of the wife angrily scrubbing the non-existent spot, she's still feeling that anger. It's just that she's directing it towards something that doesn't need her attention rather than having the honest conversation with her husband. So if you found yourself starting off the day feeling good and motivated and inspired, and then ending the day frustrated or not feeling accomplished or snapping at people, being irritable or agitated, it was because you weren't allowing yourself to properly release the things that you need to release. And you can pretend those things aren't there for a while, but eventually you do have to look at them. And I think this is something you are realizing and something you are actively working on. And it seems like that's giving you the capacity to acknowledge your emotions without completely drowning in them or without being totally overwhelmed by them. There's something where like you're realizing it's okay to be sensitive and it's okay to grieve what once was before always feeling the need to push forward. It's as though you once kind of thought like, I can't allow myself to give in to that feeling because I just want to focus on the positive. So I'm choosing not to look at that because I don't want to get upset about it. I don't want to argue about it. I don't want to feel angry anymore. But two things can be true at once. You can allow yourself to experience some upset towards one thing, whilst also allowing yourself to feel really positive about moving forward towards another thing. You can mourn something from the past whilst also being excited about the future. Like, those things do not have to be mutually exclusive, and it doesn't make you ungrateful or weak or too sensitive if you are capable of holding space for all of that at once. I also really see you being more accepting of what's happening in the present rather than romanticizing something in the past that no longer exists. So you're looking at things and kind of saying, like, I'm no longer deluding myself, or I'm no longer pretending that things are the way they used to be. I have to create space for new things to blossom rather than trying to hold on to the old. And I just want to say as well that when I talk about grief, this does not just have to be about some huge life-changing trauma like grieving the loss of a person. It can be that, but it can also be many things. And I do want to give a few tangible examples of what this could look like. Although please bear in mind, the specific examples don't have to resonate for this to be your reading, it's just to highlight what I mean. So this could be you going through a breakup and throwing all your energy into working out all the time, or going out all the time, or glowing up as a means of escaping, working through some of your harder feelings, because you're trying to be strong, you don't want to admit that you still care or that you need to grieve this, you feel like you shouldn't care anymore. Maybe you've been forcing a relationship. It doesn't have to be romantic, it could be a friendship, but a relationship in your life. Maybe you've been pushing ahead, hoping this situation will naturally go back to how it was in the past. And it's like you're not allowing yourself to acknowledge that the relationship has evolved or that maybe you've outgrown it. This could look like you being dissatisfied or unfulfilled in your workplace, but you keep pushing ahead, throwing everything into the job, because maybe you're romanticizing the job, because maybe once upon a time it used to be your dream or you used to enjoy it and it no longer is that way, but you might be struggling to let go of that, or you're struggling to take inspired action to move on. This could be you going through a health issue and just telling yourself you need to think positive instead of giving yourself the space to grieve the loss of your old body and what it was capable of. It could even be like you having experienced a pregnancy and your body or your relationship to your body or your relationship generally changing due to that. And it's like you're putting pressure on yourself to be positive all the time because you feel as though it would be ungrateful to not be excited about this new chapter involving this beautiful new baby in this example, let's say. But at the same time, if your body or your relationship has changed due to that, again, it is possible for both things to be true at once. Like, you can be excited about having this amazing family whilst also being able to mourn the fact that you can't have as many spontaneous date nights as you used to, or whatever the case may be. It doesn't make you ungrateful to acknowledge that. And I think this is something you are coming to terms with and really beginning to accept. I definitely see you, Pal One, starting to find some kind of light again after this, what feels like a really long and dark period of winter. And I mean that more metaphorically, but of course, if you are watching the reading at the time I'm uploading, and you don't have to be, the reading is timeless, but we have recently moved out of winter, we are in spring and we are moving towards summer. So it could be that part of the solution to this lies in that change in season. And I think if I were to give you a piece of advice moving forward, I would suggest moving towards the light, literally. I know that sounds obvious, but if there is a sunny day after a period of literal darkness or rain, make the most of that when you can. Get outside, go for a walk, touch grass, be in nature, feel things, all of that. But also, the Knight of Pentacles is here to kind of remind you that you need to be open to taking things slowly, and more than anything, you do need to understand how to be patient with yourself, and you need to learn how to trust the process in terms of this situation. And I know when people say, trust the process, it can be incredibly frustrating to hear that, especially for you guys, because there is this sense that you've been constantly moving, trying to outrun something. And yet when you look around, you feel as though you're in the same place or you haven't reached the destination that you want to be at. And so there is this huge impulse to pour everything you have into this one area in the hopes that it will speed up the process. And when you find that it hasn't happened the way you would like it to, or you're not feeling the way you thought you would after accomplishing a certain thing, it's then you get frustrated at yourself and you're like, oh, why can't this just happen? Or why can't I just feel like this? But this is an ever unfolding process. And what I really want to say is it's a marathon, not a sprint. It's something along those lines where it's like you're angry at yourself for not being in a certain place, or feeling like you're still at the beginning, or not feeling the kind of contentment you thought you would be feeling by now, by this point in your life. But I'm hearing that allowing yourself to experience anger without shame is a big part of overcoming this process. And also, please remember that the process can look non-linear. Like if you have a day where you feel as though, yesterday I felt like I was on the right track, and now today I feel like I'm right back at the beginning. You need to understand that it's okay to have those days where you feel that way. And it doesn't mean that you actually are at the beginning or that you actually haven't made progress. It just means that as part of the journey, you might do 10 steps forward one day, then it feels like you take 2 steps back the next day. But the day after that, you do another 10 steps forward. So you're still going forward, but sometimes it is at this slower pace. But the process does get easier if you allow yourself the space to acknowledge that, instead of believing that all hope is lost, just because not every single day is an up kind of day. The Knight of Pentacles is very, very much about consistency, and it's about seeing results of your hard work over time. It's not about forcing something that's not meant to happen quickly because you want immediate results. I keep hearing something like you want to water your seeds, not drown them. And I think I'm getting that example because the Knight of Pentacles, he shows up to water his garden every day at the same time. He tends to it. He devotes himself to this over time. He goes slow and steady to make his garden the very best it can be. Now, if he just stood there with his watering can, pouring gallons of water onto his seeds and then getting angry at them for not growing faster, he is not only wasting a lot of water, but he's also potentially ruining his garden before it's given the space to grow. So there's definitely advice here about really not rushing things, as difficult as it may be. You are still moving forward even on days where it doesn't look or feel like you are, days where it doesn't feel like there's much momentum. Things are happening. But I would really love for you to be able to stop berating yourself for everything that you're not right now in this moment. Because ultimately the things you do and the things you are doing day in, day out, the routines you're committing to, you showing up for yourself and doing those, that is part of this process, and it's part of you becoming the person you want to be. But it's not this moment where you're going to wake up one day and be like, oh my God, I'm them, I'm who I want to be. You are going to see this over time, but you have got to be patient with yourself. You have really got to slow it right down and stop trying to force things that aren't meant to be. You're also allowed to have an off day. It doesn't mean that things are ruined just because you have a day that feels a little bit more emotionally uncomfortable. You are human, first and foremost. Well, I think you are anyway. Maybe you're a superhuman, power one. But I think you're a human and you are going to have those days. They happen to everyone, but you're here, you are alive, and you are showing up for yourself, and that means you are moving towards where you want to be, even if it looks non-linear. The Five of Pentacles reversed always makes me feel like, no winter lasts forever. And so one thing I want you to know, pal one, is that literally everything is temporary. And some people find that sentiment scary, but when I am in a dark place emotionally or mentally, there is nothing more comforting to me than knowing that what I'm experiencing is a temporary state. And as somebody who has struggled a lot with my own mental health, if I can sit with those feelings and I can say that yes, what I'm experiencing is very real and it's very valid, and in the moment it seems debilitating, it seems all-consuming, but I also know, like everything in life, that it will not be forever. If I can remind myself of that, and I have had to do that in the past, that has allowed me to not make permanent decisions based on temporary emotions. It is not denying that those emotions exist, but it's just acknowledging that they too will pass. But it's also acknowledging that sometimes those feelings are going to come up again, even when we are further along our journey. And that's also okay, because they will pass again and there will be new feelings. There will always be new feelings. And some of those feelings will be of excitement and bliss and happiness and exhilaration. It is not all darkness. But sometimes it is darkness, and that's okay. We cannot have spring without winter, and we cannot have the lightness without the dark. That is the big thing being highlighted here. And something else I'd encourage you to do as a faraway internet bestie is to stop isolating yourself and to seek out support and resources from a relevant community, because the resources and support are there. Because some of you, not all of you, but some of you are refusing to speak about the ways you feel because you're telling yourself you should be able to just think your way out of it, or you should be able to fix yourself without support. And you feel like talking about it to other people would be overindulging or wallowing in it unnecessarily. And maybe you've kind of internalized not being able to immediately fix yourself as some sort of personal failing, or you think it's some kind of isolated incident that only you are experiencing due to the kind of person you are, rather than something many, many people have experienced, are experiencing, and will continue to experience. But I promise you, I absolutely promise you, other people can relate. Other people have been through what you're going through, maybe not in the exact same way due to the exact same set of circumstances, but it's not just a you thing. This is a human thing, and admitting it doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. And maybe talking about it is a part of the process of your healing journey. And I do understand, by the way, the kinds of support accessible to us, that is going to be different for everyone. For example, being able to afford a professional therapy comes with a certain level of financial privilege. But if you know that you can afford therapy, but you've been putting it off because you're kind of scoffing at the idea of it, and you're like, I don't need therapy for this, like that's so dramatic, I just need to get over it and fix this myself, then you might be denying yourself a valuable opportunity for healing. And obviously, I know not everyone will be in that situation where they can afford therapy or can access it. I can't afford it either, so I get it. But what I do have are friends who I can vent to when I'm experiencing something uncomfortable, rather than denying that that feeling exists. What I do have is access to the internet, where there are a variety of self-help materials at my disposal. And I understand that those things are not equal to something like therapy. Obviously, you cannot expect your friends or a self-help video to provide the same level of support as a professional would. So those things are not substitutes, but they are ways you can reach out for support in the absence of that kind of professional support. And I understand that trauma dumping on all your friends or in the comments of a self-help video wouldn't be appropriate, but that doesn't mean that you have to hold it all inside and isolate yourself. And some of you, it's like you're clenching your jaw right now and you're like, I can't do that, I can't talk about my feelings, how would that make me look? And I need to advise you to unclench, okay? Not all of you, but some of you, please unclench your jaw, please unclench your butt cheeks. Like, it's okay to be a human person. It's okay to be seen as human, it does not make you weak. Some of you need to remember who the F you are, okay? Like, you are sensitive and you are strong, and the two of those things can coexist. If you are in this mindset of like, I've got to put on a brave face because I'm a baddie and baddies don't cry, I'm here as a friend to tell you that yes, they do. Baddies cry. Sometimes they wail hysterically until snot drips into their mouth whilst binging on a tub of ice cream. Because baddies understand that it is their human right to allow themselves the space to feel their feelings, and it doesn't make them any less bad. So if you are saying to yourself, you know, I can't talk about this in the comments, I can't open up, I can't say that this thing still upsets me, I can't admit that I have trauma, like, why? Because people will see that you're a person, people will see that you're a human being. Why are you ashamed of that? But also, like, if you're not ready for that, there's nothing stopping you from doing it anonymously. But some of you even struggle with the idea of that, because even admitting it to yourself is hard. And that is the first step. That is the first step that you need to do here, is to stop avoiding it. But once you've done that, if you still can't face other people knowing that you are experiencing that or feeling that, then you can do it anonymously. You know, if you feel like, you know, I can't tell my friends that I'm still crying over my ex because I feel like I should be over it by now, then create a burner account on Reddit and ask for gentle advice from supportive communities there. Or vent your feelings behind a faceless account in the comments of a video here. As long as you are not being unkind to yourself or anyone else, go ahead and do that, because I can guarantee there are people who can relate to what you have to say and what you're feeling. And it's okay to not feel put together all the time. It's okay for the healing to look messy. It's okay for you to safely talk about how sometimes you might experience feelings of anger or rage or jealousy towards this. All of it serves a purpose, but ignoring it on the basis of like, well, I shouldn't feel that way by now, just delays that progress. I think something that I want you to know as a faraway bestie is that you are enough right now, right in this present moment. You do not have to be this future version of you to be worthy of divine love and blessings. You do not have to feel a certain kind of way to be deserving of support and deep healing. You are allowed to exist and feel proud of yourself right where you are at right now. Because I need you to know that you are so loved for all that you are, not just the carefully curated parts of you that you allow people to see, not just the things that you feel make you more worthy. All of it is worthy, all of it deserves acknowledgement. Your messiness and your conflicting emotions and the different sides of you, these are all parts of you that deserve to be heard and they deserve to be cared for. You do not have to deny parts of your existence to be loved unconditionally. And another thing is that you do not have to find ways to prove that you are worthy of more based on tangible evidence. If you know within your heart that you are worthy of more, that is all the evidence you need, and that resides within you. You do not have to find ways of proving your worth by saying like, well, I accomplished X, so I deserve Y. You don't have to refer to this list of things that you've done as if that should define your intrinsic worth, because no amount of material accomplishments determines that. It belongs to you simply because you're here and because you exist and because you are who you are and you are a being on this planet. It's not something that you have to strive for. It already belongs to you just because you are. You deserve more not because of one singular outcome, but because of your commitment to the process. And the process is the very thing that's going to bring you the most joy and fulfillment along this journey. It's not the list of what you've done. It's not about checking items off the checklist. It's about what you're doing. It's about living in that present moment and being able to appreciate it for what it is rather than always considering the next course of action. It's allowing yourself to just be rather than having to do. It's to sit with and to receive rather than to immediately jump to fixing. And pile one, I feel like you wouldn't be at all surprised to hear that I'm reading you as someone who can at times be a chronic overthinker. Your brain is just a whirlwind. Like, it's always doing something, it's always on the go, it's always moving towards something, trying to outdo itself. At times it might feel like your thoughts literally have a mind of their own, like they are their own separate entity. And so it wouldn't surprise me if in this situation you have procrastinated doing something that you know deep down you need to do or want to do, because it's like you replay each possible consequence over and over in your mind to the point where sometimes it becomes exhausting and you then end up doing nothing at all because you are so worn out considering every single detail and making sure that if you go ahead with something, you get it just right. And so because of this internal restlessness of the mind, that translates to this external restlessness where you are keeping busy, but focusing on some of the wrong things because those are the things that you can't get wrong. There are certain things in life that require more of a leap of faith, and that can be difficult for you, especially in this situation, because it's like you want to consider every option before committing to whatever this is. It's as though you would like concrete proof that it's all going to go to plan before you really devote yourself to it. But the Star and the Queen of Cups are showing up like this. That tells me that sometimes you can rely on your intuition and you don't have to have all the answers. Sometimes all you need is your faith and your inner knowing that you are made for something. It does not mean you have to be perfect every single step of the way. You know, your brain, Power 1, feels like an exposed nerve at times. It's like the information touches it and you're suddenly like, oh, what was that? Oh, but I need to think about this. What if this happens? What if I don't have all the information? What if I get it wrong? And I think one piece of advice that I'd give you as a faraway friend is that your curiosity and your desire to always learn is a huge gift. But I think what would be incredibly beneficial for you is if you could experience your what if moments with more balance, particularly with that Two of Pentacles showing up. Because if you are spending all of your time focusing on what could go wrong, you are not spending enough time focusing on what could go right. And I do think it's wise to be realistic and be balanced in your thought process towards whatever it is you're doing. But one thing that you might need to come to terms with, especially if you've been putting off trying something new because you're scared you'll get it wrong or because you're overthinking it, it's important to remember that life is always moving. Life does not stay still for anyone. And it kind of goes back to what we said of like everything is temporary. And if you have something to say or do, or if there's someone you want to become and this feels new to you, it's impossible to get it 100% perfect. Even if you do consider every possible outcome, even if you do always try to think before speaking and always act with consideration, life is still moving, life is always in motion. You could spend months or years preparing for something and learning all the rules, and then when it's actually time to execute it, you might find that the rules have completely changed, and then you feel like you're back to square one. You have to do more preparing again. There could be some element of imposter syndrome tied up within this, to be quite honest. It's like you saying, you know, I don't feel qualified to do this, or I feel like I'm a beginner, or I'll never get there. And yes, there are some things you need qualifications for. I'm not telling you to go and offer to perform surgery on your friend who needs surgery if you haven't trained to be a surgeon. Of course, keep it real with yourself, but don't talk yourself out of a wonderful opportunity just because you are still learning. You know, balance being humble with being confident, balance learning and seeking knowledge with doing. It is okay if you say one thing today that you then go on to disagree with tomorrow because you've acquired new information. Never stop asking questions, never stop being curious, but also don't tell yourself that you can't be the teacher as well as the learner. Just because other people might know more than you to start off with doesn't mean that you don't know enough to start. You have a great balance of natural curiosity, but you can also balance that with your own wisdom. Like, it is okay to do both. You can have this happy medium of doing a little bit of everything without feeling like you have to channel all of that restless energy to push against something while ignoring the other things that you want. It is important to trust that everything you want will come to you in the right time. That is what I'm getting for you, pal one. So we are going to finish this reading by looking at your oracle cards, and we are going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What is in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So I have your oracle cards here. And we have got number 55, evidence, detection, investigation, proof. We have got I dare to declare my love. We have got number 33, wholeness, black mulberry. And we have got freedom. Let's move these up for a little bit. So the angel number 33 or 55 could be significant for you. This could be an angel number you have been seeing a lot of. So I'm just going to briefly give an overview of the meanings for both of those numbers. So it says, the angel number 33 is often seen as a sign of divine support and guidance, suggesting a period of spiritual awakening and growth. It encourages individuals to embrace their true selves, pursue their goals with confidence, and utilize their creativity and compassion. Essentially, it's a message of encouragement and reassurance that you are on the right path and supported by a higher power. And angel number 55. It says, angel number 55 represents change, growth, and a spiritual awakening. It's a signal that changes are on the horizon in your life. Embrace new experiences, even if they seem daunting at first. This number encourages you to be brave, stay positive, trust your intuition, and recognize your personal growth. So that is interesting. A couple of overlapping messages, I feel like, there. But there has been such a lot coming up in this reading about you trusting your own intuition. And also the message about recognizing your own personal growth. I feel like that could be extra pertinent for you, pal one, because at the beginning of your reading, there was this sense of like you feeling as though you were back at the start or pushing ahead because you feel like you should be further along than you are. And I think some of you do need to sit with yourself and acknowledge how far you have actually come. Because even if it feels as though you haven't come that far, I guarantee the version of you who you were even a year ago is not the version of you who you are today. And I'm not talking about specific milestones because, again, I think we need to spend some time detaching from that a little bit. Your tangible accomplishments should be celebrated, but they should not determine your worthiness for new ventures and opportunities. They should not determine how much you are deserving of creating a better life for yourself. So they are irrelevant to me in this reading. So if you're sat there and you're saying like, well, last year I said I wanted to lose 30 pounds and this year I'm still the same weight. I'm not talking about that kind of stuff. What I'm really asking you to look at is how much you have grown as a person in terms of your mindset, what you're starting to value, what you have learned. Even if you have not yet implemented some of those things the way you would like to, there's still a big difference there. I can guarantee you'll find one. A lot of changes we make are internal before they ever become external. And I think it would do you some good to really consider how much things have changed on that internal level. Because some of you, it's as though you know you want better for yourself, and deep down, you do know that you're more than capable of achieving that. And so you're looking for proof, you're looking for the evidence, you're looking for something or someone to tell you that this is for you or this is going to work out, or if you start, it will be a guaranteed success. But I think this process is about you trusting yourself and saying, maybe I don't need all the evidence to just go ahead and do this. And in the doing of it, you are going to find the evidence that this is for you, because it will feel like this release. It will feel like this sense of freedom. And as you're doing it, you will be providing your own evidence. It becomes all the evidence you need without the overthinking, without judging yourself and not getting everything right 100% of the time. I think with this I dare to declare my love card, this is about you really going out on a limb and taking a risk and doing something that you know in your soul belongs to you. And there is a lot of freedom in being able to say like, hey, maybe I won't always get it 100% right 100% of the time, but I'm doing the thing, and that's all the proof I need to know that this is for me. So you daring to do something is going to bring you so much freedom. We could be talking about freedom in a physical sense, like financial freedom, or we could be talking about just the freedom of knowing that you do not have to ask for anyone else's permission to get started with something. You don't have to put something off until you feel like you have enough knowledge or the right kind of knowledge. You can just do it, and the rest will come with time and practice. And with you daring to go and do that thing that you know is for you, you are going to experience so much contentment. With that wholeness card, this is going to be something that actually makes you feel fulfilled genuinely, and it's going to be something that allows you to fully get lost in the moment and enjoy the journey of things rather than just this destination in the future. It's something that is going to make you feel like I can be free to express myself and I can do things my way. I get to be my authentic self and I feel truly satisfied with the person that I am right now and the way that I am showing up in the world. And that is absolutely priceless, because that might feel like something you've been yearning for a long time, but maybe you've been looking for it in the wrong places or expecting it to be in places that it never was. But you will find it along the way by taking action and taking this leap and refusing to put things off and push things down. You are going to be free. You are not going to be imprisoned by this sense of restlessness. You're going to be experiencing this sense of feeling complete in every sense of the word by just existing in your present moment and by being who you are. So that is what I'm getting for your reading today, Pile 1. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please like the video, please leave me a little comment, let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pile you picked if you don't feel comfortable letting me know what resonated. All of that would help me and this channel so much. Any engagement would help massively. Please sub if you haven't done so already. With all of that said, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Take care and I will see you in the next one, Pile 1. Hi Pile 2 Collective. If you chose the Britt's Third Eye Tarot and you chose this cowboy sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But the title of today's reading is What the F is Going On in This Situation? Advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. So this is me attempting to virtually hug you in the only way I know how to, which is by validating your feelings and hopefully offering you some words of affirmation. Basically, what is this situation and what would I tell you to do about this situation if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be a little bit of a pep talk with some gentle, tough love added to the mix. Now, this situation can be absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on, or it could be something you have been struggling with on a less conscious level, but you are open to addressing it. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of the reading is something you have been dealing with. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading today by looking at the tarot and getting a feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at the situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges. And I usually do the oracle cards first, but today we are going to be looking at your tarot first and your oracle cards afterwards, because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance. And during that portion of the reading, we are also going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So that is what we are going to be doing today, and I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. Please remember, these are collective readings. Not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else, and do not accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. If something isn't for you, it isn't for you. Always disengage if you are finding the reading more harmful to you than it is helpful. Remember that this is a free reading on the internet and I am not holding you hostage here. With all of that said, let's get started by looking at the cards we pulled for you. So we are asking, what is Pile 2 currently dealing with? What is this situation? Help me look at Pile 2's situation from the perspective of a firm but caring bestie. But before we get onto your cards, I want to take a moment to talk about the sticker you chose, which is this cowboy sticker. Just so I can give a couple of extra confirmations, these things do not have to apply for this to be your pile, but I'd just like to mention them at the start of the reading. So maybe something involving cowboys or country and western might be significant to this pile. It could be a particular style, it could be music, it could be a film that's significant. It could be that some of you have a special tie to a specific country artist or a specific western movie. Maybe this is a love for a particular artist or film that's been passed down from a relative or an ancestor, or something about one of these artists or just a particular song maybe got you through a hard time, so perhaps it's something that still carries this really special place in your heart. I'm hearing a Marty Robbins song playing in my head right now, so maybe Marty Robbins is significant to somebody here, and the song by him called For Leader always reminds me of Breaking Bad, so that could also be relevant. I think in the lyrics he talks about falling in love with a Mexican girl, so Mexico could be relevant. Maybe some of you have an upcoming trip there, or you've travelled there, or you live there. It could be a Mexican heritage or ancestry, or you like a particular artist with Mexican heritage specifically. Maybe some of you are going to get Mexican food later, or you love Mexican food, burritos, tacos, churros, all of that. I'm also hearing Cowboy Carter, so for anyone who is a Beyonce fan, maybe you've been listening a lot to that album, or you have managed to get tickets for that or something like that. I don't know whether the shows are going on at the moment, but there could be something to do with the Cowboy Carter album. I'm also getting something about the desert, so you could live near a desert, or you could live in a place that's currently very hot or very dry. Maybe this is reminding some of you guys to keep an eye on your hydration levels. Maybe some of you are currently dehydrated and you need to go and fill up your water bottle right now. But that's all I'm getting for this sticker. So let's move on to the tarot cards we pulled for you today. Don't worry if the cards aren't in frame at first. I will lay the cards and then I will sort it out. But starting off, we have got the Knight of Swords. We've got the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. We have got the Two of Cups in reverse. We have got the Two of Wands in reverse. We have got the Five of Cups. We've got the Ten of Pentacles. We've got the Eight of Swords in reverse. We've got Strength. We've got the Knight of Wands in reverse. And we've got the Page of Wands upright. So pile 2, this reads to me like you're in a situation where it feels as though your trust in the universe has been monumentally shaken, because you were so sure that your life was about to go one way, or you were adamant that something was your path. And it feels like you kind of leapt right into whatever that was, but now it's maybe feeling like things are starting to crumble around you, and you're now doubting whether this is the path or whether this is really what you're supposed to be doing. And it feels like you have been resistant to the change, and that you've been trying to make something work in accordance with the old ways, or in accordance with something you decided previously. It's almost this sense of like, oh, I've just put so much into this and now it is too late to go back, like, or I've come too far. It's that kind of feeling. And so there's this element of like we're holding on, or we keep trying to keep the wheel still so that we can remain on this path, even if it's taking up all our physical or mental energy to do so, instead of, just allowing the wheel to turn and to take us somewhere else. This is often a card that comes up when we are resisting some kind of change, this Wheel of Fortune in reverse, and it is very often a change that needs to happen. And maybe for some of you, you are aware of this, you kind of know this, but for others of you, it feels like perhaps you don't know what this looks like yet. But what you might find is that as you keep pushing to stick with your original path, it feels like the universe in turn will present you with more and more challenges, things that make it more difficult to remain in that situation. And sometimes it can make you want to scream like, why is this happening to me? Why does this keep happening? And it can actually feel in the moment like you're being punished. Especially because, if you're adamant that a certain path is for you and you are being really persistent with that path and it's taking a lot out of you, when it feels like just challenge after challenge is arising, and no matter how hard you try, you can't reach this place where you want to be, it is easy to think like, when will I get a break? And now I'm actually hearing when you stop resisting this. So it feels like that is the message that the universe is trying to put in front of you to get you to look at things in a different way. And I'm literally hearing right now, tell them to pull their head out of their ass. And I don't normally use phrases like that. I said this was going to be more of a gentle, tough love reading, and I'm going to try my best with that, but that message did want to come out. So it feels like somebody here has very blunt spirit guides or ancestors trying to look out for them. Like, they're not trying to be mean with this, they're trying to do this for your greatest good, and they're trying to do it in a way that they know they can get through to you. So that was for somebody. Or maybe this is partially you, maybe that's how you communicate at times. Maybe you can sometimes be a blunt person, and sometimes it's as though you need people to give it to you straight in order to kind of snap you out of whatever situation you're in. It feels like some of you do need that, because I think you can be very stubborn in the sense that once you get an idea in your mind to do with something you want to do, it's like you might go at it all guns blazing, and it might make it really difficult to look at anything else around you. A lot of you could really identify with being hyper focusers, and once you're set on something, it's like, right, this is it. You might find that you do rush into it, or you do sort of put all your eggs in one basket because you're just so passionate about it. It's because you believe in it so much and you're just excited to get started and move towards it. And so maybe once that situation starts to change, it starts to become not what it once was. It can sometimes be a struggle for you to shift to understanding that as a new truth. Because if this is something that once you absolutely adored and it brought you so much joy, it can be very easy to convince yourself, well, you know, I once felt this way, so maybe this is just a blip, maybe this is just a hard time. And if I just keep pushing and I stay determined and I just keep moving and don't allow myself the space to think too much about it, I'm sure things will work themselves out eventually. So it's like you've tried to stay determined and keep this positive mindset because you're not someone who is afraid of a challenge. But it feels like each time you overcome one challenge, a new challenge arises, and it leaves you with that sense of like, when am I getting a break here? Like, I'm doing it, I keep trying, but we keep ending up in this place. Like, what is going on? And maybe the situation that you're currently in is leaving you with a lot of self-doubt. It's maybe leaving you with this sense of like, how can I really trust myself? Because you're saying, I felt so sure. I felt so sure that this was the path for me, and that's why I came at it so strongly, and it was so good for a while. So what would it mean if I admitted that that's not the case anymore? For you, it would feel like you're having to start over right back at the beginning. And the reason you might be holding on, it could be because you feel as though there are no other options because too much time or energy or resources have been invested in this one thing. So it's almost this sense of like, what's done is done and there's no way that I can turn back now, so I'm just trying not to think about it. But nevertheless, it does feel as though doubt creeps into your mind. And again, that leaves you with this lack of trust and this difficulty fully believing in what the universe might have in store for you, because you're kind of like, well, I was so adamant that this was the thing and this is where I was going, but if it's not, what does that say about my judgment? And also, like, how can I believe that the universe has my back if it's taken me down this wrong path? And I think this is where your guides are coming in and being very blunt and saying, like, get your head out of your ass, essentially. They don't mean it in the way of, like, you are up your own ass or full of yourself or anything like that. I think it's like they're saying, you are sort of trying to protect your ego here by not being willing to admit defeat with something. And you're so focused on being that person who doesn't give up to the point where you're not really looking around at anything else. So it's like your guides or the universe or whatever it is you believe in, they're saying to you, come on, we're trying to show you something here, but you're not looking at it. You're too busy doing this. And that's why it could have felt like this has just been challenge on top of challenge, or you haven't had a break, because they are trying to pull your head out of this dark place where there is only this one goal of succeeding in this one particular lane. And they are trying to get you to really hone in and look at this other opportunity, or look at things from a different lens at the very least. That's why it could have felt quite intense, because maybe the subtle things that you've been shown so far, it's like those things haven't been working on you, you haven't been noticing them. So it's literally like they have to put something right in your face in order for you to see it properly. So it could have felt like you're in a situation where something has happened that's left you exasperated, and it seems almost ironic. It seems like a joke the universe is playing on you. I'm actually hearing the song Ironic by Alanis Morissette right now. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. But it's this thing where you are like, oh my gosh, you just couldn't make this up. I can't believe this has happened, or this would only happen to me. It's almost to the point where you want to laugh because it seems so ridiculous. You could have had a moment like that lately that's kind of been like, what are the chances of this happening? And it's because the universe, your guides, whatever you believe in, they know that unless they do something super obvious and outlandish in a way, in an almost comical or satirical way, you're not going to notice because you're just very set on going like full steam ahead and not really allowing anything else into your field of vision. So they're saying like, we had to do something. I'm hearing that like, come on, you weren't picking up on our other signs, so we had to take further action to get you to notice. It could be that they're feeling like you're stuck in a cycle or you're repeating a pattern, and it's something they really want you to be able to see and to be able to break free from. I'm hearing you've done this before, so it's as though they want you to be able to sit with yourself and actually assess that. Maybe the situation you're in, you can sense that you've been slipping back into old patterns or habits, or without fully realizing it, it's like you're going down a path that you know deep down doesn't truly align with you. But it's almost like you feel powerless to stop it, or you find yourself moving towards it regardless, even if you kind of know on the subconscious level it's not where you truly want to be going. I'm almost getting the image of you like moving on an escalator or something, and you're going down and somebody is shouting at you from the top, telling you like, no, don't go back down there, come over here. But you can't fully take the necessary action to stop it. Something just feels like it's moving towards the inevitable. And yeah, there is a kind of sense of powerlessness with it here, like what other choice do I have? I'm just going along with it. And it just feels like something, I suppose, abrupt has to happen here, where maybe you press the emergency stop button so the whole thing comes to a halt. Maybe it is something that does feel more severe, a dramatic course of action is needed here, because at the moment it's like you're being pulled along by this invisible string towards this repetitive cycle, and you're giving it permission to happen in that way due to a refusal to let go, or due to this resistance to change. And I said I was thinking of that song, Ironic, and I'm thinking of like even just that line, it's like rain on your wedding day, and it's making me think of an example. So this example probably won't relate to you, I'm just using it to highlight what I mean here. But let's say Susie is in a relationship with Bob, and Susie and Bob have been together for a significant period of time, and maybe they share a home, or they share pets, or even children together. Maybe Susie notices that her and Bob are no longer seeing eye to eye, and it's not just over the smaller stuff like who's going to empty the dishwasher. They're no longer aligning on bigger things like their values and morals. Whereas they used to be happy together, they are fighting constantly, they're not communicating effectively, and maybe one or both parties are considering breaking up. But because they both feel like they've invested so much time in each other and in the relationship, because they were once certain, you know, this is the person I'm going to be with forever, that was their intention, they decide to keep persevering anyway. Neither wants to give up. And instead of breaking up amicably, Bob proposes and Susie accepts, even though she has this niggling feeling of like, yeah, this relationship isn't really on solid ground, we are not really doing great, should we really be thinking about getting married right now? But it's like they move towards it anyway, because ultimately, even if Bob or the relationship has become something that is no longer good for Susie's well-being and vice versa, she feels like because she was once certain that Bob was so right for her, it must still be true, even if what's happening in her reality is showing her the opposite. It feels to her like there is no other choice, like marriage is inevitable, breaking up isn't an option. That is what she's told herself. So she goes ahead planning this wedding regardless of the fact that maybe she's going home every night and her and Bob aren't even speaking to each other. And maybe along the way, the universe kind of presents her with these little signs that something isn't quite right. Like maybe as one example, they go and book the wedding and the date the wedding planner gives them is Friday the 13th or something like that. And to Susie, it feels like this kind of unlucky omen. She's like, uh-oh, like should we really get married on Friday the 13th? And she's laughing, but she gets this tiny feeling in her gut. But then maybe she tells herself like, no, don't be silly, it's just a date, it doesn't mean anything. Because something so basic as an unlucky date isn't going to stop her having the wedding with the person she loves. Because she does love Bob, right? She reminds herself she does. She convinces herself she does because in her mind, she has to love him. There's no other choice. Loving him is a choice that she makes every day. So a sign as subtle as a date isn't going to stop her in her tracks. But in this scenario, it's like it starts to snowball. Like other things start to happen that make organising this wedding so much harder. And the challenges that come up become just more outlandish. Like Friday the 13th happens all the time. You can't just cancel your plans because it's Friday the 13th. But maybe other things start to happen that feel more unique, and it leads to this feeling of like, this could only happen to me. Like, I swear this hasn't happened to any of my friends who have tried to plan weddings. And maybe things just get more and more ridiculous. Like the catering company that's been a popular company for years suddenly goes out of business a month before they're meant to be catering for the wedding. Or some health and safety issues are found at the location of the wedding and they have to fumigate the entire place and push the ceremony back. Or the flight that all of Susie's bridesmaids are meant to be coming in on gets cancelled literally the day before. Or a mixture of these unfortunate kind of circumstances come up, and it leaves Susie feeling like, what else can go wrong? And it feels like everything's getting on top of her, because to begin with, her and Bob weren't in a good place, and now it just feels like everything is against them with the wedding. And at the time, Susie feels like she's been punished for being dedicated to Bob and trying to remain in a relationship where she doesn't feel truly connected. But this is not the universe trying to punish her. This is the universe trying to save her. This is the universe trying to get her to see that there's another option. But to do that, it's like they've literally had to get up and wave a massive red flag in her face because she hasn't wanted to notice the other signs. So they need this big gesture to get her to see. The universe is like, hey Susie, remember when you saw that your wedding was booked for Friday the 13th and you got those full body chills and this creeping sense of doubt, but then you dismissed it? Well, don't dismiss that feeling again, because we're going to keep throwing curveballs your way. It's not happening to make your life or your path unbearably difficult. It's to make you realise that there is a different path. Maybe the universe knew, in Susie and Bob's example, that it would be much harder to get out of a bad relationship once the two of them were settled in a marriage. So maybe they were doing everything to try and prevent that marriage, because that would actually be easier for them to break up. So obviously not that example, but that's kind of what it feels like in your situation. It feels as though the universe are kind of having to get more in your face with this. If this is a cycle, especially that you know isn't good for you, but that you are repeating. I'm hearing that they want you to learn something from this. And right now I'm hearing the Tyra Banks, "We were all rooting for you" speech. So this is about how the universe is rooting for you to live up to your full potential. And that is why certain things have happened. It's actually to take you away from situations that are no longer serving you. And the example I gave about Susie and Bob and the wedding is obviously quite a dramatic one. This doesn't necessarily have to be about a romantic relationship. It could be for some of you. For others of you, it could be about a friendship or a community. This could be about a person or a group of people who you just no longer align with. Or it could just be a situation you've outgrown, like a job, an environment generally. This could be about the relationship you have with yourself and could be in relation to you potentially slipping into some self-sabotaging behaviours due to feeling like you don't have a choice. And maybe the universe is trying to steer you away from that. The universe is trying to pull you from going too far down the wrong path. And so that's why it feels like there's been opposition at every turn. It feels like some of you have convinced yourself, if I'm met with opposition, I just need to push harder to get there, because you're used to facing a challenge, like you can do that. But I think the universe is trying to tell you that that might just be your ego trying to cling on to the false sense of safety that this situation is providing, even if it no longer is providing happiness. You could be almost gaslighting yourself, saying, well, everyone goes through bad times, I just need to work harder. But I think the universe is getting more and more obvious with their hints and their attempts to put your attention elsewhere. Yeah, with the Two of Cups reversed and the Two of Wands reversed showing up like this, and please bear in mind that this message can refer to lots of different things, but the overarching sense of this is someone or something is no longer aligning with you, and you have probably been feeling that energy for a while. If it's not on a conscious level, it could be buried more deeply. But I think there is an awareness of this. There must be, because otherwise I don't think it will be coming up in your energy. I think you are aware that you want more for yourself, but it is hard to take the plunge due to fear of the unknown. That is a bit of a problem for you right now. And I think it's because you're struggling to actually visualize what a different path could look like, because the particular path that you've been on, it's like you were once so dead set on that, you hadn't really given yourself the space to consider any other option because you thought you were doing things this one way and you were like, right, this is it, this is where we're headed. But lately it feels as though all of that has been thrown up into the air. You've landed in some kind of chaos, which has led to you questioning everything. And it's like you don't really know whether you're coming or going. You are still marching ahead down this path, even if you've forgotten where it's actually supposed to lead. You're kind of like, wait, why did I set off? Was I going to go and get some food? I think I was hungry, but I can't remember. But you're just going down the path for the sake of going down the path. to say that you did it. And maybe the path could have once led to a fruitful garden, but instead it has become this dead end. But instead of changing direction, there's this sense from you where you're like, well, I started my journey ages ago and it would feel like such a waste if I didn't see this journey through to completion, so I'm just going to do it anyway. So you are using all the energy you have trying to navigate this unaccommodating route, when actually there are other routes around that might lead you to a desired destination faster, but you are so focused on just this one in front of you that you're not quite seeing that. And I think you are also finding it hard to trust yourself, because if you were to admit, okay, this isn't the decision that's best for me anymore, this no longer aligns with me, again, that kind of makes you feel like, well, how can I trust myself and rely on myself to make the right decisions going forward? Because I was just so sure that this was the path for me, this was the right one, and it isn't. So what if I do something differently and then figure out that that's not right? And as your faraway internet bestie, I want to tell you respectfully that this is what your guides meant when they were saying to you, get your head out of your ass, because it's like they're telling you you don't need to be looking at it that way. It is as though you are interpreting this potential change in direction as some kind of personal failing. You're like, I got it wrong because this new path isn't the path that I originally picked. And you think that that says something about you. And it does say something about you, but as a friend, let me tell you that something isn't what you think it is. Because on your end, maybe you see moving away from the old path as giving in or giving up, or you see this new path as like taking the easy way out. But what me, as your faraway friend, and what your guides want you to know is this is not giving in, this is growth. This is what growth is all about. And they're actually wanting me to use an analogy to do with outgrowing old clothes to describe this. Like if you are 5 years old and you buy a dress that is for 5-year-olds and it fits you perfectly for the entire year that you are 5 years old, that's great for that time in your life because you got what you needed out of it. But you are not going to get mad at yourself for being 10 years old and not being able to fit into the same dress that you wore when you were 5. Because it's common sense that even though that dress served you well at the time, it is now way too small for you. You're now deserving of something bigger. If you're 10 years old, you don't say, I'm going to force myself to fit in the dress made for a 5-year-old because what once fit me should always fit me. Because it's probably not even going to be possible for you to do that without the item bursting at the seams. Or if it is possible, you are probably not going to be able to do that without maneuvering your limbs into some strange positions and hurting yourself. You are going to accept that the dress was good for you at the time, but that what was good for you then isn't necessarily what's good for you now, and that's okay. It didn't mean that you were wrong for picking the 5-year-old dress because you were 5 years old at the time. What else were you going to pick? But now you're 10 and there are other options that are better suited to your phase in life. So I think this is a message encouraging you to not make yourself smaller to fit into this box that you have outgrown. And do not convince yourself that you making different decisions now means that your original decisions were inherently bad, because that is not true. You made those decisions with the information you had at the time, but now the information has changed and you are allowed to change with it. You have new knowledge, something has shifted, and you are allowed to shift with it. Just because something might be wrong for you now doesn't mean that it was always wrong. It might just not be in alignment to this phase of the journey that you're on. I'm hearing allow yourself to bloom, and I'm picturing a plant that has grown too big for its pot. It doesn't need to be told, just make do with this tiny pot. It needs a healthier space to grow and thrive. Expansion is not a crime. That is the main message I'm getting here. It is a God-given right. I think every living being on this planet has the right to grow, and you are absolutely no exception to that. So start treating yourself as you would treat a plant that has outgrown its pot. You would not force it to stay in that place that's too small because it would cause damage, and it feels as though you might be causing yourself more damage by doing the same thing. I want you to know that it's okay to want more for yourself. It doesn't make you disloyal to your previous or current path, because some of you feel as though making a big decision on something here just seems too drastic or too overwhelming. And I think what Spirit is saying here is that no decision is also a decision, because maybe some of you have felt like not taking dramatic action or just kind of going with the motions provides a sense of safety in a way. Maybe you're sort of afraid to burn bridges, or you're resigned to this idea of like, well, if everything else in my life fell apart, I'd still have X. Almost like this is, I don't want to say your backup plan, but maybe it's also to a degree your sense of identity is tied up in this. Like it's something you could once lean upon, and so you've made it a part of your path that feels inescapable for that reason. And that's the thing, it's as though because you can't fully cut the cord and escape it, it leaves you feeling stuck and unable to progress with other things that you might actively want to put your energy towards. But it's hard for you because everything else feels so scary and foreign, and maybe this thing has been your one constant, or the one thing that you've been used to, the one thing you're familiar with, even if it's something that you've now realised is doing more harm than good. Like, at least there was this sense of this thing being familiar, and how can you trust something that's so unfamiliar, even if it's not something that's making you happy? It's like you kind of know where you stand, you know what you're doing with it, and so it seems comforting, it seems safe. So this could be a lot of what you're questioning when it comes to this situation. But I think one message that I'm getting is that it's really hard for you to see ahead and pave that new path when you're still stuck in the old life. And to some degree, remaining in the situation could be trapping you into staying stuck, because yes, you might have that mentality of like, well, I always have this path to fall back on, and what if I go down a new path and the new path goes wrong? If I've cut ties with this old path, then I won't have anything at all. And my question to you would be, would that be so bad? And when I say that, my intention isn't to undermine your worst case scenario situation. It's just me literally asking you to ask yourself, would my worst case scenario be as bad as the situation I'm in right now? And there isn't a right or wrong answer there. It is just sometimes useful for us to question that. And again, that isn't to oversimplify your decision, because it could be that you have many, many different factors to consider. And if your worst case scenario would leave you at risk in any way, I understand that just letting go of that path might not be possible in your tangible reality right now. But also, just going along with it might not be the solution either. And I think that is what's being highlighted here. Like, if, for example, this is a job that you know deep down isn't what's bringing you joy or happiness, it's not aligning with you, you don't find it fulfilling, and maybe it's negatively impacting your physical or mental health. But maybe if you were to quit that job, you would be in poverty, you wouldn't be able to pay your bills, you would lose the resources you currently have. This is not saying just quit your job with no backup plan. This is not saying just do something irresponsible. But this is saying don't just resign yourself to the idea that you have to stay in that job forever and not consider the possibility of anything else. You don't just have to be like, well, sucks to be me, I guess. I'll just stay in this situation because it's better than nothing. Because deep down, you know that you're worth more. You know full well you are worth way more than just better than nothing. So even if you can't just up and quit right now, maybe there are other jobs you can apply for so that you can ensure you have some kind of other financial security or option before you quit. But also, some of you, if you were to consider this question and you were to look at the situation objectively, even your worst case scenario, if you broke it down, would not be as bad as the situation you're currently in. I'm not claiming to know your situation, but one person's worst case scenario can look totally different to somebody else's. So in the job example, one person's worst case scenario could be losing their home due to not having a guaranteed source of income, but another person's worst case scenario might be having to cancel their Netflix subscription or not order Uber Eats for a few months while they scrimp and save and get back on their feet. Because maybe that person knows that they are fortunate enough to have enough savings to cover them until they get a new job, or they have people willing to help with financial assistance. So it is going to be different for everyone. I know some of us are in more tough situations than others, and I don't want to undermine that. But for some of you, not everyone, but for some of you, it is possible to detach more completely and still be okay, because your worst case scenario is still not as bad as whatever circumstance you are currently in, especially if it's that example of something really affecting your health. Because what use is having money if you're always too exhausted or stressed to enjoy it? And I'm not talking about money in the sense of having our basic needs met. I'm talking about money for extras, because maybe someone is like clinging onto a job or a career path because it pays well, even if it's making them miserable or depleting them physically, something like that. So only you can, I guess, determine which side of the spectrum you fall on. It is going to be very different for each of us, but sometimes completely detaching and letting go is the better decision, in that it gives us an opportunity to risk losing everything so that we can rebuild ourselves from the ground up and realize that actually we have so much more to gain than lose. And what I'm being shown here is that for a lot of you, you do have the strength to do that. And I'm hearing you've done it before, or you know how to do this. So it's like you are fully capable of starting from scratch. If you feel as though it's too late or too much has been invested here, I'm hearing that you actually have more time than you think you do. It's not too late and not all is lost. I'm hearing that this is only the beginning. You don't even know what's in store for you yet because you haven't given yourself the chance to find out what that could look like. With the Two of Cups in reverse, there is this big focus on battling our attachment issues. So learning the art of detachment is being highlighted here. And when I say attachment issues, this does not just have to refer to our relationship dynamics with other people and things like that. This could be an attachment to a certain ideology that is holding us back. This could be attachment to an idea that the universe is operating against us rather than in our favor. And so we are making decisions from that lack mentality. And that's what forces us to hold on to some of the things no longer serving us, because having that is better than nothing. A part of that idea being rooted in the belief that we are not deserving of more or we can't achieve more. It's not possible for us, so we have to accept what we can get. And that can be in relation to many things: a relationship, a friendship, a career choice, a habit. Attachment issues can show up in all aspects of life. But right now, it kind of feels like you're unpacking that because something you're attached to is getting in the way. There is a false sense of it offering comfort or stability that isn't really there. It just feels like it is. This could even relate to some form of self-sabotage, like falling back into a particular habit because it feels familiar, even if we know it's bad for us, or shutting down offers of relationships or friendships before they have had chance to blossom because we have resigned ourselves to a belief that we can't trust other people, and so we think we are taking the path of being independent, but instead we are shutting good opportunities down. Or it could be clinging onto the bad thing because to be without it would feel too strange or uncomfortable because it's what we're used to. Like a relationship as one example, maybe we don't want to be alone, or we're holding out the hope that it can go back to what it was if it's something that used to make us happy. But whatever this situation is, there is some awareness here that it's not for you anymore. In this situation, you feel as though you're being continually misunderstood, or you are not being seen for who you are. Maybe you feel like your skills and talents are not being utilized to their full capacity. Maybe despite trying, it feels like things are just perpetually out of sync in this scenario. And the closer you try to move towards it, the more out of alignment you feel within yourself. It leaves you feeling more unsure and more confused and racked with this self-doubt. Energetically, you know that something is not right here. If it once was, it is not right for you now. And I'm not talking about a scenario where you have one argument with your partner and you don't see eye to eye on something. I'm not talking about ending a whole relationship based on one or two normal disagreements. I'm not talking about quitting your job because you had one awful day at work. This is like a deep, I feel it in my soul, feeling of misalignment. This is that feeling of like, no matter what I do in this scenario, I know that this person will never fully get me, or I'll never feel totally secure within this environment. It's something you feel in your bones and probably a niggling feeling that you've had for some time. And that's how you'll know what this thing is, because it's not just this fleeting feeling of like, oh, I spent time with my friend today and the vibes were a little off, so maybe I should end the friendship. Like, no, something like that can happen for many reasons. We are people, sometimes we get in bad moods, we're not feeling like ourselves, or we're ill, or whatever. It's not just a one and done incident. This is a perpetual lack of understanding, and that continual feeling of ending up in the wrong place, or always battling the same issues and repeating the same patterns, despite our best efforts not to. Okay, pal two. Now, with this Ten of Pentacles, this is kind of where more of the pep talk comes in, because this tells me that you are destined for something way, way greater than what you are currently experiencing. And I feel like you do have some awareness of that, no matter where you're at in terms of the timeline of this situation, because please bear in mind, everybody will be at different stages in their journey. But no matter where you're at, you know, like we said, you've been questioning your current path. You've been wanting more for yourself. This is something you know. And so this is the part where I, as your internet friend, get to deliver some pretty exciting news, because this Ten of Pentacles is literally screaming at me and saying like, yes, you are right, you are meant for more, you have a bigger purpose than just struggle or just this situation, and there is so much abundance waiting for you once you're able to process the things that you need to process. You are made for success. You're meant to live a life you are absolutely, completely, utterly in love with. That is something I want you to know, pal two. This is saying you are capable of achieving success and getting anything you could ever dream of, but to do that, you have to allow yourself to grieve. And that's what I mean when I say you need to process this, because a huge part of processing grief is actually accepting the reality of the situation for what it is. And the situation you have been in, it feels as though maybe we haven't been accepting it for what it is because we've still been convinced that if we just keep pushing and going ahead and working for something, we can be the ones to turn it around. So we are within that, perhaps not giving ourselves the space to mourn what once was or what could have been, because we're still trying to convince ourselves that it can be that way again or it will be that way in the future. And within that, it feels like we are denying ourselves the opportunity to start over and really build something of value from the ground up, which is that 10 of Pentacles. This is reminding me of that quote. I can't remember what it is fully, but it's about trading your old life for the new life. And there's something about like you can't fully step into this new life or into this 10 of Pentacles era if you don't give yourself the time and the space to bury something from the past. It's basically like you cannot have both because one would just completely contradict the other. And when I say you can't have both, I'm not talking about cutting off all your friends and family and quitting your job and joining a cult in order to start this new life. If you have a good relationship with your family and good supportive friends, this is not saying that to get this new life you need to abandon that aspect of your past, like the good things in your life. But there is this one specific thing that has to go in order for you to move ahead. And this could just be a relationship with one particular person. It could be a job, it could be a habit, like we've said. So I don't mean it like you have to give absolutely everything you love up in order for this new life to take place, but you have to give up this one thing that you've been questioning and it's been holding you back. And when I say this is a contradiction, one example I'm getting is like, let's say you have a toxic friendship in your life and you know this toxic friend doesn't value you or respect you because that is something they've shown continually through their behaviours. In that situation, you want to become someone who is super confident and has this tremendous amount of self-respect. If you want to become this individual who truly values themselves and the people they surround themselves with, it's impossible to do that if you are still trying to maintain that friendship. If you're saying to yourself, like, yeah, I want to glow up and become that person, but me and this friend who treats me like crap have been in each other's lives for so long, I feel like I have to take them with me to this new life. Those two things kind of contradict each other because you know that deep down, that person or that situation is going to hold you back from accessing the things you want. If you book a flight to your new life and you try to take this person or this situation with you, you are going to get stopped. They're essentially like baggage you cannot take with you to this new place. But there has to be some element of you assessing this situation for what it is here. Because if this is a situation where you did used to feel happy or things used to be good, it's like you are still holding out hope that that can be the case. And so you're not fully grieving this because you're not comfortable with acknowledging like, okay, but things are not like that anymore, or I don't think I can get back to that place. Some of you might have been focused more on the potential of something rather than accepting the present reality. But I think this is encouraging you to look at your present situation based on what is happening right now rather than the history or the possible future. And that needs to happen in order for you to accept this upgrade. This is very necessary work because it feels like there has been some element of denial here, a refusal to accept that things are not how they should be, or not how they used to be, or not how you'd hoped they'd be. And I think what I really want you to know is that it's okay to mourn that. Some of you, it's like you haven't allowed yourself to just totally break down and cry over this situation and feel your feelings because maybe you've been so adamant that this is just a hard time or this is something you can overcome if you work hard enough. But part of the real work is actually looking at this for what it is without trying to reframe it or force it into something that it just isn't and hasn't been for quite some time. You are absolutely meant to grow and glow and cultivate a life you adore and a life you are absolutely obsessed with, surrounded by the very best the world has to offer. But you cannot get to that stage before you have done that initial healing. And it's impossible to do the healing if you are still in the situation that you need to heal from. You can't fully grieve something while you're still in it. It obviously won't be this particular example for you, but this almost reminds me of like how difficult it is for people, relatives of people who have dementia. I don't know whether that might be relevant to anyone here, but it's like people often say if they have to care for an older parent or grandparent who has dementia, it is as though they are kind of grieving that situation while that person is still alive. And of course, it's not anybody's fault, but it's an awful situation for everyone because that person knows they will never have the same relationship with their parent or grandparent as what they once had. And so it can be extra taxing to the child or grandchild, the carer, particularly when they are required to be a caretaker for that person, because seeing that person every day, talking to them every day, is a brutal reminder of the relationship they once shared and the fact that things will never be the same. So it's kind of like they can't fully grieve because the person is alive, but interacting with that person is like opening the wounds up every day. So it's like they grieve a little bit at a time. I know it won't be that situation for you, but there's something about that feeling is relevant here. Like, you cannot fully allow yourself to process this while you're still in the midst of it, something like that. But I do want to tell you that you are so right in thinking that you are meant for so much more, and I do see that in you. And the thing is, with this strength card showing up in the upright position, I absolutely know that you can do this. The thing that you think is so impossible to achieve is very possible for you. The things that other people might not be capable of, you are capable of those things. And the thing is, it is going to be easier than you think when you allow yourself to move through it rather than struggling against it every step of the way. And again, I'm not intending that message to undermine your specific situation. You know what this is better than anyone, so this isn't me claiming that navigating your set of circumstances is easy. I just mean that it's actually easier than what you have already had to endure. And so maybe this thing that you were once so sure would never be possible, it's like you're starting to loosen your grip on that rigid belief and considering what things could look like if you did shed some of these old stories regarding these obstacles. I'm hearing that you have already been through such a lot that anything that you do now is like a walk in the park compared to what you've been through. You already have an enormous amount of emotional resilience and grit, and you've proven that by how hard you've already been pushing. But things will become easier and more flowy as you start to realize, maybe I don't have to push so hard for this thing because maybe another thing is meant for me. And when something is meant for me, I won't have to put this much effort in. I won't have to push so hard. I won't have to make it fit because it will flow to me more naturally, more readily. It's like you're trying to move more with this new life. You're trying to come closer to it rather than fighting against it. And one thing that makes me so proud is that you are doing this even though it feels like your path isn't 100% clear. And that is scary. That can be terrifying when something is so new, when we've never done it before, when we feel like we are starting again completely from scratch and going in this whole new direction. But you are becoming so much less resistant to it. You're becoming so much less hostile towards it. And as you continue loosening that grip, it seems like more of that abundance, more of that 10 of Pentacles we talked about will naturally gravitate towards you, because that will be like the universe saying like, hey, you're listening to us now. Good. Glad you're here. Now that you're out of that situation, let's show you what you can really do and what you're really capable of when you are not being trapped and held back by these other things that are not serving you. This is you starting to remind yourself that essentially the world is yours for the taking. It's you reminding yourself that you do have agency here. Because when we talk about the Eight of Swords, particularly in the upright energy, this can talk about feeling trapped, but it often refers to more of like a self-imposed victimhood. It can often talk more about this mentality of feeling like we are tied up rather than the objective reality of us actually being tied up. And I want to just clarify here because I think it's important. I am not talking about situations where we are genuinely a victim of something due to an external situation that's out of our control. I'm talking about self-imposed victimhood in the sense of technically we could do something about this if we wanted to, but we have convinced ourselves we can't. This can manifest as a defeatist attitude. This can be somebody who gives in or gives up at the first hurdle. They might say, well, I can't do X thing, so I might as well not bother, or because X is an issue, I'll never be able to do Y, so what's the point? This can show up as somebody making frequent excuses, avoiding accountability, or sabotaging themselves by shutting down offers of support or reasonable solutions to their issues. And I say this with zero judgment because this is something most, if not all of us, have experienced to some degree at some point in our lives. And if you never have, I'm sure you have at some point encountered someone who experiences life this way. And I do think it's important to understand that this kind of thing is a learned behaviour, and it can be due to many, many factors, some of which are trauma related. And it is never okay to perpetuate that we are a victim at the expense of somebody else. I know that does happen and trauma is not an excuse, but I think more often than not, those of us who have experienced this as a result of trauma or as a result of mental health issues or as a reaction to an environment that has oppressed us or victimized us in some way along the way, this is something we often lean on as a form of self-preservation, and often the only people we end up hurting is ourselves. And to us in that moment, it does not feel like we are keeping ourselves trapped. What we are experiencing might be going on more in our brain than our reality, but the health of our mental state has a big impact. Like, our brain controls everything. So if we have developed that mentality that we are trapped, that is very real and valid, and it can be incredibly difficult to overcome that. It can be debilitating. So I am in no way shaming anyone who has experienced that or is experiencing that right now. If you relate to that, you don't have to. This might not be for everyone. Being in our own head can be an absolute battle that nobody else knows about and nobody else can see from the outside. And when we are going through something like that, it can be hard not to feel like the world is against us. We can sometimes feel very misunderstood, or we can feel like, I wish you knew what I was going through, especially when people are trying to offer solutions and you're stuck in that place of saying, it's not just that easy. You would understand it if you were in my shoes yourself. And I think sometimes we get angry at people offering solutions because sometimes all we want is empathy and comfort and somebody to acknowledge how shitty our situation is. And sometimes offering simple solutions can feel like the problem is being undermined. And a part of that is that we need to process things emotionally and feel our feelings and allow them to flow through us before we can move on to that solution stage, before we can move away from victimhood. And sometimes we get angry with people suggesting, like, why don't you do this? Because we feel like we haven't had that chance to grieve what is lost or grieve the things not happening. And that's why I said it's so important for you to actually mourn this if you need to. You are allowed to break down and throw your hands up in the air and admit that you're feeling lost or you're struggling to find a way out, because it's hard to find a way to move on without doing that. But all of that is to say, I think that is something that you have been actively working on, and I am so proud of you, pal, too, if that is the case. It does feel like you're trying to move towards this place where you are entering the problem-solving stage of this situation. If you've been in a grieving process, once you've allowed yourself time to process this, it's like you're moving towards this mindset where you are becoming accepting of what has happened, but you are ready to shed your attachment to that past. You are getting to this place where you're like, okay, this is where we are at, but what can I do moving forward? What can I do about the situation? And you are taking ownership of your narrative going forward. You are utilizing your agency when it comes to paving a new path and focusing on changing the things that you can genuinely change. It's like you're realizing that old stories you've been telling yourself were not the complete truth, and it feels like you're becoming strong enough to create new stories. Because you are coming to this place where, if I don't act, nobody else will. If I don't move, I'm going to stay stuck. Essentially, you are stepping in and fiercely saving yourself because you've realized nobody is coming to save you. And I don't mean that like you have no support. You have plenty of support. If not in your tangible reality, then definitely spiritually you do. But it's like you are realizing the only person who can change my life is me. And if I don't start living, then my life will stay the same. So you're actually doing something about it. And that is so, so empowering. It will be easy for you to stay angry and give in to this idea that you cannot change anything. But you're not doing that. And that's so brave. And I'm so proud of you for showing not only other people, but also yourself what you're made of, because you are made of very tough stuff, pal too. It's so interesting to me that you've got the Knight of Wands reversed and the Page of Wands upright, because the Page is, I don't want to say below the Knight because I don't mean it like he is lesser than, but I guess less advanced than the Knight, because it goes Page, Knight, Queen, King, with King representing, I guess, mastery and the Page representing more of that beginner energy. So I'm hearing something here about beginner mind. There's something about you maybe feeling some sort of imposter syndrome though, or not feeling like you're totally qualified to do this. And as your faraway internet friend, I want to tell you that you are more than capable, because we got the strength card. Like, come on, if anyone can do it, you can. But I think you are going to be battling with some self-doubt, because maybe it's like you can't fully see the path that's ahead of you. So at times you might be asking yourself, what am I doing? I don't want to say you feel like a child, but you might kind of feel like an apprentice, or like you're right at the beginning of this journey compared to other people. And that might make you question, like, oh, am I out of my depth here? Do I know what I'm doing? Like, am I doing the right thing? But I think this Page of Wands is encouraging you to remain curious and follow the spark, Because if anyone's got this in the bag, then you've got it. You were made for this, and that's why you have this calling. That's why you're being pulled in this direction. It's an instinctual thing. It's something you just know, and it's important to follow that instinct because it's there for a reason. But also, you know, this could be saying that sometimes you have to fake it until you make it. Like, confidence doesn't always happen overnight, but the best way to learn is by doing and by experiencing. And sometimes by acting like you know what you're doing, or if not that, but reminding yourself that everyone started off somewhere. Being a beginner or starting over isn't anything to feel ashamed of, and you don't have to rush to become a master at something because nobody expects you to be a master right away, and you don't have to expect that from yourself either. But if at first you have to play the part of someone who knows what they're doing and someone who is competent, then do that, because you will find that over time, the more you do it, it will become more of the real you and less of an act. And a piece of advice I would actually recommend for you, pal, too, it might not be helpful to everyone, so you don't have to take it if you don't want to. But if you're like, well, I can't just wake up one day and act like I'm this confident person because I'm not them yet, what you could try and do is utilize your flair for drama, especially if you have any Leo placements, and act. Think of a character you admire and emulate those traits by asking, what would they do? Play whatever part you need to act in accordance with the values that really align with you. And over time, you might find that it becomes less and less of an act and more a part of who you are, something that you've manifested into yourself. Or even become an objective narrator for yourself if acting isn't your strong suit. And I know that sounds weird, but sometimes I find being more objective when it comes to our internal monologue, that can be a helpful tool when it comes to intercepting more negative thought patterns. So literally treating yourself as if you are this third person who you are observing from a detached lens. And when you tell yourself a narrative that this higher, detached or evolved narrator would not agree with, make sure that that narrator swoops in to kind of course correct. So if your inner monologue is trying to self-sabotage by saying like, oh, we are too tired to go and get a glass of water and keep ourselves hydrated, maybe that narrator comes in and says, the sink is 5 meters away, yet she chooses to stay bedridden. Okay, maybe that's not that objective, but I hope you understand the idea. It's like by reframing it like that, it emphasizes that there is a choice here, and it encourages us to look in more of a detached way at the choices we are making, and whether those choices are ones we want to be making. So that's something you could absolutely try. The character thing or the narrator thing, it might be useful for some of you along this journey. You are going to feel like a newbie with this at first, but you are a lot stronger than you realise, and you do have this, and you're way more capable than you think. So that was a lot, pal, too. But I want to finish off your reading today by looking at your oracle cards. And so we are going to be asking what is in store for pal 2 once this situation has reached its close. Okay, so we have got number 62, fright, depression, phobia, paranoid. We've got guilt-free. We've got number 7, passion, beetroot. And we've got family. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if some of you have had some internalised feelings of guilt surrounding this situation, especially if there is a desire to move away from something, to leave something behind. That can apply regardless of whatever situation you're in, but especially in situations where this is a person or environment you have outgrown that once made you happy, those feelings can kind of rise to the surface more. Because sometimes we might feel like we owe it to that person to stick around because of shared history, or because they were there for us in the past, or because we had some good times with them, even if that is not happening right now. Or even if this is about quitting a job that's not good for you, there could be some guilt over that decision, maybe feeling like you are abandoning your responsibilities or leaving your colleagues without support. Those are just a couple of examples, and it doesn't have to be those particular ones for you. But whatever your situation is, it definitely feels as though this guilt is like misplaced loyalty, because it's like to some degree you've assumed that it's your responsibility to fix the situation rather than move away from it. But there's something here where they're saying like this is not your job to fix, and even if you continue trying, you would not be able to, because certain things are out of your control here. And I'm not talking about abandoning accountability, like if you make a mess, you clean it up. That's a given. But what I'm talking about here is you somehow adopting the responsibility of other people's messes and trying to clean them all up, and somehow being made to feel like you're the bad person if you walk away from their mess. And that is just not the case. And I think here there's this emphasis on you treating your commitment to your new life as the necessity that it is. And by doing that, it's going to feel like a weight is lifted off your chest. You are going to be releasing this guilt. It's going to come to you as easily as you breathing or eating. This is not something that you want. This is something that you need to do for yourself to survive and thrive. And you should never be made to feel ashamed about that. Slight trigger warning here for ED discussion. I'm not going to dwell on it, don't worry. But I do want to use this as an example. It might be extra confirmation for somebody here. But if any of you have experienced having restrictive behaviours in terms of food or disordered eating, or you know somebody who has dealt with that, when you are no longer submerged in that disordered way of thinking that has led to that behaviour, you might look back on it and objectively you can say to yourself, like, it was crazy that I felt so guilty for eating this or eating X many calories, let's say. And anyone who has never been in that mindset but knows someone who has, they might struggle to understand it from their perspective because they're like, but how can you possibly feel bad for fueling your body to literally survive? It doesn't make sense. And that outside perspective, that feeling of coming out of a disordered way of thinking, that's kind of how you're going to feel when you are out of this situation. When you have removed yourself from this particular set of circumstances, you are going to be like, I can't believe I ever felt that way. What was I so guilty for? What was I so afraid of? It's going to be like you can see it for what it is. Because right now you are still kind of wrapped up in this and it might be hard for you to do that. But when you come out of it, you are going to think, I can't believe there was a time I thought I couldn't do this, because now it's as easy to me as breathing and I do this completely guilt-free. I do it without feeling bad and without questioning whether I'm making the right decision. And that could be a huge thing for you. Any kind of change is scary, so this could feel especially frightening and overwhelming. But you need to treat this new venture like nourishment for your soul, the same way as you would treat food for your body. It is a necessity, it's not something you should compromise on, and you don't have to feel bad for doing what you need to do to survive. And after you have come out of this, I think you are going to be so proud of yourself for having pushed past the fear and having done the thing that once frightened you so much. And because this new way of being becomes such an intrinsic part of your everyday reality, you might look back at the past version of you and you might say, that version of me was being so paranoid, what were they so afraid of? Remember when I thought that I couldn't do this? Remember when I thought that I wasn't qualified or capable? Remember when I thought that I don't have what it takes? That it's too scary of a path to take? Well, I've proved that past version of me wrong and I'm no longer worrying about so many of the things that they were worried about. Hello, editing nosy witch here. I don't know why, but the video decided to freeze at the end of pile 2 and it cut off a little bit of what I was saying for no reason whatsoever, just to make my life hard. So you see, pile 2, these things, these little tests that the universe like to give us, they happen to me too, especially with technology. It has nothing to do with me being terrible at technology, clearly. But anyway, I was about to finish your pile, so I thought I'd just end it with a little audio recording, and because we were coming to the end anyway. So what I was going to say is, you are going to get to genuinely enjoy your life like it is this delicious dessert, and you're going to understand that you have zero reason to feel guilty, because maybe despite some hesitation and resistance to change something, you went ahead and you made those changes regardless, and because of that, you are going to be living a life that you are truly passionate about. There could be this kind of energy where right now, perhaps like due to the circumstances that you do feel stuck in, it feels like you're just existing rather than living. But when this situation is resolved, it's like you get to return home to who you truly are. You get to start living a life that you love again and enjoying every second of it. And you get to go down a path that you feel actually aligns with you. It's something you can wholeheartedly throw yourself into, and it's something that makes you feel totally alive. It lights you up inside, to be honest. It makes you feel unstoppable. And I also feel like this path will allow you to build more connection in your life. Some of you are afraid of that. You're like, no, I don't want connection. I'm independent. I don't need anyone. But we did get the family card, which tells me, you know, it doesn't have to be literal family if you don't get on with those people. It doesn't have to be like biological family. It could be if you have a family who you love and you enjoy spending time around, but it could be like soul family as well. Maybe some of you, it's like the reason you think you don't like people or you don't want to make new friends is because you've not been given the opportunity to make the right ones, and make the right connections in your life. So I'm talking about soul connections, people that are really right for you, people that do truly align with you. But it could be like a literal thing of you getting to spend time more with your family. So as one example for that, if this was more literal, it could be letting go of a toxic work environment and getting to spend more time with your kids and realizing that you're at your happiest when you're doing that. Or, you know, if you end an all-consuming relationship that was controlling, like if you're with somebody who didn't allow you to spend time with your friends or your family, you leaving that situation could result in you getting to spend time with the people you love and the people who actually pour into you and refill your cup. But again, it does not have to be like biological family. This is just about like-minded individuals. Maybe some of you, it's the opportunity to start or build a family if that is something you want and something you see as your path. But the other thing that I'm thinking of, and I think it refers back to that like 10 of Pentacles card that we got in your tarot, I'm thinking of actually like the family tree on The Sims. And you know where it's just like branches and branches and it goes on, it expands. And I think within that, there's this big message that's been coming through for you all along this reading about expanding and about growing and about not being afraid of that. And I think this is saying it's not just about you. That is what I'm hearing. Like what you're going on to do after this situation is resolved, it involves something growing and getting bigger and bigger. It involves these multiple branches. It involves branching out. So, you know, even if this, for example, is like a business idea, you could start off like this current situation you're in, you could start off being too afraid to think about quitting your 9 to 5 because you just don't think that like having a successful business is possible. But this is saying that once you release some of these things weighing you down, not only is it possible, but it's actually going to become bigger than you could even imagine. It's going to be bigger than just you. Like it's only going to grow and extend outwards, extend further. So it's actually way, way bigger and more influential than you could even imagine. And it's also leading you back to this place that's just very close to your heart. When we think of family, we think of like somewhere we belong. So this is you, like when you get out of the old life and into the new one, you are saying this is where I was always meant to be. Like I found my place, I found my people, I'm right where I belong. Somewhere where I feel truly appreciated and truly like I can continue to spread my wings. So that is what I'm getting for you, pal too. I'm really, really sorry that the end got cut off. But yeah, I just want to say, if you like the reading, don't forget to like the video. Please comment, like, share and subscribe. Let me know what resonated if you get a chance. Or just let me know which pile you picked if you don't feel comfortable. Let me know what resonated. All of that would mean so, so much to me. And I just want to thank you guys so much for spending this time with me. I really, really do appreciate it. I never ever take it for granted. Okay, thank you. Love you. Bye. Hi Pal 3 Collective, if you chose the Light Seers Tarot and you chose the headband sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But the title of today's reading is What the F is Going On in This Situation? Advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. So this is me attempting to virtually hug you in the only way I know how to, which is by validating your feelings and hopefully also via words of affirmation. Basically, what is going on and what would I tell you to do about this if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be a pep talk with some gentle tough love added to the mix. Now, this situation can be absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on, or it could be something you have been struggling with on a less conscious level, but you are open to addressing it. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of the reading is something you've been dealing with. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading by looking at the tarot and getting a real feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at this situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges first of all. Now, I usually do the oracle cards first, but today we are doing it the opposite way round. We're going to look at your tarot first and your oracle cards afterwards because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance. So during the oracle portion of the reading, we are going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So that's what we are going to be doing today. And I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. These are collective readings. Not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else, and do not accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. If something isn't for you, it isn't for you. Always disengage if you are finding the reading is becoming more harmful to you than it is helpful. Remember that this is a free reading on the internet and I am not holding you hostage here. With all of that said, let's get started by looking at the cards we pulled for you. So in this portion, we're going to be asking, what is Pile 3 currently dealing with? What is this situation? Help me look at Pile 3's situation from the perspective of a firm but caring bestie. But actually, before I do that, I just want to touch on this sticker first of all, as I have done with all of the piles. Please bear in mind these are just extra confirmations and they don't have to resonate with you in order for this to be your pile, but I just like to talk about these things at the beginning in case they do. So you picked this very comfortable looking pink headband, and this is kind of indicating to me that on some level, whether it's more conscious or subconscious, you might be in need of some more self-care. So maybe some of you have felt like you've been burning the candle at both ends, or you are feeling that you need more rest or more opportunity to take better care of yourself. Maybe some of you have been struggling with actual burnout and a recovery process is needed. But regardless of whether that is the case or not, regardless of whether or not that's what we're going to be discussing today, I am sensing just a very, very cozy vibe from you. I'm hearing that you could actually enjoy a life of quiet luxury, or you might be someone who likes to indulge in some of the finer things, or maybe your home is like your safe sanctuary and having home comforts is very important to you, you know, whether it's a comfort food or a particular skincare regimen that you adhere to. I'm hearing specifically something about a ritualistic routine. So maybe you do like to decompress by sort of giving yourself some kind of at-home spa treatment. Maybe there's a specific day of the week that you do that. There's something being highlighted here about your daily habits being very important. Some of you could have Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, or Libra placements. You could also like to sleep a lot. And maybe it's because some of you work very, very hard. So when it's time to have a lie-in, you really take advantage of it because maybe you don't get to do it that much. I'm definitely getting someone who is very in touch with their feminine side. It doesn't matter what your gender is or your gender identity is. Like, even if you do identify as a man, this could be a man who takes really, really good care of his skin or beard, like you're very well groomed or something like that. Maybe you do own this style of headband for when you're washing your face or doing your makeup. Maybe you throw something like this on. But something about this, I don't know why, but it also makes me think of pregnancy. There's something about a baby girl coming through. And it doesn't have to be specifically a girl, I guess. Boys can wear pink too, of course. But if you know someone who has recently found out they are having a girl, or if you have a little girl, it just is making me think of someone giving pink gifts for like a baby shower or a pregnancy announcement or something, or a christening. Maybe somebody has a baby shower coming up or something like that, or you're going to find out soon that somebody you know is having a girl. That could just be a message for one person here, but that is what I'm getting for this sticker. And let's go ahead and move along to the tarot cards we pulled for you today. I'm just going to pop this sticker to one side. Don't worry if not all the cards are in frame at first. I will lay the cards and then I'll check in a sec. Okay, so we have got the Five of Swords. We've got the Eight of Swords. We've got the Hermit. We've got the Six of Swords. We've got the Hierophant reversed. We've got the King of Swords reversed. We've got Strength. I think Strength came up in pile 2 as well. We've got the Four of Swords. We've got the Seven of Swords. And we've got the King of Pentacles. So, pile 3, I am kind of sensing two different potential storylines or situations for this group, but they're either way are absolutely similar overarching themes here in terms of this situation itself, just in terms of the energies at play. They just might manifest in different ways. So please bear with me here. I will give examples of the different ways this could play out. But if I start saying something and you're feeling like, oh, well, that kind of touches on themes, but actually, like, I feel as though I'm in the opposite energy, this can kind of be a mirroring thing. So I'd encourage you to stick with me here because the same issue can kind of show up in those opposite ways, but the underlying dilemma is similar. I feel like I'm being really cryptic here, so I'm just going to go ahead and start talking about the situation. My pile 3s, There is this sense of you feeling trapped or restricted in the current situation that you're in, and it feels as though there are some issues surrounding conflict resolution in particular being highlighted here. Now, the reason I mentioned that this is going to look different for different individuals is because for some of you, this is an internal conflict, a conflict within yourself, your heart battling your mind, you experiencing conflicting feelings regarding something specific. But others of you, this might be an external conflict. It could feel as though you are unable to progress due to a conflict that you have had with a person or outside institution. Or if it's not that, if it's not actively to do with you, it could be that a conflict that you are not directly involved with but is going on around you, that could have placed you in some kind of difficult circumstance where you've been feeling helpless because there's just all this chaos around you and it's really hard to shut out the noise. For some of you, especially those of you who do kind of identify with being keepers of the peace or as conflict avoidant, this could be addressing this difficulty you might face when it comes to speaking your truth or advocating for yourself. Maybe for those of you where that applies, you are in a situation where it feels as though to some degree your voice is being silenced or you are feeling powerless because you want to say or do something, but you are maybe concerned about the repercussions. You might fear rocking the boat or upsetting someone here. And for others of you, it's almost the opposite energy of like, you are so not afraid to speak out and stand up for yourself, but sometimes you feel like doing that has gotten you in trouble. So in those instances, maybe you've ended up in a situation where some harsh words were spoken or you felt like you've said too much. And now you've ended up in this place where it's quite difficult to come back from that. It's hard to take things back. And so you might be looking for guidance on how to speak your truth whilst also being mindful when it comes to the consequences of words, especially if you're in that situation where you have said something impulsively and then gone on to regret it. Not just said something impulsively, it could have been like done something impulsively. Or it could be that, you know, both of these energies exist within the same situation. As in, if this is a conflict that you have had with another person, maybe one of you is the person who struggles to handle conflict and pulls back, and one of you is the one who just overshares, spills their soul, puts everything out on the table, is maybe more impulsive with their words, but that too kind of comes with these costs. Because maybe it leaves one person like, I wish I hadn't said all that, I can't really come back from that. And it leaves another person feeling like, I wish I could just be more open and honest and upfront and say what I need to say and not hold back. But whatever end of the spectrum you fall on, whether this is your conflict, like a conflict you are more directly involved with, or a conflict happening in your vicinity, it feels as though you are having a hard time with maintaining the balance between truth and kindness here. And maybe some of you feel like you've done too much and others of you feel like you haven't done enough. And if this is just something that's happening around you, maybe it's like you don't know what to do, but you just feel like whatever is happening is inescapable or all-consuming, or there's always some kind of drama and it's very difficult to stay balanced in that environment. So I feel like a lot of this reading is going to be focused on how to handle your business and maintain agency without being dragged under by the weight of this conflict in whatever format that takes. For some of you, this could be about strengthening your ability to stand up for yourself and assert your boundaries. If you're somebody who feels like maybe you don't do that enough or as consistently as you would like. And for others of you, this might be about choosing to remain in your power by being less reactive or taking the high road because you are no longer willing to give energy to conflicts that are just pointless and draining. And I guess either way, this reading today is about protecting your energy. It's about maintaining that balance. And even if this is just a conflict that's going on around you, this might be about how to stay grounded and not like get drawn into the beef or not get totally consumed by it when you're in an environment like that, where you don't have as much control when it comes to how people around you are acting. And it is very possible for multiple things to apply here, is what I want you to know, pal 3. Like, if you are finding in your adult life that you are more conflict avoidant than you would like to be, as just one example, that's something you might now be realizing has been influenced by your childhood. You know, in particular, if you grew up having to step on eggshells around a parent because every minor thing would lead to this escalating conflict, you might find in your day-to-day life now, your default state is to be passive or to jump to the fawn response or to immediately jump to diffusing the conflict to avoid anything that might even lead to a disagreement. You could find that even in a situation where you're asking for the bare minimum or you're asking for your basic needs to be met, you feel like you have to pepper it with excessive niceties, or you end up beating around the bush because you're so scared of hurting another person's feelings or what their reaction might be. But on the other hand, growing up in that exact same environment that I just mentioned can have the exact opposite effect on another individual. You could find that your nervous system overreacts at the prospect of any potential conflict, and you immediately jump into fight mode, or you jump into this role of aggressor, or you get on the defensive as a way to protect yourself before things get out of hand. Because in your experience, things always do get out of hand, so what other choice do you have? Or maybe some of you subconsciously gravitate towards people or places where there are a lot of intense highs and lows, because in a weird way, that's where you feel more comfortable because it's what's familiar to you. And these are all forms of, I guess, what we would call hypervigilance, and they do shape the way we go forward with conflicts in our lives and the way we respond to conflict. And for some of us, if we are finding that there's some mirroring taking place between what happened in our childhood and what's happening in our adult life, it's possible for us to be re-triggered by certain events, even if it seems like the two events are absolutely nothing alike. Because it's very likely, if you are struggling with anything like this, it is not just going to show up in one area of your life, especially as you grow and your life expands and you develop different kinds of relationships and encounter different kinds of situations. Like if you were that child who did absolutely everything you could to keep the peace and not make your parent mad so that things wouldn't escalate, now you might be that adult who takes too much responsibility when it comes to the emotions of others. And so maybe that means you neglect your own needs due to the impact the vocalization of those needs would have on those around you, and due to the situation that could potentially come from that. And that might show up in your professional life, your romantic life, your friendships. Maybe you're always bending over backwards to appease your partner or your boss, or saying yes to things you don't really want to say yes to. Maybe you're fearful of disagreement because you were taught that disagreement would always lead to disaster or to unsafe situations. Not all of these will apply to you, by the way. These are just some examples of how this might manifest. Like, on the other hand, maybe you were taught that because disaster was always inevitable, even over the most minor conflicts, maybe that's taught you that minor disagreements within personal or professional relationships make those relationships unsalvageable. And this can look like being hypersensitive to criticism, withdrawing or avoiding any perceived sense of rejection to avoid the hurt that comes with that, or to avoid the inevitable. This can look like going from one extreme to another. So, for example, you have one minor disagreement with a partner and it leads you to question the whole relationship, because inevitably in your mind, disagreement always leads to something more extreme. So it might make you think, now I feel like this person hates me and they don't want to be with me anymore. Or this could look like, my boss pointed out this small mistake that I made in my job, so now they're not going to want me to work here anymore. I might as well quit. It's like catastrophizing, jumping to conclusions and becoming defensive before you've given yourself a chance to look at the situation more objectively. So for your pal specifically, there's definitely something about a situation happening and this situation affecting you more than you thought it would. Like, it wasn't supposed to cut that deep, but it did. So maybe the actual situation itself wasn't a big deal, but for some reason you were just like, damn, that really hurt. And a part of that is because it reopened old wounds in a way that you weren't fully expecting. And you might have found that it's been difficult to explain what specifically has affected you so much within this. Because if you were to tell the story of what went down to people in your life, when you say it and you talk about exactly what happened, it doesn't sound like it's anything extremely major, but this is to do with the way it made you feel. It feels as though something about the situation has just hit you right where it hurts, and it has made you feel conflicted about the whole thing. It could have something to do with a person saying something that made you realise something about yourself in a way that you haven't before. Maybe something about what they said made you feel seen, but it wasn't in like a validating way. It was more in a way of like, oh, you see that? That's something that I don't like about myself, or that's something that I try to hide and you've seen it. It won't be this example for you, but let's just say you grew up as this really shy or socially anxious person, And in the past, if that's something you were kind of punished for, like maybe you got bullied for it or something like that, if you've now done a lot of work on yourself in terms of coming across as confident or not as nervous when it comes to social interaction, it could be that somebody says something that in and of itself is pretty innocuous or innocent, like, oh yeah, I can tell that you're sometimes a little nervous, or I can tell that you can be a little bit socially awkward. And you're like, oh, really? You notice that? Is it that obvious? So then you're obsessing over the way people see you, or if other people notice that about you. It's like that person might not have even meant this comment to be offensive. They could have meant it like, oh, hey, like I'm socially awkward too. So, real recognizes real. It's nice to meet someone who I can also tell is a little bit socially awkward. But this is something you've tried to mask about yourself. So to you, it feels insulting, or it feels like, well, that's not the way I want to come across. Or I've worked really hard not to come across that way and kind of not let people see behind this mask. Or on the other hand, it could feel like what they said left you feeling unseen, like, so the opposite of seen, like they don't understand the real you. And it's kind of this feeling of like, oh, that's what you think of me? It seems like you've got me all wrong, like clearly you don't see me. So maybe you're upset that that's what this person has taken from this situation or this interaction. Maybe it's that you can't get this person or this environment to see you for what you truly are, and that's bothering you, and you've been feeling conflicted over how to get your point across and how to show them, how to show up as the version that would allow yourself to be fully seen and maybe offered the respect you deserve. It could be something about respect. Maybe that's the thing, like you don't feel as though you're being treated fairly or appropriately, or you don't feel like you're being fully given the respect you deserve. So maybe in that scenario, somebody perceives you as something that is just untrue, and you feel, I don't want to say betrayed, but almost in a way, it's like, I can't believe you think that about me, or I can't believe you see me that way. That's so far from the truth. So again, it won't be this example for you, but it could be like a colleague commenting on how you don't pull your weight at work. And on your end, you feel like you're working your absolute ass off. So you're kind of like, that's so unfair that you're not seeing the work I'm putting into this. Or, it could be like a boss passing you up for a promotion. Maybe it's this leadership role that you applied for, and this person says like, yeah, I just don't see Pal 3 as having leadership abilities. And it really hurts you because you're like, wait, like, is that how you see me? It feels unfair. It feels like this inaccurate assessment because maybe you do have leadership qualities, or you've done that role before. You have all the skills and you know that, but it's like they're not seeing you clearly. And that adds to this heavy sense of conflict. Some of you, it's your inner conflict of overthinking the way someone else perceives you. And some of you, it feels like whatever they said is a defining factor in the relationship you have with them because it's difficult to come back from it. It's like, where do we go from here if that's what you think? Because if we use that example of the boss passing you up for a promotion, you're kind of like, well, I've literally done everything to prove that I have leadership abilities, and you still don't think I do. What else can I do from here? Like, where do we go? In a relationship context, it could be someone saying they don't trust you, and you're like, well, I've done everything to prove that I'm worthy of your trust. Like, where do we go from here? It could be something like that. Like, it makes you feel like they see you in a way that is not aligned. Either that or they see too much of you. It could go either way with this pile, I really do think that. But whatever it is, it's like it leaves you feeling a little bit stuck. There are things that can't be taken back, and a part of this situation is kind of keeping you trapped. And it could just be trapped as in more of a mental prison, like you've taken something about this situation to heart, and now it feels like you just can't stop thinking about it. It could also be a little bit of a pride thing, something about you wanting to stick around to prove somebody wrong here. Or it could just be like the physical situation is difficult to leave and you're literally saying like, how do I get out of here? And that physical thing could apply more, particularly if you're in a toxic situation where people are in conflict around you and it just feels as though they are always dragging you into their drama or their mess. It feels as though you can't focus on anything else because you're always kind of weighed down by this heavy energy. It could even be people pressuring you to pick a side in an argument. This could be in terms of family or friendship dynamics, or even a workplace, like colleagues who are always gossiping and starting drama, and you always feel as though you're right in the middle of things, and you don't always know the best thing to do, but it takes up so much more of your energy than you'd like it to. Another example could be like a family separation, somebody wanting you to pick sides in a divorce. It could be if you live in your family home, your parents or siblings are always arguing and things are often escalating and getting out of hand. but you feel stuck in that scenario because maybe you're like, oh, like I'm just having to stay here because I can't afford my own place. So I feel trapped with all of this drama that's going on and there's nowhere else to go. It could be a friend group who are always falling out, but you feel like you've known them too long to put them off, and they always just somehow rope you into these situations where you are involved in the argument somehow. This could be an actual falling out with somebody saying something to you or you saying something to them has led to this conflict and now there's no way to come back. But for others of you, like I said, it could be more of this pride thing of like, you and this person could make up if pride was put aside here, but maybe there's this sense of like one or both of you wants to feel like they're winning, even if it's at the expense of your own emotional health. So it could be something about winning an argument, getting the last word, somebody not wanting to be the first to give in and try to make amends. Maybe there is some silence here. That's a message for somebody. But it doesn't have to be pride in relation to that example specifically. You know, even if we go back to using that example of a boss saying you don't have leadership abilities, that could put you in an energy of feeling like you have to go all out to prove that person wrong. It's like you're saying to yourself, you just wait and see, like, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to climb to the top, and I'm going to eventually take over your job, and then we'll see who has leadership abilities. Obviously, it's not that example exactly, but it's something where, again, like pride, ego, something is at play here. And I think one piece of advice I'm getting here is for you to check in with yourself and assess the reason why you are doing something. Because for some of you, it's about proving that you can do something more than it is about you actually wanting to do the thing. So there could be a message here for some of you about you betraying a part of yourself because you're too concerned with having this upper hand or with winning. And that's not for all of you. For some of you, it could be that you feel betrayed by something that's proven to be unfair, whether it's someone treating you unfairly or just the situation generally feels like a miscarriage of justice. And maybe the situation is just about you being in conflict over how to get over that, how to move forward, and how to get past these issues, whilst maintaining your sovereignty, I'm getting the word sovereignty, but not allowing pride to take hold too much. I keep hearing the phrase sacred silence whenever I look at the Hermit card. And it's making me think, actually, of that song by System of a Down. I think it's Toxicity. I'm sure those lyrics are mentioned in that particular song. And that song itself, actually, like the tune, it's very kind of, I don't know how to describe it, maybe jarring, disjointed. Obviously, it's on purpose, like it's meant to be that way, particularly the bit where he's shouting disorder. So that could be relevant here. Like in this situation, there's a feeling of something being disordered, something being not quite right, out of balance, chaos erupting or chaos surrounding this. And it feels like a part of your, I keep wanting to say recovery, is you encountering this sacred silence. I'm hearing something about noise, specifically feeling overstimulated. And the Hermit always makes me think of, I guess, escaping the external noise to sit with yourself and seek that personal wisdom and insight. So it's noise in the sense of outside chatter, outside validation, but for some of you, it's literal overstimulation because you are in a genuinely noisy or chaotic or busy environment, and so you can't hear yourself think. I can relate to this because my neighbour, not even my next door neighbour, it's like a couple of houses down, and my windows are shut, but he is screaming. I think like football is on or something. He's constantly screaming. So I feel very overstimulated. He is so loud. So I can relate to this, like my chest feels tight. And I don't know, that's the feeling I'm getting. Like, it's almost like it's difficult to breathe in this situation that you're in, or you're scared to breathe, or it's just too loud. So this could be emphasizing a need for you to kind of cultivate a safe sanctuary outside of this noise. And that is going to be harder for some of you than it is for others, because I guess it depends on the nature of this chaos. For some of you, you could be finding that you're getting overstimulated at work, especially if you deal with a front-facing or customer-focused role. And maybe it's loud, maybe it feels like the noise is unbearable, and maybe it feels like it's just always one request after another from managers, from colleagues, from clientele, and it's impossible to just sit and have a moment with yourself where your mind is clear. I'm hearing something specifically about like noise cancelling headphones, or like, what are they called? Like the loop earplugs. Maybe some of you have something like that in jobs where that is possible. Obviously, it's not always possible if you are doing a customer service job. But maybe in that scenario, this is about taking some time away, using some of your holiday entitlement or your annual leave, or taking some time off sick if you are in a place where you need to do that to look after yourself mentally or physically. This could also look like reducing your hours or requesting reasonable accommodations like noise cancelling headphones. If it's possible, I realise it won't be for everybody, but some of you, it's just like, yeah, you're so overstimulated, you cannot hear yourself think, and you really need your own safe space or some time away from this environment to like just drown out the noise and get a moment of peace and quiet. Like I said, for some of you it is going to be hard, because if this is your family home and it's just always noisy, like your parents are yelling or your brothers and sisters are arguing, or there is a crying baby or a loud barking dog next door all the time, or if this is your own children, those things might make it extra difficult for you to get a moment alone with your thoughts or a moment to concentrate, because it feels like there's always something producing noise or always something demanding your attention. And obviously, if you're in a situation like that doesn't have a clear-cut escape route, I guess, because maybe it's going to be a long time before you have your own space, I realise it's not as simple as just moving away from that environment, but it is about doing what you can with what you have, even if what you have access to currently does not feel like a lot. So if this is talking about a communal area where you're trying to work but it always feels too busy or overcrowded, this could be about making use of the most quiet hours in relation to that communal space. If you can only enjoy a few minutes of the day with peace and quiet, like when you go to the bathroom or something like that, this is about incorporating mindfulness practices into those small moments of quiet so that you can make the best use of them. Like, if you have to do your mindfulness exercises while you're literally on the toilet, then so be it. Because no matter where you do it or for how long, it's about you having this sacred space and that place you can kind of go to retreat to and come away from all the noise. If it's not a physical space though, this could very much be about calming your own mental chatter. This could be about finding a space that facilitates you having a quieter mind. And there is definitely something here about you moving away from the situation in order to gain clarity here. This could be encouraging you to take a step back and really go inwards before taking action with something, particularly if this is a situation that has left you feeling emotionally heightened or chaotic. This could be encouraging you to create distance between yourself and this situation. And depending on your situation, this might be something you don't want to do. It could be something you've been struggling with, but it feels like this is necessary distance. Maybe this is saying, like, right now it feels as though you are too close to this to see it for what it is. Like, maybe the wounds are too fresh or you're feeling things too intensely to think about how you'd like to respond. This is kind of saying you need to be alone with your own thoughts and to emotionally process this without external pressure. It's kind of like you need people to just leave you the F alone and not give their unwanted input so you can really come to terms with it on your own terms properly. And I think this is actively saying you do not need to be pressured or influenced by what the outside world is saying here. Like, it's very, very important that you're able to get in touch with and listen to your own internal voice and your own intrinsic wisdom here. But right now, I'm almost seeing this environment where it feels like everybody's talking over the top of each other and nobody can get a word in edgeways. And this could very well be a metaphor. If this is not happening in your physical, if your day-to-day life does not look like this could be a metaphor for your internal monologue, or it could be a metaphor for like the well-meaning advice that people are trying to offer you when it comes to this situation. But it feels like whatever that is, it is kind of leading you to more conflict when you can't hear yourself over all these other voices, all this other input. It could be like conflicting opinions that you've read online even, or something like that, like having too much information thrown at you. And again, there's this emphasis on drowning out the voices and being alone with your own thoughts and sitting in this sacred silence in order to heal, in order to process, and just so you can get your truth straight in your own head. This feels like slow and steady healing though, so I think this is saying give yourself time. You don't have to rush a decision, especially if it's a big decision. It's okay to take your time with this and to retreat for a while, so that you can really consider this carefully and thoughtfully. So if this is a case of you being in conflict with another person, as just one example, there could be this desire to immediately jump to fixing the situation or getting back on good terms. You could be trying to prioritize sorting it out without giving yourself the space to process what has happened. And this isn't about giving anybody silent treatment, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with you, especially if you're realizing you're in an emotionally heightened state. There's zero wrong with you asking for distance from a particular person so that you're not being bombarded with calls or texts or with all these outside opinions. And that's so you will be encouraged to lean on your own internal wisdom rather than prioritizing what other people think you should do about this. It's about not looking outside of yourself for people to agree with you or back up what you're saying. And it's you moving towards like starting to feel comfortable with your own truth and realizing that you don't need others to agree with you or for them to say it's true in order for you to know that it's true. This would also relate to being comfortable allowing your perspective on a situation to shift. It's about allowing your personal truth to evolve via this art of detachment. Because sometimes we are so deeply emotionally affected by a situation that it does make it impossible to look at it logically. And that isn't to say that your emotional reaction is wrong or bad. It's just encouraging you to not make any hasty decisions based on a temporary emotional state. And this is a random example. I've probably used it before in a reading, so sorry if this is TMI, but I personally get very bad PMS symptoms that affect a lot of things, but particularly my mental health. And it's not funny, but it's got to the point now where I know exactly when my period is going to come, because just before it starts, I always have this day where I am utterly convinced that like the world is against me or everyone I've ever loved absolutely hates me. And I'm just like, what's the point in anything? And then like clockwork, bam, I start bleeding and it's suddenly like, I've got this new perspective and I'm like, okay, I have no idea why I thought any of that. I feel completely different now. And that's not to say my feelings weren't real in that moment. They were very real for me, but those temporary feelings that I had were not the whole truth. They weren't the whole story. And I think there's a message here about that. I mean, not that in particular. It might not be anything to do with your period, but if your body or your mind has been under a lot of pressure in some way and you've been unable to be still and sit with yourself, that could be clouding your thoughts and making you think something that might not be true. So as one example, if you are constantly overstimulated at work, this isn't saying that you don't need to do anything about that, but this is saying, you know, maybe it's better to take some time off sick or take some vacation days than it is to just quit your job. Because maybe then when you get that break, you'll think like, oh, I didn't actually hate my job, I just needed a break. For others of you, it could be like if you argued with somebody, you were so focused on what they said to you or how they hurt you that it didn't give you an opportunity to reflect on your contribution to the conflict. And for some of you, this isn't saying that you were wrong. This is just saying allow yourself time to look at the whole greater picture before rushing into anything, because there are other factors at play. There's other things to be considered here. So do not screw yourself over by moving too quickly without thinking about all of it. Some of you, it will be like if you do this, you gain this perspective and you end up coming to the same conclusion. But even in those instances, it's like you are still going to feel better about the way you've processed this, and you're going to feel better about your actions if you feel like you're doing it the right way. And I keep hearing the proper way. But in the context of your situation with this Hierophant reversed, the proper way doesn't necessarily mean the way that is most traditional or the way things are usually done. I want to clarify that. I feel like proper here means in a way that you would be proud of and in a way that isn't compromising your own personal truth. You have to know what that personal truth is first, and that's why you need to give yourself time to think about it. But when it comes to taking action, again, I keep getting so many messages about going inwards for clarity rather than relying on external influence. Because what is the right or proper way to do something for one person isn't going to be the right or proper way for you. And it doesn't mean that anybody is necessarily right or wrong. It's just a case of different strokes for different folks. And it seems as though in this situation, you might actually need to do something more unconventional to get to where you want to be. So maybe you do something that traditionally other people wouldn't do, or you have to go outside the box and try something that's a little bit more out there. But for some reason, that method works for you. Maybe it wouldn't for somebody else, but for you, it does. And you'll know if something resonates with your personal truth because it will feel like the right thing for you, even if you experience external voices in your ear telling you that it's not. And if people, external voices, have offered you their solutions to your situation, but something about what they've said, their input just hasn't felt right at this soul level, that is also a sign to, again, look inwards rather than outwards. Because sometimes you are seeking advice from people who a lot of the time might not have ill intentions, but maybe they don't have enough perspective either. Maybe they don't see the whole truth, or maybe they are rigid in their way of thinking. They think that things have to be this one certain way, and that doesn't apply to you. For some of you, it's kind of like you have to break the rules, or you have to go against the status quo here to get the results. And somehow that is the right thing. The right thing for you is breaking the rules, or the right thing for you is doing what other people think is the wrong thing, because you know in your soul that it's right for you. So this could involve rebelling against a certain belief system or culture. And when I say culture, this can be in relation to any kind of culture, big or small. It doesn't just have to be your family. Like, yes, it can be cultural tradition, as in a religious tradition or some form of tradition that you feel is regressive or toxic or restrictive, but it could also be a specific corporate culture, or it could be a subculture within your community or within a friendship group that people around you just accept as the right way to be, or, you know, that's just what we do here, but in your heart of hearts, it feels wrong. And so maybe that leaves you feeling conflicted in the sense that you need to break out of this, but at the same time, there are people around you who are naysayers or who are trying to exert authority over you due to their beliefs. And it feels like you don't have the right kind of support from that particular community or culture. And in this instance, that doesn't mean you're doing the wrong thing. It just means some of you have been made to feel like it's wrong within that context, because this community has this one belief and you see things very differently. And so you're considered unconventional within that space. And that might cause conflict within you and around you because you don't agree with the views of people who follow this tradition. So maybe you feel like this black sheep at times when you're in this environment because the way you view things is considered unorthodox. But you'll know what this is because this is something where even if other people tell you it's wrong, you know in your heart of hearts that it's not wrong for you, or you just can't conform and do it their way. You know that's not going to be good for you. And again, this specific example doesn't have to resonate with you, but just to highlight what I mean a little bit, it's like, let's say you are in a situation where you are married to somebody and that person betrays you. They cheat on you or they have an affair. You could come from a family or a background who encourages you to stay with that person and make it work because maybe something about their cultural or religious beliefs say that like divorce is wrong. So they're pressuring you to remain with a person who has betrayed you, and they're telling you like, oh, come on, you can work through it. They're putting pressure on you. And in your heart of hearts, you know that's the wrong thing to do. You know that you just cannot continue to be with this person. And obviously, in the context of greater society, there would be many, many, many people who support you in deciding to not be with that person. It doesn't have to be that you're doing something unconventional in the context of wider society. You might be, but that certainly doesn't have to be the case, is what I'm saying. It's just unconventional, definitely in the sense of this one particular community that you're involved in. So something you're doing might be discouraged or frowned upon, but I'm hearing that their reasons are not your reasons, or their beliefs don't have to be your beliefs. So it's really, really important to not allow these external voices to seep in and tempt you into making a decision that you don't feel truly comfortable with. This could be deciding to go down a more unconventional career path even, like moving away from the typical 9 to 5 and doing something entrepreneurial. Maybe this is someone trying to kind of micromanage you and steer you down a more traditional path that you don't really want to go down because that's what they believe will be the most successful. But what might have been most successful to them might not be successful to you. I think this is indicating that for you to be successful, you kind of have to do things your own way. But you could have a kind of authoritarian figure in your life who tends to be very rigid in what they see as right or wrong. And they can be quite inflexible when it comes to considering a different route. You could find that this person tends to get in your head and makes you doubt whether what you're wanting to do is the right thing. And you'll know if this is for you if I say that this person considers themselves to be intelligent, or is in some ways known as intelligent, but they sometimes struggle to see things from other people's perspective, and that actually tends to work to their detriment. So if, for example, you and this person are driving somewhere and it's a place this person has been to lots of times before, it's like you could show them a quicker way of getting there, but it's like they almost don't trust this new way, and they're like, no, we'll go my way, we'll go the usual way. Or they're like, I don't think your way will lead us to the right place. And even though both routes lead to the exact same place, and even if your way is much quicker, they are still intent on doing things their way. And even if you were the one driving the car and you wanted to go your way, they'd still be in the passenger seat saying to you like, no, let's do my way, as if they always know better. I don't know why, but I'm thinking specifically of somebody who just finds it difficult to move with the times. So this could be an older relative, a parent, or somebody who struggles to understand that technology has changed or struggles to come to terms with the idea that people can be successful via online businesses and things like that. So if you tell them about your ideas, they might poo-poo it because they're like, that's not what we do. And it's because they don't fully understand it, because again, they struggle to move with change, they struggle to adapt. Another example could be pressure to conform to the rules of a certain workplace. Even if you don't necessarily see the point in those rules, some of you could have a lot of difficulty with that, particularly if you're somebody who does tend to challenge the status quo or you tend to question authority. And if you've identified something in the workplace that you think should not be happening or you think it should be changed, but it feels like you're not being listened to, it could be because there's this King of Swords reversed energy who is very adamant when it comes to doing things their way. They could be a little bit of a control freak, or they struggle to take suggestions on board. And so it feels more like a dictatorship in this environment. It's like their way or the highway, their rules and no questioning it. So if they've identified you as somebody who does question things, maybe you feel like you're being scrutinized or picked on more by this person, because to them it appears like you're undermining their authority, and that is due to their ego. And if this is something you've mentioned to other colleagues, it might not be that they disagree with you, but some of those colleagues, let's say, could be thinking that they just want an easy life and they don't want to get involved because they know that asking for a change isn't going to go down well with this King of Swords reversed. So this would actually be about you noticing that something is corrupt or blowing the whistle on something in a work setting. Those are obviously just a couple of examples of the type of thing this could be. And I just want to say, this King of Swords reversed energy, that won't apply to all of you. But if it does apply, I'm not saying that in all instances this is like a bad or toxic person. The King of Swords reversed is the unevolved version of the King of Swords upright. But the extent to which this person has evolved is going to be different for all of you. For some of you, yes, this is a through and through control freak. Stay away from this person because your way is always going to be wrong to them. And for others of you, this person might be more well-meaning and might be more of a King of Swords upright, but they don't always quite get it right because they still embody some of the traits of the reverse energy. But a big piece of advice I'm getting for you, Pal 3, is yes, follow your own path and follow your own rules, but don't rush into anything here without considering the consequences. I think this is encouraging you to do something strategically, the way a King of Swords upright would. So it's saying take some time to consider how you would like to proceed with this. And I'm also hearing something like do things by the book. So if we use that example of you witnessing an injustice at work, you witnessing something you know isn't right, I think this is an acknowledgement that your immediate reaction might be to be vocal about it, start speaking out against it, rebel against it. And this is not encouraging you to take this unfair situation lying down, but this is just saying, please carefully consider your actions before you take them, because you might have to be a little bit more calculated here. Just because, you know, if you're going up against someone who doesn't play fair, like this King of Swords reversed, it's like if you stand up about something and you say this isn't fair, they are not going to listen to that. You kind of have to play them at their own game. So in that work situation, instead of immediately getting up and protesting and going around the office screaming about forming a union, this could be encouraging you to, like, I want to say do your research basically, refer to the employee handbook, take a good look at your contract or at the legalities, just to make sure that you are fully protected before you go ahead with tackling this. I want to say don't try and prove a point by rebelling against something just for the sake of rebelling here. If you are trying to call out an injustice or make a bigger point about something, don't get so focused on putting a person in their place or getting the last word in here. Because for some of you, again, that message about pride, your pride could be wrapped up in this. And a part of you wants to go against someone just to challenge them because maybe that person has been an asshole to you and you just love to see them put in their place. But there's this emphasis here on, like, definitely not bowing down to this person and letting them get away with things, but doing things the right way so that you are protected throughout this conflict. Because for some of you, maybe this King of Swords reversed is trying to manipulate you into saying or doing something to make themselves look better or to paint you in a bad light so that it's easier for them to play the victim and to get away with something. So in those instances, my advice is don't fall for it because you are smarter than that. Don't just accept things that you know deep down aren't right, but be careful with how you take action because doing things by the book and being the bigger person here is going to lead to an even bigger win for you. Okay, pile 3, as your faraway internet bestie, I am encouraging you right now to continue protecting and preserving your peace as if it were a newborn child, because I feel like some of you are entering this era where you are showcasing your emotional resilience through the ways that you choose to act and the ways that you choose not to act. It's like you are going to be mastering your emotions and handling your business with grace because you have this quiet confidence that there is a bigger purpose to this. And you are not prepared to waste your precious energy and resources on situations or people that are not serving that greater purpose. The strength card can be about control and taming, but it's not through aggression, it's through gentleness. So there's something about you remaining in your power and remaining deeply centered and calm even in the midst of chaos. Or even when that primal or instinctual part of you wants to react or wants to take control of the situation in the way that historically you might have been most inclined to do, it feels like there's this emphasis on being more mindful when it comes to your actions, and again, allowing yourself the time and the space to process before you act. And I feel like this method is allowing you the space to reflect on what is and isn't important to you. And by doing that, you're preserving your energy, because if your energy would be better spent elsewhere, you are not going to waste it on getting the upper hand in the heat of the moment. You are not going to use all of that precious energy up on a temporary impulse or urge. You are going to be standing strong in your power by not allowing anyone the opportunity to come and disrupt your peace. I think when it comes to those moments where you have an urge to fight fire with fire, or you feel the need to prove someone wrong, you are checking in and asking yourself, like, does this serve my greatest good? And if the answer is no, you are choosing not to give in to that impulse and you are redirecting that energy elsewhere and hearing specifically in places that are deserving of it. And it's not that you're allowing people to say whatever they want to you, it's more this sense of like, you're not allowing anybody to compromise your integrity. I'm hearing don't give them the satisfaction of seeing you riled up. And that's the thing, some people, they want to see you react or they want to see you get angry, so they go out looking to start a fight or provoke a conflict just to get the little bit of attention they are so desperately craving. And you treating these people with grace sometimes annoys them even more, because what they were looking for was chaos. And if you are not giving them anything, they are going to need to find that elsewhere. So again, there is this message about not rising to it or choosing to be the bigger person, even when it feels like you have to have an enormous amount of patience. Even when it feels like you are gonna snap, it's like you have this profound ability to remain strong and to compose yourself and not let it ruin your day or not let it get you acting in a way that just isn't aligned with who you actually are. It doesn't have to be this example for you specifically, but the one I'm getting, and you might relate to this if you've ever worked in customer service, but this is giving me the vibe of like a customer being really rude to you and you're being really professional and level-headed with them because you don't want to compromise your job. But maybe that just makes them more rude and they start hurling personal insults at you or threatening you. And that feels like a test of endurance, because a part of you just wants to clap back and wipe the smug smirk off that customer's face. Maybe all you want to do is pop off at them and just say, if you've got a problem, I will see you in the car park after my shift, love, fuck around and find out. But doing that will be playing right into that person's hands, because what they want more than anything is to see you flip your lid so that they can turn around and play the victim. It doesn't matter how rude they are to you. If you are rude to them even once, suddenly they are claiming you're threatening them and they're asking to speak to your manager and they're putting a recording of you on TikTok. But it's not what they said, only what you said. And they are spinning the narrative that you're the problem. Because that's what they were looking for all along, a little bit of drama, a little bit of attention in their boring life. But I see you absolutely not giving in to them. I'm actually hearing like playing dumb but having some fun with it. This reminds me of an interaction I had with a customer at my old job, and luckily this wasn't in person, this was a telephone conversation, but the caller was hostile, rude, demanding right off the bat, and I had never interacted with this specific individual before. In fact, she had actually phoned the wrong department, so she wasn't our customer, but our department was part of a bigger company, so occasionally that did happen. Somebody would dial the wrong number or a call came through to us when it wasn't supposed to, and I'd just transfer the call to the correct place. I'm trying not to give details about this company, but let's just pretend for the sake of this example, let's say this overall company is a food court. It wasn't, but let's say it is, And my department was the burger bar, and the department that she was looking for was the taco shack. So I answer the call and I'm like, good afternoon, this is the nosy witch at the burger bar speaking, how may I help you? And she immediately began the call with not a request but a demand. She was like, pull up my taco shack order right now. Now I kind of like being told what to do and being bossed around, so I was fine with that. No, on a serious note, I try to be kind to people, even when people are rude to me, because I realise often it is not personal. I give people the benefit of the doubt where I can and assume that occasionally they forgot to use their manners because maybe they're having a bad day or they feel like nobody is listening to them. So please bear in mind, I was not rude back. I kept it polite, I kept it friendly, and I was like, no problem, you've come through to the burger bar, but I can transfer you to the taco shack right now so you can get those details. Bear with me and I'll pop you through to them. And she says, no, I don't want you to transfer me. I want you to pull up my order on your screen right now. I said, oh, I'm sorry, but you've come through to the burger bar. If you've ordered with the taco shack, only they can access your details. I'm happy to put you through to them. She, at this point, scoffs at me like I'm being ridiculous. And she says, you're not listening to me. I know that you're the burger bar. And I'm telling you to pull up my taco shack order on your screen right now. It's not that effing difficult. I said, I am listening to you. I just cannot complete your request because the burger bar doesn't have access to the taco shack's customer information. All I can do is transfer you to the correct department and they can resolve your query. This woman was absolutely adamant that I could not transfer her. I was not allowed to transfer her. She just kept asking me to do it, as in get the details, but she said that if I tried to transfer her, she would keep phoning my number back instead. So at this stage, I tell her, bear with me, I'm just going to pop you on hold so I can ask someone more senior than me what to do about this call, because I was thinking I do not have time for this. I need to get to my next jobs. I need to get to my next call. Then she screams at me, are you effing stupid? And I pause for a moment. I don't react because I want to let that just marinate in the air for a sec. And a part of me almost laughed, like I nearly giggled, actually, not because it's funny, but just because even though it happens all the time, I can never get over it when somebody speaks to another person like that. It's just one of those moments where you're like, what the fuck? Like, how do people like this even exist? I was taken off guard momentarily. So even though people speak ruder than that all the time, like it always just still catches me off guard. I'm always like, what? So I was about to tell her that I'm going to have to terminate the call. But before I can get a word in, she's like, I said, are you effing stupid? By this stage, she is screaming. I'm sure she kept calling me little girl. It was very like cartoon villainish. She was like, are you listening to me, little girl? Are you effing deaf? I remember she said, are you effing deaf? And when somebody says that to you, there's only really one way you can respond. And this borders on being a dad joke, but as a Capricorn rising, dad jokes are all I know. So I was like, I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? That, as you can imagine, didn't go down well. She was like, do you think you're funny? And I was thinking, yeah. But instead, I was just like, no, I genuinely can't understand you when you're raising your voice at me. And if you continue doing so, I will be ending the call. And I think it infuriated her more that she wasn't getting the reaction she wanted. And I can't quite remember how it ended, but I know that I purposely did not rise to it. I did not say anything that she could use against me. And that story just kind of reminded me of your situation in a way, pal 3. Like, it would be so easy for you to bite back or fight fire with fire. Like, did I want to respond to that lady the way Danielle Bregoli would at the end of Miss Whitman, where she's like, I won't tell you what colour socks I got on. Yes, but at the end of the day, I won't put myself in a position of stooping to that person's level. I'm not ever going to scream at somebody like that, even if I want to. Instead, I tried to play dumb and I had some fun with it. And I wasn't going to put my job at risk over the fact she decided to have a bad day and take it out on everybody else. I was not prepared to take that personally, and I tried to make it as funny as possible, because at the end of the day, when people act like that, 9 times out of 10 it has nothing to do with you, and taking it personally just doesn't do you any favours. Sometimes people have too many of their own problems to take whatever it is you're saying on board. So it's important to try and look at it with humour when you can, and not let it rattle your sense of identity in who you are and how you want to act. And this can apply in any situation. This is basically encouraging you to just get as far away from the drama as possible. Create as much of a solid barrier as you can between you and the drama. Try your best not to get drawn into it. Other people's projections, other people's attempt to elicit a reaction out of you or involve you too much in things that do not concern you. You need to protect your time and your energy, and you need to create a safe sanctuary for yourself where you are able to step away from that mess and get some much deserved peace and quiet. And do not let anything into that space that doesn't belong there or that compromises that sense of peace that you are trying to cultivate. Some things are just disruptions sent to test you, and you need to keep focused on what it is you want to focus on and power through. So this can look like not acting impulsively and not rising to it when it comes to unnecessary conflict that compromises your character. And that can apply in many different situations, but this is like, don't jump to make a move too quickly. Just make sure you reflect on it first and consider whether it's worth a further investment of energy. If you get an unkind text from somebody, before you type a paragraph in response from this emotionally heightened state, consider whether it will be in your best interest to block them and move on with your life instead. If you get a nasty comment on the internet from someone, before you immediately jump in and try to explain yourself, consider the idea that maybe that individual is committed to deliberately misunderstanding you, and understand that that is not your problem. And giving them any attention might take away from what you actually want to be doing. Sometimes it might just be more beneficial for you to delete the comment, move on with your life, and never ever think about it again. These are all just random examples, but it's about not allowing anybody else to have power over you by refusing to give them the response that they want. This is about you keeping your power by giving yourself space to process strong emotions without having to react to circumstances around you, and it's about you having that space and that place to restore and recuperate. It allows you to act in your best interest so that you have control over your own narrative. I'm hearing restorative justice for some reason, so I don't know whether that's relevant to anyone. But yeah, you're strong, Bow 3. Don't let anyone make you feel like you're not. Like, you can handle yourself 110%. Yeah, with the Seven of Swords, there's something significant about self-preservation here. This is about protecting yourself. And by protecting yourself, you are going to be able to remain in your power. Nobody is going to be able to snatch your power out from under you. So again, this is something that's going to manifest differently depending on what kind of situation you're in. But even in that example of a customer service situation, let's say, protecting yourself could mean refusing to stoop to somebody's level if you're going to be the one who ends up in trouble for doing what they're doing. So if a customer is being rude to you or is threatening you, and it will be tempting to give that same energy right back, don't do that if you're going to be the one getting penalised for it, because that person might love to get you in an energy where you retaliate so that they can use it against you and take away your power by claiming that you're threatening them, putting your job at risk or something like that. You've got to think of it like, for them, this situation might have less repercussions than it does for you, which is unfair, but that's why you're not going to let them win by allowing them to see you rise to this. Like in that customer service example, at worst, this person is going to get a slap on the wrist for their behaviour, but in most cases, they're not going to get into trouble. They're just going to go ahead and be an asshole elsewhere. But for you, if you retaliate, it could end up in a situation where your job is at risk, and that takes away some of your power by taking away your stability or your financial freedom. So this is saying don't let that happen. So maybe this person we are talking about has some level of privilege where, for whatever reason, if you retaliated, it would make you look worse and make them look better. So this is saying stay strong, stay true to who you are, do not allow them to even put you in that position. Don't give them that much control over you and your emotions. And it doesn't have to be that scenario of a customer or employee. This could be like legal proceedings, maybe a domestic dispute. For some reason, I'm thinking of a conflict with a neighbour, although it won't be that for everyone. That's about to be me in a minute because that man is just screaming. It could be something involving divorce or separation proceedings, or maybe finances, maybe child support is involved, something like that. It doesn't have to be any of those, but if it is, I think this is saying it's important to not let whoever is involved in this catch you in a weak moment where you're acting out at them or being overly emotional about something. This is very much about you maintaining your power by staying composed. And if this is a fundamentally emotional situation, this is not me telling you to repress those emotions. You are allowed to feel whatever way you need to feel about this to process it. And if in private or with the people you trust, you need to vent or cry or scream or curse this person out because they've done something bad, then that is totally valid. But what I mean is, don't take it out on this person directly because there's something about them trying to use it against you. So if you are in a text exchange, let's say, and this person is acting incredibly ugly towards you in terms of their language, and it would be tempting for you to bite back and put them in their place a little bit. This is encouraging you to refrain from doing that. Keep very professional about it, because that is going to reflect better on you, and they are not going to have anything to use against you. Because if this is that dramatic example of this being some kind of court proceeding, you've got to think, like, okay, what if my messages ended up in a courtroom? Would I be okay with what I said? How would I want to portray myself to a jury? And it obviously won't be that exact example for you. That's just, I guess, more of a dramatic one, but it's just telling you to think about it like that. So could you look back on that message thread and feel happy with how you conducted yourself? Is it clear from those messages that you respect yourself and others? Is it clear that you're the one with morals and with a good head on your shoulders? That is what this is encouraging you to think about. So do not rise to the bait, because a part of why you're so powerful is because you know how to conduct yourself. You know how to stay grounded even when things get chaotic. And maybe it's because you are going to be doing the work to create that safe sanctuary, that safe haven for yourself, where you can, allow things to cool down a bit and create distance between you and this situation so that it's not gnawing at you all the time, and so you're not tempted to act out of character here. There's also something about making moves in silence being a part of what makes you powerful. And I'm hearing specifically, it's okay if not everybody sees your power, because it could be, like we said at the beginning of your reading, that there is some kind of wound around that, people not seeing you clearly, or not seeing you for who you are, or not valuing you for your full potential. And I'm hearing something about you don't have to prove yourself to anyone, because your power, it speaks for itself and it's intrinsic to you, and it's something that does not have to be vocalized, because you naturally possess the presence of somebody who has authority, somebody who knows what they're talking about, somebody confident and formidable and strong. You don't need to do or say anything, and more often than not, what I'm hearing is it's better if you don't. Like, this doesn't have to be flaunted. It's something that just speaks for itself without you having to do or say anything. And if people aren't seeing you the way you want to be seen right now, don't go out of your way to convince them that you are worth their time or attention, or that they should be valuing you more. Use your ability to escape detection to your advantage. Let them think of you as not a threat. Let them underestimate you, because ultimately, if you continue doing you and not going all out to convince people of something that you know is true, the power is going to speak for itself. So this can relate to many things: personal relationships, jobs. It can even relate to yourself if it feels like you are trying to prove something to your own self. But if we put it in the context of a job, just to give an example, let's refer back to the one I used at the beginning. If you work for a manager who doesn't see the full scope of your skills and talent and what you're capable of, if you apply for this promotion and this manager basically snubs you for it because they don't think you have what it takes, it will be easy to want to prove the point that you can do it. It will be easy to want to work extra hard to show them what they're missing. Or it would be easy to go in every day complaining to colleagues like, why did they pick this other person? I'd be so much better for the role. But in your situation, I think Spirit is saying you don't have to do any of that. You don't have to go out of your way to make someone notice the full intensity of your power. If they don't see it, they don't see it, but you do not have to take that personally. And what I'd actually encourage you to do is make moves in silence. In that situation, continue showing up at your job, keep things steady, don't make any extra effort, be polite and professional with your manager, even if you do think they snubbed you for this. But behind the scenes, continue to build your skill set, build your side hustle, build your confidence, work on yourself, and throw yourself into the things you truly resonate with. Because even if this person, like this manager in this example, doesn't see it, when you see it and when you show up for yourself like that, somebody is going to see you and notice you for what you're worth without you having to try to get them to do so. So maybe you're going to get headhunted for the better paying role at a different company, and when that happens and you hand in your notice because you're like, hey, I got a better offer, your manager isn't going to be able to give you a bad reference. They're not going to be able to say, oh, Pal 3 acted unprofessionally when we chose to give somebody else a promotion. They're going to have to say, yeah, Pal 3 is efficient, they're punctual, they did the job, that's all I can say. But it's going to show them, without saying anything, that someone sees you for what you're actually worth and is willing to value you accordingly. And all this time, your manager probably thought you didn't have it in you because you've been working behind the scenes. Maybe they were led into this false sense of security that you don't have the confidence to realise you have better options elsewhere. Maybe they thought you'd put up with this because you were silent about it, you didn't make a fuss, you just got on with things. but they are going to see what they lost when you move on to better things, which you will. I think this is also saying what's more important than anything is that you're loyal. And I don't mean loyal to a company, to a person, if that person or company doesn't align with you anymore. The most important thing is that you're loyal to yourself. You're loyal to your beliefs, your version of what it means to respect yourself and those around you. That is the thing that's going to bring you the most success in this upcoming season. This is a reminder that not everything you're doing needs to be seen or publicised in order for it to lead to great things. It is also a reminder that it's okay to not involve yourself in things if those things would compromise your morals or your belief system. This includes people trying to pull you into conflicts that you really shouldn't be a part of. It doesn't make you a bad person if you need to step aside and leave those things alone. You are not obligated to give your opinion on everything. And more often than not, it's better if you don't, because sometimes it is a waste of your energy. This is not saying that if you're passionate about speaking out against something that you deem unfair, you should just keep quiet. But this is saying when the situation calls for it, you are allowed to say, you know what? I'm not giving that my energy today. You are allowed to make your own life easier by letting things go, by not taking action when you don't need to, because it is not always your job to swoop in and solve conflict or try and save the situation. Sometimes you have to focus on your own survival and just getting by, and sometimes getting involved with matters that aren't meant for you, getting drawn into pettiness or pointless gossip or conflict, might actually lead you astray from your own value system and detract from that sense of power that you naturally possess. I'm also hearing it's okay to distance yourself if you feel like things are getting out of hand. And it won't be this exact example for you, but the example I'm getting is of somebody leaving a party early before the chaos starts, because at 9 p.m, the party is just a good fun time, but by 2 a.m, they know the police are going to be called to shut it down. So it's a self-preservation thing in the form of saying like, hey, I'm still going to show up and enjoy the party, but I'm going to protect myself by leaving at 9 p.m. instead of staying out till 2. So it's a having boundaries thing. And you might get some stick for that, particularly if you have toxic people in your life, family, friends, or whatever, who prefer to see you, drinking to excess or doing things that aren't in your best interest, whatever the case may be. You might have people calling you boring for going home at 9 p.m. and trying to convince you to stay out, putting pressure on you. But if you're like, no, do you know what? My family always tries to get me to stay at these gatherings, and then by midnight they end up fighting, they end up arguing, and I always have to split it up, so I'm not doing that to myself. I'm just sneaking off at 9 p.m. before things get crazy. If that's you, then this is encouraging you to do whatever it is you need to do to just survive and look after your peace. That is so important for you, Pal 3. So that was your tarot reading, but I just want to finish off your reading by looking at your oracle cards. And we are asking what is in store for you, Pal 3, once this situation has reached its close. Okay, so we have got number 31, loneliness, dullness, disappointment, isolation. We have inhale, exhale. We have number 4, emotion, cucumber. And we have autumn. So the numbers 4 or 31 could be significant to you in some way. Maybe you are seeing a lot of the angel number 444, or maybe you are born on the 31st, or you are 31 years of age right now. Maybe something that happened to you around that age is especially significant to this situation. Maybe some of you have Cancer placements in your chart or a lot of 4th house energy. There is definitely something about the 4th house being highlighted here. And I think it has something specific to do with your emotional roots or the ways in which you allow yourself to feel safe. And with autumn, it makes me think that there's a transitional period happening where what used to make you feel safe is changing, or you're aware that something has had to change in order for you to experience some kind of release. So this could be lots of different things depending on the specifics, but if we think of autumn as being about letting go, this could be saying you're going to experience this sense of being able to breathe easier once you have released attachment to this. Now, this could be about you physically creating a home or a safe sanctuary for yourself somewhere else. This could be about you moving away from a current toxic home or situation to seek peace in another location. Maybe it's moving out of a family home to your own place, or moving away from a bustling city to somewhere out in the country, or moving from a chaotic workplace to work from home or something like that. And it's like once you do this, this huge sense of relief is going to wash over you. And I actually feel like you are going to be releasing a lot. You could be experiencing some big emotions, but I don't think these are bad. It seems like these are things that you just have to get out, because maybe the situation you're in, maybe you have been bottling things up or you haven't been able to release this. And so this safe space that you create, it gives you an environment where you can do just that. And you're not having to keep your composure for anyone. You can just be very real with yourself and give yourself the opportunity to process all of this on your own terms without feeling like you have to tiptoe around people. It's like you are going to come face to face with emotions that you might have been more uncomfortable expressing in front of other people, and you are going to allow yourself to breathe all of those out, and that is going to make you feel so much better. It's going to make you feel like a huge weight has been lifted off your chest. Some of you, it might be that actually you have been having chest pains or having some respiratory issues. Some of this is like due to stress or anxiety over this current situation. And it's like once you're out of this, it is going to feel like the best ever thing you could do for your health. Maybe once you're out of it, you will literally be able to breathe easier. Things will start to feel easier. You will start to feel more open and receptive again. And I actually feel like you are going to be more connected with your intuition because you can actually hear it for the first time in a long time. You'll be able to hear yourself think. Your mind is going to be a lot more quiet. I could actually see you doing breathing exercises, maybe meditating more, being alone with your own thoughts more, and allowing these downloads to come through and pass you by without feeling in conflict with them or overthinking. This is all about getting rid of the old to make room for the new, and particularly if this is in relation to an inner conflict, or even if it's something like working on your attachment issues or moving away from people or situations that are causing you conflict, or if it's just you dealing with conflict differently by either removing yourself from the circumstances that cause it or by refusing to compromise your boundaries and actually assert yourself more. Whatever it is, you are making room for this new chapter in your life by allowing these things that no longer align with you to fall away, even if it's hard. And for some of you, I'm not gonna lie, for a time it could feel lonely, but it is going to be the best thing for you. And I say that because if you have to be the one to stand up and do something different in the sense of like it's unconventional in a particular community that you're part of, you might at first feel like nobody is on my side, or nobody gets why I'm doing this, or nobody sees my true intentions here, and that can be painful to experience. But you are going to realize what you're made of separate of this situation, and you need the sacred space to be able to do that. Because when you get that, you're going to be able to really get in touch with who you are and figure out more of your identity separate of this community or situation. And it's not that you don't know who you are now, but you are going to be figuring more out about yourself because it's been hard to see that clearly due to the external pressure of all of this. Because again, you haven't been able to hear yourself think. The external noise has been so loud, so you are getting a break from that. But instead of you remaining in this energy where you're like, oh no, I'm all alone in this, you are going to be like, I'm alone in this, and that's okay, because I see myself clearly now. I know who I am now. I understand my vision better. So you're going to be realizing that actually standing alone in your power is much, much less lonely than when you're surrounded by the wrong people. And yes, at first there might be doubt, and you might think that what you're choosing to do or not do in terms of this situation causes people to be disappointed in you, but you're also going to feel safe in the knowledge of like, it's okay if I disappoint some people as long as I know that I'm acting in my best interest and I'm acting in integrity. Because if you've been used to people pleasing, as just one example, yes, some people will be disappointed when you're no longer doing that because they are no longer going to be benefiting from you bending over backwards to appease them. But that does not mean that you are a disappointment. It means you're no longer going to disappoint yourself by compromising your boundaries. And this is the thing, that your opinion of you is the most important, and it's the one that should be held in highest regard and considered the most when you choose to act a certain way. So this is about coming to terms with you and you saying, it's okay that not everybody agrees with me or understands my decision as long as I know I'm doing the right thing by me. And you're feeling so empowered by that. You are going to be sleeping easier, knowing that you're on the right track, knowing that you've moved away from things not aligning with you so that you can move towards the things that do, and so that you can welcome your success with open arms. So that is what I'm getting for you, Pile 3. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please like the video, please leave me a little comment, let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pile you picked. If you don't feel comfortable letting me know what resonated, All of that would help me so much and help support this channel. Please sub if you haven't done so already. With that said, I just want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for spending this time with me. Thank you for listening and taking time out of your day to sit here and listen to me rambling. I really hope this helped. Take care, and I will see you in the next one, Pal 3. Hi Powerful Collective, if you chose the Lucid Dreams Tarot and you chose the handbag sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But the title of today's reading is What the F is Happening in This Situation? Advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. So this is me attempting to virtually hug you in the only way I know how to, which is via words of affirmation and me hopefully validating your feelings regarding your situation. Basically, what is going on here and what would I tell you to do about this if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be a pep talk with some gentle tough love added to the mix. Now this situation can be absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on, or it could be something you have been struggling with on a less conscious level, but you are open to addressing it. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of the reading is something you have been dealing with. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading by looking at the tarot and getting a real feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at this situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges. Now, I usually do the oracle cards first, but today we are going to be looking at your tarot cards first and your oracle cards afterwards, because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance. And during that portion of the reading, we are going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So that's what we're going to be doing today, and I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. These are collective readings, not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else, and do not accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. If something isn't for you, it isn't for you. Always disengage if you are finding the reading more harmful to you than it is helpful at any point. Remember that it's a free reading on the internet and I am not holding you hostage here. With all of that said, let's get started by looking at the cards we pulled for you. So I'm going to be asking, what is Powerful currently dealing with? What is this situation? Help me look at Powerful's situation from the perspective of a firm but caring bestie. But before I do that, I want to touch on the sticker just briefly. So you picked this cute little handbag sticker, which immediately made me think of retail therapy. Maybe some of you are in need of a little retail therapy. Maybe some of you need to get yourself a little treat, a little splurge, a little gift. Get something nice for yourself. But I'm also hearing the phrase in your bag. So maybe some of you are really focused on creating stability or abundance right now, whether it's via your career or a side project or a personal passion. This could be indicating that your focus is on generating some form of success or wealth or abundance. 10th house could be relevant for somebody here, or sun energy, Leo energy, or Capricorn energy. This could also imply that some of you are collectors of bags. I'm now getting Virgo energy as well coming through. Maybe there is a specific bag that you're saving up for and you've told yourself, like, when I'm earning X amount of money, I'll treat myself to this particular bag. It doesn't have to be a bag, by the way. The bag is just representative of like a specific milestone. But it feels like there might be something that you're using as this future milestone, as like a tangible recognition of success. It doesn't even have to be money directly though, but it feels like there is this sense of like, oh, when I reach X milestone, I'll do X, Y, Z. Like that's maybe something you have been affirming to yourself. And maybe this is something that has been keeping you focused, keeping you working hard towards something. Taurus energy as well might be relevant. I think I've named all the earth signs there. So we had all the earth signs and Leo. If I get any more coming through, I will let you know. But it's like, yeah, something to look forward to, some sort of future plan. I don't know why, but there is also something significant. This might just be for one person, but it's about a bag you already own. For some of you, it's just because maybe the person who got you this bag is someone you really care about. But yeah, for somebody here specifically, it's not the bag, but it's about something in the bag. And I know this message is so random. It's probably literally only going to apply to one person, but I'm hearing it's like you lost this item, or you thought you lost this item, but it's actually zipped away in a pocket of this particular bag. And I think you're going to come across it soon and be like, oh my god, I've been looking for this for ages. I thought I dropped it. I thought I'd lost it. I thought it got stolen. Maybe that's something that's happened to you recently. And I'm hearing not your usual bag, but the other one. So maybe you thought it was lost because you don't remember even using that bag. Maybe there's a specific handbag you tend to pick up when you go out every day. And if it's not in that bag, it's in like a completely different one. And it's not in that bag, it's in a different one that maybe you don't use as much. And it's like shoved at the back of your wardrobe or something. I don't know, that's just a message for one individual, but some of you, when you are doing your spring cleaning or you're reorganizing your wardrobe, you might come across it, you might find it and be like, whoa, I've not seen that in ages. It doesn't even have to be an important item. It could be like your favorite lip gloss that you thought had gone missing, and it doesn't have to be like overly expensive, but it was just a shame when you lost it. But it's going to come back to you. So yeah, there is definitely a message about something coming back to you. So if you're waiting for something to come back to you, I'm getting that. But yeah, even if that message isn't for you, I don't know why, but I'm getting a vibe from you like you're someone who is kind of prepared in an unprepared way, or like you're organized and disorganized at the same time. I know that sounds weird. Let me try and explain what I mean. You give me this vibe of somebody who has so many random things in their handbag because you try to cover every eventuality. So you just kind of throw everything in there when you go out for the day. So you're like organized in that sense that you're prepared for anything, but then maybe later, like when you're actually looking for the item you specifically need, you can never find it because you threw it in your bag and forgot about it. Or like you have to rummage through a ton of stuff to get to it because you just prepare for so much. And then when you find it again, you're like, I didn't even know this was in here. It's like you bring loads of items with you just in case, but then you can't find them when you need them or something like that. I can also, for some reason, imagine you as the kind of person, especially if you're a woman, who really appreciates pockets on clothing. Like, I can imagine you picking up little trinkets to put in your pockets, or just saying things like you wish dresses had more pockets, something like that. So that's what I'm getting from looking at your sticker. I know that was kind of a lot, but let's move on to your tarot and let's have a look at what we pulled for you, pile 4. Do not worry if the cards are not in frame at first. I'm going to lay the cards and then I'll sort it out. Okay, so starting off, we have got the 7 of Pentacles. And the clarifier is the 3 of Pentacles. We have got the World. And the clarifier is the 9 of Cups. We have got the 9 of Wands in reverse. And the 2 of Cups. We've got the Ace of Cups in reverse. And the clarifier is the Queen of Swords. We have got the Hanged Man. And we have got the 4 of Wands in reverse. Okay, pile 4. So we have some really positive cards showing up for you in this reading today. And my initial thought when I was looking at these cards is like, okay, why is pile 4 here? I don't mean that the way it sounds. I want you to be here and I'm really glad that you are. But I mean it more like, okay, why is pile 4 here asking for my advice when clearly they've got this? Like, they know they're onto something good here. What do they need me for? Like, the energy in some of the piles felt a little bit heavier, and that's not to invalidate your situation. I think your situation, we're going to be just as thorough here as in the other piles, but I just feel like for you, the situation you're in, you are already doing the right thing, or you're already on the right lines here, but maybe you just need a little bit of a pep talk or a little bit of a confidence boost with whatever this is. You could still have certain struggles, there are some doubts showing up, but it's not like you're in this terrible situation. It feels more like you are just here because you're curious as to whether this situation is what you'd hoped it would be, or you're asking like, will it lead to success or something like that. So in some ways it feels like your situation is less complicated, but at the same time I'm kind of feeling like I need to make you feel more confident about this thing than you do, because if you are still doubting that this is for you, we have some work to do, pile 4. Actually, okay, I know what a part of this could be. You could be someone who, when things are starting to look good for you, you sometimes might struggle to fully trust it or fully believe that things can stay good for you, or even that they can get better for you. So this could be doubt in terms of like, oh, this seems like a good idea. This seems like it could be everything I've ever hoped for, but what's the catch here? It's like you're always waiting for the other shoe to drop, or you're waiting for something to be revealed. So you can be like, see, I knew it was too good to be true. I knew I shouldn't have trusted this good feeling. And maybe although things seem okay in this situation, perhaps you're finding it challenging to fully allow yourself to enjoy the moment or open up and let the joy in, because it's hard for you to believe that this could truly be happening for you. Perhaps we are addressing that in the reading today. We could be dealing with some worthiness issues when it comes to accepting good things in our life. We could be addressing some coping mechanisms that have led to self-sabotage. That could absolutely be a theme here. But for the most part, what I want to say as your faraway internet bestie is that you're actually doing a lot better than you think you are. And if you are here wanting to know about whether this situation will lead to success, I mean, we have the world and we have the 9 of Cups. So you know the answer is yes. And I always advise, use your own discernment when it comes to collective readings. I can't claim to know everyone's individual situation. I'm just talking about energies here, but you will know in your gut if this is for you, because it will be that quiet sense of like knowing that something is for you and knowing that it does feel good. And that's why you've been called to it. But a part of you is maybe having some of these doubts along the way, and you just want to know, like, when will I know for sure? Or when will I have the tangible proof that I can trust this or I can fully commit to it? I'm actually, funnily enough, hearing the Peep Show theme song right now, but specifically the bit that says like paranoia, paranoia, everyone's coming to get me. So that could be relevant. Like maybe it feels to you as though when something great is happening in your life, when someone's making you happy or something's making you happy, you feel like it's only a matter of time before something creeps up behind you to pull the rug out from under you. I'm feeling this element of hyper awareness, or somebody who's always kind of side-eyeing their surroundings or looking over their shoulder, looking in their peripheral to make sure that there's no incoming threat. But within that, they are sort of struggling to enjoy the moment. I'm also getting the impression of someone who is hyper aware of themselves and their own, I don't know why I want to say personal shortcomings, but for some of you, it's like you're fully aware that this is something you do, and you even get frustrated at yourself for it. So you could be listening to this reading and you're like, yeah, I know all that already, like how do I stop it though? And I'm not claiming to have all the answers to that, but as somebody who can relate to that, I will try my best to first reassure you that you are very much deserving of good things, and also hopefully try to leave you with something helpful, even if it's just one small thing. Because right now, I'm just thinking right now of how in Peep Show, there's that constant internal monologue playing out. So you could kind of resonate with the idea of that. Maybe you're the kind of person where you'll say something and nobody else thinks anything of it, but for days afterwards, you are like, oh my God, why did I say that? Like, that was so cringe. And you're overthinking it, replaying every single interaction in your mind, that sort of thing. And now I'm thinking of the chorus part of the theme song that's like, I'm not sick, but I'm not well. And for some reason, I'm hearing intrusive thoughts. So some of you could really deal with intrusive thoughts. And sometimes you might be quite harsh on yourself for it. It's like you'll have these thoughts and then berate yourself for it. You'll be like, who thinks things like that? And even if you know logically that you are a mentally stable person, it's like sometimes you'll say to yourself, I must not be right in the head if I'm thinking like that. Like I must not be quite right. That was a little bit psycho of me to even go there. That might just be a message for one person, but there is this thing about pathologizing a lot of your thoughts, even if they are just fleeting ones that don't really have any meaning behind them or any intention behind them. Like intrusive thoughts, for instance, we can't help those, but when they pop in, they can sometimes be quite distressing and quite difficult to shake. And often these intrusive thoughts are a representation of our fears. They're not something we would ever want to happen, but you could be a person where when you experience those, you kind of judge yourself for it. You're like, well, why am I thinking that? What's wrong with me that I even thought of that? Like, I hope I haven't just encouraged that to happen by thinking about it. Some of you could actually have OCD. I'm not diagnosing anyone here. I'm not a medical professional. I'm not a clinician. This is just confirmation for whoever this particular message resonates for. There could be some OCD, anxiety, or like neurodiversity. Another message I'm getting is like, I can imagine you being the kind of person who is really, really into self-analysis or exploring the human psyche. You're probably always on the quest to learn more about yourself or why you are the way you are. And to be honest, like, aren't we all? That's why we explore things like tarot. But I can definitely imagine you being the kind of person who is very much into personality tests or looking at your birth chart. human design, MBTI, things like that. And that can be an enormously helpful tool in self-discovery. But when you're having a rough time, I can also imagine it working to your detriment. Maybe just in those moments where you're being a bit too harsh on yourself. Like, you could be the kind of person where in the past you have read about the traits of narcissistic personality disorder, and then you've been like, oh my gosh, like, I have some of those traits. What if I'm a narcissist? And you don't actually think that, but you have those moments where you might doubt your identity, or you might think, oh, but what if I was this and I just didn't know? And this is kind of specific, but I can also imagine you being the kind of person where when you were a child, you tried to like control your thoughts in public because you were paranoid that the people around you could read your mind. So it's like you didn't want to be thinking anything bad in case somebody could see it. I don't know, that might just be a message for somebody, but this could be something you still kind of struggle with, just in a different way. Anyway, those were just some confirmations. I want to talk in more detail about your situation now, because I feel like I haven't really addressed that. But it feels like you're in this situation where you might be asking, is this growing like it should be, or even is this worth investing in? Now, this can relate to many different things. For some of you, this is a situation where you are really thinking something through and considering all options before you go ahead. So perhaps you've been in the planning stages for a while, or this is still in the early, I'm hearing developmental stages, because you haven't taken that leap yet. So this could be a new venture, a very new venture that you've been preparing for, but it hasn't taken shape tangibly in the physical yet. Or it could be that you have been committing to something diligently, you've been persevering, but it feels like progress is slower than expected. So it seems like you're either asking, should I commit to this, or should I continue committing to this? Like, is it going to get me the results I want if I do? And the first bit of advice that I'm hearing in relation to this is this repeated mantra that good things take time. I keep hearing that good things take time. So I think this is basically encouraging you to slow down and exercise patience here, because what you're doing is having an impact, but you might not be able to see it yet because you're not quite at that point, and that doesn't mean that you won't be. And for your pal specifically, there is this message about success being just around the corner. Like, right when you're about to give up on something, persevering is going to be the thing that brings some kind of measurable reward. And like I say, for some of you, this is something you've already been actively working towards. But for others of you, it's like you've been in these prep stages and you've been thinking about it a lot, but maybe you haven't quite got to that place where you've like ran ahead with it and fully immersed yourself in it. And maybe it's, again, because you're having doubts and you're like, is this even going to lead to anywhere good? And there's basically this message of like, there's a reason that you wanted to do this. There's a reason that you're being drawn to this arena. I'm hearing arena, and it's important for you to know that. You wouldn't have got this idea if it wasn't meant for you. And if you do identify with still being in the planning stages with this thing, then that too is an important aspect of whatever it is. This involves you setting up, making sure that you've got the tools you need, making sure that you're in the right mindset before you fully lean into something, and that's just as important as doing the actual thing. So your time has not been wasted here. This is unfolding slowly, but it's not going to be something that gives you an immediate reward. This isn't an instant gratification thing, but the reward of your hard work towards this, I want to say labor of love, is going to be more meaningful than anything that could give you instant gratification. And if this hasn't come together yet, I do see it coming together very soon. And if this is something that already has a foundation, but you haven't seen it progress noticeably so far, I feel like the momentum is really building here and that this is gaining traction. But again, there's this emphasis on it's not going to happen overnight, but what you've been doing, trust me, isn't a waste of time. It's all part of this process. And you're going to see that what you've put into it will come back to you in a meaningful way. And you're going to be glad that you took the time to really pour into whatever this is and that you did things the right way. Like, you haven't rushed it, and you're going to feel grateful for that when it starts to come together. I think this is saying there's a lot going on beneath the surface that you can't see just yet, but it is starting to rise up and it is going to be visible soon. And I'm hearing something about it starting off small, but that small thing is going to be the sign you need that lets you know you did the right thing by following through on this. It feels like you are going to have a moment of like, yes, I knew this was leading somewhere, because you can almost see the very tip of like a stem poking through the soil or something like that. And it will feel like this has been a long time coming, but this is just the start of things to come. And that small thing, it's going to be your sign that you're on the right track. But I do think this is going to happen at a time when you're almost not expecting it. And this kind of makes me want to encourage you to stay busy with other things. And that's not to say you should abandon whatever this is. In fact, it's the opposite. This is saying keep doing what you're doing. Like, keep showing up to that garden every day to water the soil, but don't stand there all day in desperation, waiting for the flower to bloom as soon as you've watered it, because the results aren't going to come in like that. They are likely to come in during a time when you are just keeping busy and doing your thing and following one of your other pursuits. Some of you, it's like your only focus has been this, and it's occupying a lot of the space in your brain. It's kind of been this hyperfixation, and it's because you're so focused on achieving these goals. But when you are relying on just this one thing to bring you joy, you come to this place where your happiness rests on the results of whatever this is, and that might not be the healthiest expression of your passion. You're allowed to view this as something really, really important to you, and you are allowed to nourish it and take care of it and cherish it as such. But just don't let it be the only thing going on for you, because then you become desperate for the rewards to come when you don't need it to be that way. I'm hearing you don't need it to be that way. They're going to come to you. They're going to come because you've put in the work, but you can also leave this alone for a while to do other things. I'm hearing the phrase a watch pot never boils, so that could be relevant to somebody here. I'm also thinking of like somebody watching the clock when they're on a really boring shift at work. Like, time is going to feel like it moves so much slower when you're sat staring at the clock with nothing else to do. But if, on the other hand, you are on a super busy shift and you're not getting time to sit down, a 9 to 5 can feel like it happens in the span of a few minutes because you've kept yourself so occupied. So if we use that example of you planting a seed, if you look after that seed, but then after you've done what you need to do, you go and do your own thing away from that garden, one day you're going to come outside after doing something fun and you're going to notice like, hey, my flower is there, it's finally starting to poke through. And it feels like it's happened in much less time than if you'd have just stood there staring at it for days or weeks on end. It feels like some of you are stood there willing it to grow instead of allowing it to go through the natural cycle of growth. And so there could be this encouragement here to move away from this really heavy focus and enjoy other aspects of your life whilst this growth happens in the background for you. And sooner or later, you're going to be able to see it, and it's not just going to be this imagined thing, but that is going to feel like it happens a lot quicker if you're not being so impatient and you're not up your seed's ass telling it to go faster. Just let it do its thing while you do yours, and it's going to open up better than expected. Just give it time. I'm also hearing something about enjoying the process, letting things bloom in their own time and enjoying the process. Even if you want immediate results or you want something to be rushed, I'm hearing like it will happen when it happens. But I'm also hearing you will be ready when it does, because you have been preparing for this and it is coming, but it feels like it is taking a longer route to get here. And I get that that is frustrating, but please bear with it. A part of you keeps feeling the need to check up on it because maybe you don't quite believe that this could be yours. You don't fully think this is blooming for you. So you feel the need to keep a close eye on it or keep tabs on it to make sure that there's a purpose to you giving it a chance. You're like, let me keep checking in for a sign that this is worthy of my time. And I think there's an emphasis on faith here. Like, you just have to have faith in the work you're doing will inevitably lead to something greater, which I know is much easier said than done, but the sign you're looking for isn't going to suddenly appear when you're checking for it. Like, it's going to come when your mind is on other things. And I think there's also a message about allowing other opportunities in, allowing your focus to expand rather than to be narrowed. Don't make this one thing the be all and end all. Don't make it your everything. Even if it's important to you, there is always life outside of it. And you never know what kind of inspiration is going to come from other places. With this being the Three of Pentacles, there's this heavy focus on collaboration being relevant for you. It won't be this specific example for you, but I am having this vision of a person or a group of people approaching you and asking like, hey, do you want to come to XYZ place with us tonight? And you're like, no, thanks for asking, but I've got to sit here and stare at this seed. And I think the encouragement here is like to not decline every single invitation that comes to you because you think you're going to miss something if you go and enjoy yourself. Like, your seed will be there when you return. And if you've done the work, that seed is going to be doing its work behind the scenes, blooming into a flower whether you are there to watch it or not. So you might as well enjoy your time whilst you are mindfully waiting for things to bloom. And I also feel like this is saying you never know what this collaboration might lead to. You could find that this is actually something that is supportive to your current journey and the thing you want to invest most heavily in. Even if it doesn't seem like it, it's okay to go and explore these avenues. They might lead to more ideas and more fruitfulness. So spending time working alongside a person or a group of people might lead to a change in perspective that is actually a crucial part of this process. So maybe don't shut people down immediately. This could be encouraging you to work alongside people and listen to advice that others are giving you. Maybe it's saying that some kind of advice will really make you see something in a new light, but you kind of have to get outside of your own head to see it. So that could mean literally going somewhere with somebody, changing your environment. You might initially feel like, oh, this is stealing my focus, or this is leading me astray from my precious seed. But it's not. Like, working alongside somebody else or a group of people, collaborating, it's actually putting you further into alignment. So this could be saying, maybe don't decline every single invite just because you think, I can only focus on this one thing, like I have to be with my seed at all times, because your flower is going to grow whether you are sat by the seed or not. But it's important for you to be able to live your life and enjoy yourself with a like-minded community in the meantime, because you might stumble upon some amazing advice from someone in that community. Something they say or do might help your ideas blossom and grow even further, even more. Now, I do think this energy has the potential to apply to lots of different situations. And of course, as I always say, these are collective readings, so they can be somewhat vague. But I always like to give a few tangible examples of the kind of thing this could mean, just to put it into different kinds of context for you guys. Bear in mind, the situations I describe might not be your specific situation. These are just examples. But if we are to put this in the context of a romantic relationship and a few scenarios that spring to mind, this could be you developing feelings for somebody and feeling like things are going well, but also feeling a little paranoid that you are going to invest in this person too much and then things are going to start to go wrong. This could be wanting things to progress faster, like wanting to have a more defined relationship in some way, because you feel like that would solidify this connection and make it more real. So maybe it's like keeping one foot in and the other foot out, not to get hurt. But it could also look like overthinking every interaction you have with somebody to the point where it's taking up all the space in your brain. Like maybe looking at your message thread with this person over and over again, waiting by the phone for a response, like a sign to confirm that the person is into you, like you're into them or whatever. And in that situation, especially if this is someone you are just dating and it's not yet exclusive, maybe this is encouraging you to go out and have fun. That doesn't mean you have to go and date other people, but if your friends are inviting you to go out and have a fun time with them, and that's something that's going to kind of take your mind off this situation, don't say no just on the basis you're waiting for this communication to come in, because that text isn't going to come in any faster because you're sat by the phone. And what if you do go out and you end up meeting the absolute love of your life, who would no doubt offer you the kind of consistency you're looking for? It doesn't mean you have to go out expecting it, and it doesn't mean that you're not focused on this person, like your main seed, your main situation. It just means you can go and do your own thing, and you have a life that doesn't solely revolve around them. Some of you could just be anxious attachers, and this is something you fall into without realizing when you develop feelings for somebody, but it doesn't have to have anything to do with another person in that way at all. To give a different example entirely, let's say this is like a personal passion project you're working on or you want to start working on. This could be you desperately searching for a sign that you should really invest in this. You know what I'm getting? Actually, I can imagine you being the kind of person who is like, okay, if I look at the clock and it's 11:11 or 4:44, that means I should do this. But if it's any other time, I shouldn't. And listen, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging these synchronicities and those little messages from our guides as and when we see them. But sometimes we can take it too far with putting all our decisions on literally a random number on the clock. Like, you do not need any sign or proof for the go-ahead with this. You have been preparing, and if you're still feeling like you don't know enough, ask for support, yes, but don't let it stop you from moving ahead with this, because it is time for something to take shape. That's for those of you where this is a new thing. It's saying you've done enough planning and now is the time for inspired action. But for some of you, you've already been working on this project, but you've not seen the rewards yet, and you're letting that lack of tangible evidence of success discourage you a little bit. And again, it's like you're waiting for that sign, but you're becoming kind of impatient. So it doesn't have to be this example for you, but let's say you have written a book and you've discovered that you love writing. This is your passion, you're working hard, and you want to continue to create and share your voice through your writing. But if this book doesn't have any reviews yet, let's say it could be that you're saying to yourself, well, if I'm going to write my second book, I need to know that someone likes the first one first. And so you are waiting by the screen, praying for this review to come in and tell you what you need to know. But actually, by working on your second book and throwing your energy into that, not only are you going to enjoy that process, but the reviews are going to come in when you're least expecting it and when you're just focused on doing what you love rather than just sat waiting for somebody else to confirm to you that they love what you do. And then that is going to feel even better because you'll be like, I'm so glad that I already started working on this second book now that I can see how much people love the first. The same applies for, whatever kind of project or business this is, whether it's clients or customers at a business or whether it's building a following if you have an online platform, for instance. If you're doing what you're doing and you're doing what you love, it is all going to come in, and the lack of seeing it in front of your face right now, that doesn't mean that it's not happening and it's never going to come. But also, if we are talking about like you declining an opportunity on the basis of, well, I've invested my energy into this one thing, so that's the only thing I should be focusing on, I can't get distracted by other offers. I'm seeing that meme that's like, why not both? Why not both? Because you might find that keeping busy with something else gives you the space you need to detach from the outcome of that first project. But you might find that this other project or collaboration leads to success in a different way, or it teaches you some valuable knowledge that you can use in relation to the first project. So don't dismiss things because you feel like your attention should just be on the one thing, because you can do both. You can explore other avenues. Not all your eggs have to be in this one basket, basically. Another example I'm thinking of, and this might just be for one person, but it's because the Seven of Pentacles refers to gestation. But this could be like worry over a pregnancy or even a child reaching a milestone and not fully being able to experience enjoying the pregnancy or enjoying interacting with this child because you feel like certain things should be happening by this point that aren't happening. And I don't want that to sound in any way dismissive. Obviously, you know your own body better than anyone. You know your own child better than anyone. If you sense that something is in any way wrong, if you feel that and you need reassurance from a medical professional that things are okay or things are progressing how they should be, please seek out advice from a person qualified to give you advice on that. But for some of you, I'm talking more about this way that you have of overthinking a situation due to perfectionism or because you're comparing your progress to somebody else's. So even if in this instance you have a pregnancy that is perfectly healthy, you might worry that there's something wrong because you're like, why hasn't my experience been like that person's? Or you might feel like you have to follow certain rules too strictly. So if there's something that pregnant individuals are permitted to have in moderation, this could be somebody saying, well, even though it's safe to have that in moderation, I'm not having it at all because I want to prioritize the baby. But I think this is saying like you can still look after your health and look after your body and your baby whilst also allowing yourself a moment of enjoyment too. This could also apply to like body changes in general, like fitness goals. Maybe this is declining a fun afternoon going out to eat with friends because you're worried you're going to eat something unhealthy and get distracted from your fitness goals. Like, no, it's okay to have both things, everything in moderation. You are allowed to enjoy yourself and have an amazing time going out to eat with your friends whilst also prioritizing your body and the goals you want to work towards. Refusing to have that one meal that isn't part of your plan isn't going to bring you to your goals any faster. So don't deny yourself pleasures along the way. Also, allow yourself space to enjoy at the moment. Don't put so much pressure on yourself to do everything perfectly, like it is all coming together regardless. So those are just a few examples of the type of thing this can mean and how it can play out differently depending on what you're dealing with. But moving on to these really positive cards, like if you are still experiencing some type of uncertainty in terms of like whether this is going to work out well for you, whether it's going to be what you want long term, the World card and the Nine of Cups card showing up like this should tell you absolutely everything you need to know, because this is about finally allowing yourself to feel good. It's allowing yourself to feel contentment, belonging, satisfaction with where you're at without thinking about what you don't have or what could go wrong in the moment. And I see you moving towards that. You are moving towards certainty and safety that the decisions you are making in terms of what you want your life to look like are the right decisions. There's going to be this feeling of like, I have done the work and I know that I deserve to reap the rewards. And you are giving yourself permission to do that without questioning and asking whether you've done enough or asking if you should do more. You're going to be occupying space, taking a seat at the table without questioning whether or not you're supposed to be there. It's this feeling of like, I don't need an invite because this is my dinner party. And there's going to be this sense of like, I was always supposed to be here, or this is always what I was meant to be doing with these people in this place. Right now, I feel so satisfied and I feel like there's nowhere else I would rather be. And it's as though you have, or you're going to have, this awareness that this place that you're at is truly aligned with you. And it might have taken you some work to get there, but you're going to be able to look back on all of the hard work that you've put in. And you're going to be able to say, yeah, I did that and look how far I've come. And you're going to be feeling this sense of completeness. You're going to be like, yeah, now I can actually see how far I've come and I'm glad that I've completed this cycle, or I stuck with this, or I invested my energy into seeing it through, because now I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be more emotionally fulfilled. And it's going to feel like you can close a certain chapter of your life, like it's not going to be your focus because you've graduated, you've ascended, you've mastered that level. It doesn't have to take up all of your attention anymore because you are ready to move on to other ventures. It's like you will have seen this thing progress and you're going to be ready for one chapter to close and another to open. But it is not in like an urgent way. It's not in this way of saying like, oh, I have to move on to the next thing so that I have something to do, something to occupy me. This is like true appreciation of the place you're at. It's being happy to stick around in that place for a while longer because it's the most content you've ever felt. It's this feeling of like, even if I don't move ahead and do something else, I'd be good with where I'm at right now. Like I could stay here forever. Or if you are going to be moving on to a new venture, it's like there's no immediate rush for it. You're going to be able to take your time because you've learned how to find satisfaction in the moment. So you're not like always longing for that next stage. This is bliss. This is not having to doubt anything anymore. So if you were once, as one example, doubting a certain relationship in your life, this is giving me that feeling of you looking back and thinking like, oh, like I can't believe I once didn't trust that things would work out with this person. They were so new to me, but now, you know, we live together or we're getting married and we built this happy life. And I found that I can trust this person, or I can trust people generally. I found, you know, this person that I belong with. Or as another example, if this is a business venture, there's this feeling of like, oh, I once didn't think this idea would even get off the ground, or I once didn't think I'd be able to afford rent if I went ahead with this business, but now all my bills are paid, there's food on the table, I'm living comfortably based on this business that I built, and I could even expand if I wanted to. I have options, but there's no feeling of like, I have to expand to get more money. There's just this deep understanding of it's only up from here. So it's going to be excitement towards the future because you are going to be feeling so blessed with what you have in the moment. So that is a little glimpse into your future in terms of this situation, Pal 4. And bear in mind, all of you are going to be at different phases of your journey. Some of you might be closer to reaching that phase of contentment than others. Some of you might be in that right now. Like maybe you've already done the work to heal some of these wounds surrounding self-doubt, but you might still recognize those feelings in a past version of you. So let's say you are in a healthy, happy relationship right now. You're content with where you're at. You don't want to rush things because you trust the process. You could identify with maybe having some form of anxious attachment in the past, where you did find it difficult to trust, or you felt more urgency to like prove that the relationship was solid, as just one example. And maybe you have moved on from that. You're not like that anymore, but you see it as a part of past you's journey. But maybe some of that wounding or that defensive energy might still show up in another aspect of your life. And some of you are very much feeling that uncertainty more so. And for those of you where that applies, I want this to be a reading that reassures you that the future looks very, very different to that. And one day you are going to wonder why you doubted this. It doesn't matter whether it's that example of a relationship or whether it's something completely different. This is saying you're going to feel a lot differently about it. But right now, it does feel like some of you are still having those trust issues when it comes to this thing and believing it will work out for you. Some of you are having, I guess, a crisis of faith when it comes to your ability to make what you want to happen here. And it's exhausting in a way because it feels like you constantly have to be on guard. You don't know whether it's going to be possible to finish what you started, or you're not sure whether it's worth pursuing. You might be losing some motivation because you feel like no matter how hard you try, you're not getting anywhere with this, or you're not getting where you want to be. And it makes you think that you'll never get there. And overthinking this is utilizing a lot of your energy. It might leave you drained. And some of you, it feels like you're getting to this point where you might be asking, like, should I throw in the towel? Because I don't think I have anything left in me. Like, I don't have the energy to keep pushing. And I think I use the phrase 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And I don't like using that phrase for this. I don't know if it's quite the right one, because with us getting that 7 of Pentacles earlier, it's obvious that your attention is taken up by this. It's clear you're focused on it, and actually to your detriment at times, because it might be the sole thing that you're focused on. But maybe this is like an energy of pretending to have 1 foot in and 1 foot out, or pretending to not be as invested in it as you actually are. And this is kind of a self-preservation thing. So maybe it's like you're defensive over this because you don't want to be seen to be caring about it too much, only to have it not work out or to be taken away from you. So it's almost this energy of trying to keep it cool, even though you know deep down, like, this is the thing, this is everything. A part of you could be, I don't want to say you're being half-hearted, because your heart is definitely having some big feelings towards this, but it's almost like you're holding back because you don't want to throw everything into it, only for things to go wrong, only for you to have it taken away from you, ripped away from you. So it's like you're not putting in everything you have. Even if you've put in a lot, you are not like fully putting in everything, and that is your way of clinging to safety. And again, it's weird to say this because we got that 7 of Pentacles, which makes it clear to me that you are working hard and you have been laser focused on this. You have been putting in the effort, but it does just feel like there might be something that you're holding back, because there's this sense of like, if you put this last thing in, you would have no hands left to play. And if it went wrong, that would leave you devastated, because you'd be like, well, that was my last card. What do I do now? Or something like that. So you are doing a lot, but there's this one thing that you're not doing, or there's this one thing, I don't want to say you're not doing it, but you're keeping it close to your chest because it might make you too vulnerable. It won't be this exact example for you. Like I say, this doesn't have to have anything to do with relationships whatsoever. But when I say you're throwing a lot into it whilst also holding back, I think it has a lot to do with the labor you are carrying out mentally due to this overthinking. And one example of this is like overthinking a reply to someone's text message. So if someone asks you if things are okay, it's like you might put a lot of thought into your response, and you might type out a paragraph explaining how you feel, and then you might delete bits and retype them, trying to perfectly articulate what it is you want to say. And then in the end, you might overthink it so much that you end up just deleting the whole thing and just saying, I'm fine, you. So you actually did put a lot of effort and thought and care into it, but that never came through to the other person because you didn't want to open up or come across as vulnerable, because then it would look like you cared too much or you'd put too much thought into this. And if you weren't sure how the other person would respond to that, that feels like too much of a risk. So this is something you have been putting such a lot of effort into, but not all of the effort is being seen because you've been on guard, or you've been overthinking, or you've been paranoid that you're going to get hurt. But the thing that's so annoying about this situation, Pal 4, and I'm not calling you annoying, I'm calling the situation annoying, even though you are being a little bit annoying, but only because I wish that I could make you see what I see. But as your faraway internet bestie, the thing that's most annoying is that this thing is absolutely for you, and you waste more energy fighting it than you do just allowing it to naturally align with you. I'm hearing let this thing love you. Like, it wants to love you, it doesn't want to fight with you. And again, this does not have to be about a person. For some of you it will be, but this can be anything. But whatever it is, let it love you and allow yourself to fall in love with it without feeling as though you need to have this protective shield up all of the time. Because having that guard up all of the time is probably the thing that's exhausting you most. I'm hearing put down your armor. And I know it's easier said than done. Sometimes we don't even realize we have this guard up because it's so natural for us to want to protect ourselves. But for the love of all that is holy, let this thing be yours. Because it's seeking you and you're seeking it, but you're treating this situation like it's enemies to lovers when it doesn't have to be like that. You do have to allow yourself to be more open and vulnerable though, and I know that's hard for you, and I know it's not easy to flip a switch and just do that overnight, but this was made for you. This is a gift, this is a blessing, and it feels divinely guided. But a part of you is treating it, I don't want to say like an inconvenience, but maybe like a threat. Like, this has the potential to hurt you in some ways, how you feel, so you're reluctant towards it. The example I'm getting is like, let's say there are two countries at war with one another. I'm not going to use any actual country names because that just hits too close to home for my liking, but I'm just going to say this involves countries A, B, and C. So let's say you are the president of country A and country B is fighting with you. You are in a conflict with country B. So this is like the president of country C stepping in and saying, country A, we are on your side. We are going to offer you defense. We are going to send our troops to you because we want peace. Like, we want to stop this fight. This is like you, the president of country A, then saying, country C is at war with us too now. And country C is like, no, we're not. Like, that's not what we said. We're actually on your side. And you, country A, you're like, okay, but what's the catch? What's the ulterior motive here? What if I accept the defense from country C and they use it against me in the future? What if there's more to it than just wanting peace? So it feels like they're at war with you too now, even if they're actually on the same side as you. It's like you're battling them instead of accepting help, which adds to the battle with country B and makes it harder for you because now you're making two countries your enemy when one of them was actually trying to help. So in that analogy, I guess country B could be like battles with the outside world, or country B could represent your cynical side, the side that wants to burn everything to the ground because the prospect of peace is too scary. Take it in whichever way it applies. But what I'm trying to say is, like, country B already makes life hard enough for country A. So if country C wants to make it easier, then let them. Allow yourself to love and be loved by country C instead of making it 10 times harder for yourself by treating country C with automatic suspicion or acting as though no good can come from this. Because it can. This is saying stop feeling like you have to be on guard and be in defense mode all of the time, because sometimes things should flow easily to you even when you don't try. And when it happens, it can be jarring and it can feel like, you know, what is the catch here? Because surely nothing can just be this good. Surely nothing can just go right and be smooth and be this naturally perfect. But it can, so stop doubting it. This is absolutely meant for you and you do not have to force it or make it harder than it is. The feeling is mutual. Whatever this is in relation to, this thing wants you as much as you want it. This is harmony. This is totally clicking with something and allowing it to fall into place and understanding on that deeper level that this is right, this is compatible, and you're allowed to give yourself permission to trust it without assuming the worst or without assuming that it will lead to disaster. Yeah, and with the Queen of Swords, there's some kind of truth here that wants to come out, but it's being repressed. You're holding something back, or it has been filtered to appear more palatable or something along those lines, but it's like the rawness or the heart of it has been repressed. And it could be due to a fear of coming across as too much. Like there's a fear that that unfiltered honesty will not resonate or will not be interpreted in the right way. It will leave you feeling rejected or vulnerable to attack in some kind of way. There's worry that it will leave you feeling unsafe. There's some kind of block in terms of being fully authentic. There's difficulty opening up and getting fully vulnerable. There's, again, this hypervigilance to a perceived threat or a sense of rejection. And it's leading to this barrier that we haven't quite been able to break through because it's like there's something metaphorically stuck in your throat here. It's this obstruction. And it's as though you might be able to tell yourself that you can eat round it, but something has to give here. The obstruction has to come loose. What's blocking the way has to come tumbling out. So if we think of this as a physical obstruction, yes, you can try and eat round it, but you are not getting all of the nutrients your body needs and deserves because there is something immovable lodged in the way. And it's the same here with whatever's going on in this situation. There's this one thing that you're not doing. You're not saying what needs to be said or doing what needs to be done, or you're not saying enough because every time you try to, you second guess it or you worry how it will be received. And so you work yourself into exhaustion thinking about it, but the message you want to send isn't put across fully because you stop yourself from putting it out there fully. There's a worry that if you say or do too much or you go too far with this, you will end up in danger. You'll end up choking on this. And so you are trying to keep yourself safe. The Two of Cups can relate to being seen. So there could absolutely be some wounding surrounding being seen wrapped up in this. It's like you're showing parts of yourself, but you're not showing your full self because you just don't know if that's too much of a risk. But the thing is, powerful, when you're choosing to hold certain things back so as to not be perceived in a certain way, yes, it might protect you from being taken advantage of in certain situations that aren't meant for you, but it also means that the opportunities that are meant for you cannot quite find you because they cannot see you properly. Like, the good opportunities cannot meet you where you're at if you're pretending that you operate from this lower level. And I think a big piece of advice that I'm getting in this instance is to speak up and be unapologetically you. That is going to pay off for you. It is to stop worrying about trying to deliver a message in the most palatable way possible and just share your unfiltered truth with the world, because it feels like you're putting yourself out there in some way, looking for connection, looking for closeness, looking for belonging. And when I say connection, again, this does not just relate to relationships. This can relate to projects we create, art we put out there. It's connection to ourselves. It doesn't just have to relate to another human being, although it can. And you're struggling to understand quite how to let that in. I'm seeing tentacles. I don't know why. Maybe an octopus is significant to somebody here. I'm seeing like a watercolor picture of an octopus or an octopus statue. But it's like if you were an octopus, it's as though your tentacles are tentatively exploring the ocean, searching for something and coming back with nothing. Maybe you want another set of tentacles to come and find you and hold onto your tentacles so you can feel like, you know, I'm not in this ocean alone. You can feel that sense of belonging, like somebody sees you, resonates with you and wants to keep tight hold of you. But there's something where either your tentacles aren't going far enough into the ocean to find what it is you're looking for, like you need to go deeper, or there's something where your tentacles still have spikes on them, like you forgot to retract your spikes, and people see them as a threat, even though actually you are just trying to protect yourself. So the advice here is to be more honest with yourself, with others, because some of you could be assuming that this blockage is evidence that this isn't the right thing for you, that it's not meant for you, especially if you feel like you're not progressing the way you would like. Maybe you've been affirming that what you've been putting out so far is not being well received, and that maybe made you assume that you should repress yourself more to accommodate what you think the world wants from you. Maybe that has led to you thinking too much of your realness came out and it was too much for people, and you should just hold back. You should just keep this guard up or this mask on or not give your opinion. But actually what people connect with you most over is your authenticity and your raw, unfiltered vulnerability. It's not that you've gone too far or been too much. It's that you haven't gone far enough, or you're not revealing all that you could reveal as part of your truth. And people deeply resonate with your truth in whatever way that applies. So in that octopus example, it's like you are pulling your tentacles back and saying, see, I put my tentacles out there and nobody wants them. Yes, I'm in the ocean on my own. But really, there are many, many other tentacles out there waiting to hold yours. I don't think I've ever said the word tentacles so many times. I don't know where this is coming from. I haven't been reading Tentacle Corn or anything like that. But it's like, yeah, there are loads of tentacles out there for you. And if you're willing to push yourself a little bit further in terms of sharing parts of yourself, those tentacles will be waiting to hold yours. You do not have to contain yourself to that one small spot in the ocean. Like, the whole ocean is yours and it's okay for you to explore it without always being conscious of the space that you're taking up and what that means. Basically, you are going to be at your most successful when you're telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, without trying to fight people with your spiky tentacles. And to put this in a more realistic context in terms of a couple of different scenarios or examples, if this is a passion project we are talking about, let's say you are a content creator and you're making YouTube videos, giving your opinion on a certain topic. Maybe in that situation, you are called to share a personal anecdote that relates directly to that topic because it would add an extra layer of nuance to the discussion. But maybe you hold back on doing that because it took you so much courage to put yourself out there in the first place on YouTube that opening up more to your audience and telling them something real about you would feel like too much of a risk. You're like, I can't have people knowing more about me than what I'm choosing to tell them, or I can't have people seeing me as anything deeper, anything other than the narrative I'm trying to portray, because that would leave me open to true rejection or criticism, and that could actually hurt me if I tell them something real. And maybe you are working hard to put good quality content out there. You stay professional, you stay neutral, you try and keep your emotions out of it, but you're noticing, despite putting the effort in to get the message out just right, maybe your audience isn't growing, or you feel like you are not connecting with them the way that you'd like to. And you might mistakenly rewatch your videos thinking, maybe people don't like my vibe, maybe people don't like my personality, maybe I was too much and that's why I'm not getting the views. But it's actually the opposite. It's actually you're not showing enough of your true personality. People want you to share more of your authentic, honest opinions. because not only does it make you more personable, but it sets you apart from other creators doing a similar topic, and people really, really connect and resonate with it. Hearing about your unique experience is your selling point. It's not something that is going to deter people, it's going to draw them to you even more. So please stop second guessing it. It's the same for like if you're writing a book and you're trying to get across a certain feeling. You could write something I'm hearing really potent and really heartfelt from the soul, from the very core of you, from that source energy, but then you go back and you delete that paragraph that you've written because you're like, if I say that, I'll come across as crazy. Like if I write that, people will think that I'm weird. But it's the opposite. Like people will connect more to your work or to your writing because you are able to articulate all of these weird thoughts that everyone has had, but they don't vocalize. You don't have to make it like look neat or pretty or perfect all of the time. It can be gritty. You just have to be bold and be honest and speak with integrity and say it like you mean it, because that is where the magic lies. And it's the same in a relationship context. You might think like you've opened up too much and you're worried and you're saying to yourself, am I being clingy? Am I coming across like I care too much? And actually it's the opposite. Maybe to the other person it comes across like you don't care enough because you're playing it cool so you don't get hurt. Maybe they need validation, they need reassurance too. There's this sense of you starting to see more of the results you want when you are more of who you are and what you are, rather than less of who and what you are. So this is about not dimming yourself or filtering certain aspects of how you express yourself to accommodate others, because you achieve more successful results in whatever this is when you do the very opposite and you embody this very real, raw, potent, untamed essence of you. Yeah, so with this Four of Wands reversed and this Hanged Man showing up like this is making me think that in this situation, there's a part of you that feels disconnected from the joy you think you're supposed to be feeling at this point. It's like even if good things are happening to you, it's hard to feel fully settled. It might feel like the foundation is wobbly at its core, and it's because you don't have all the answers and you are uncomfortable with trusting that in-between liminal space, embracing and existing in this space between where things have the potential to either go very wrong or very right. It's difficult for you not to get restless and want to just move to this next level that guarantees security, so you can start to feel comfortable, so you can start to settle in and make this your home and fully experience joy here. Because right now it's a struggle to enjoy the moment, thinking like, well, this could all come crumbling down at any time, and that's one of the things that's kind of blocking you from being more vulnerable. You maybe feel like, until I'm at this certain level of stability, I cannot pour that much of myself into this when there's just no guarantee that it'll work out. And I still feel like I'm floating around, not knowing which way it's going to go. It feels like an impossible ask to pour more of yourself into this, not knowing whether you have this guaranteed success. And again, it's hard for you to trust this and go with this without having, why do I want to say, some form of documentation to prove it's real? Like I'm hearing something about a certificate of validation. And I don't mean that literally, but what I mean is proof. You feel like you need the proof that this isn't just a dream or a hallucination or your imagination wanting you to believe something is real. You don't want this to be temporary. The Four of Wands card is often associated with the home. And when it's coming up in reverse like this, it can indicate not feeling at home. So this to me says like you are not wanting to get too comfortable in case this is taken away from you. And the analogy I'm getting is about renting a home versus buying a home. Obviously, I'm using this more as just an example. And by the way, this isn't any kind of commentary on people who rent versus buy their homes. I know that buying a home in this economy is an absolutely huge privilege, and some people have to rent because they have no other choice. And some people might actually prefer to rent in instances where they might not want to commit to staying in one place. They might move around a lot. They might just need a home until they find their dream home. And there's nothing wrong with either of those things. But there can sometimes be a distinguishable difference in how a person feels about their home when they rent it versus buying it. And sometimes it's because when you're renting it, there's often this sense of like, oh, but it's not really mine. Like, I can't get settled here. Like, I'm just here temporarily. I'm just borrowing it. And often renters are made to feel that way, and they can't feel fully settled, or they can't fall in love with their home because, yeah, it's this awareness that it's temporary. Like, the landlord could go and change the rules or put up the cost of rent. And if that happens, this person could get evicted at any point, or They can't decorate the house the way they'd like and put their signature stamp on it, or they can't settle down and get a pet because of the rules laid out in their contract. And so even though they might genuinely love the place that they're renting, it's very hard to get truly comfortable and feel truly safe, knowing it might not be theirs forever. So they feel like, I don't want to invest too much in this place because it's not really mine. You find that often people look after their own homes that they have bought way better than they would a rental apartment, because it's hard to feel attached to something that you can't truly call your own in that same way. And that analogy is kind of what's happening here to some extent. It's like it doesn't feel like you can properly claim something as yours yet. It still feels like you're on shaky ground, or you need some kind of contract as confirmation that this is yours and it's not going to get taken away from you before you can fully enjoy it. It's like you don't want to get too content or comfortable in terms of experiencing this joy, because even if you have seen a small sign of success or you've hit a milestone that's made you happy, in the back of your mind there is this element of like, oh, but it could still go wrong, so I better not get too settled here. And I think this is encouraging you to become comfortable with accepting that there are some things that you can't yet know, but allowing yourself to experience joy when it arrives anyway, instead of always jumping to the what could go wrong, because you might be saying, well, this uncertainty will pass when I reach this level. But the fact is, things can always go wrong. And when they do, it doesn't mean that you have chosen wrong, or that you haven't prepared enough, or that you shouldn't have allowed yourself to be happy before you knew for sure that it couldn't go wrong. It just means that we live in a world where external things happen outside of our control, and we are never 100% in control of the outcomes. But worrying about 10,000 things that haven't yet happened and using that as a reason to tell yourself that you cannot experience pride or joy or happiness or contentment with what you have now is you just talking yourself out of the opportunities that are unfolding for you in the present. And as someone who has always struggled with overthinking, as someone with a very active inner monologue that never shuts up, I know that this is easier said than done. Let me tell you, the call is coming from inside the house with this one. And I never want to be one of those readers who is like, have you tried just thinking positively? As if I've just solved world hunger. Like, as if nobody has thought about that before. I don't mean it to sound like that, and I hope that's not how I'm coming across. But I do want to put emphasis on the fact that regardless of what the outcome is here, the time is going to pass anyway. So if you want to give yourself the chance while you're in this human vessel to really explore what it means to be human by expressing who you are and your full range of emotions to the absolute max, to the truest and boldest capacity that you can, then why not do that while you have the chance to? Because the unknown tomorrow is going to arrive anyway. It is going to arrive for all of us. And I'm not saying that to scare you. You're so scared of the unknown tomorrow when it could be the best thing that's ever happened to you. But it's still going to come, whether you're doing that or whether you're sat staring at the sky, biting your nails, waiting for the sun to rise in terror. And if you're not taking action in the way you want, it might do the opposite of what you want it to do. And to give an example of what I mean, to put this into context, if you say like, oh, my relationship isn't really real, I can't fully trust this person or feel comfortable with this person until we are married. This is just an example, by the way, it doesn't have to be this for you. And I understand that people view marriage in very different ways, and if marriage is important to you and you see it as like a non-negotiable part of your path, there is zero wrong with that. But if you use signing marriage papers as a basis for trust and you're assuming you will feel better once you get married because then things can't go wrong, I have some very shocking news about divorce statistics. And that's not me saying that you're wrong for wanting something more solid. I realise that marriage offers certain protections, especially when it comes to having children and things like that. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking specifically about trusting someone or thinking the relationship will be better because of it, like the communication and the trust and things like that. Like, if you don't trust somebody, marriage is not going to make you trust them. If your relationship isn't good, marriage isn't going to make it better. At no point in the future are you going to feel comfortable or trusting of that person if you are not working on building that in the present. And to do that, you have to be real, you have to be authentic. There has to be a solid basis for the relationship to grow, even when things feel uncertain or even when it's still early days. Another example is like if you are offered a temporary job, you might choose not to get involved with work events or not to socialize with your colleagues because maybe you're thinking, I don't want to get too attached to this place of work or the people here, knowing that it's not forever. You might apply for the permanent role, but if you're not certain you'll get it, you might refuse to get fully involved even if you want to. But by getting involved, by doing what you really want to do and choosing to enjoy that moment regardless of the outcome, it actually might make you more likely to be given that permanent position. Because then the people you're working with might say like, oh, you know, it's clear Pal 4 really communicates well with the team. It's clear they're enthusiastic about this position because they've been really getting involved. It might work more in your favour just to do what you want in the moment. And either way, even if you don't get it, you're there anyway, so why not enjoy it instead of spending your temporary contract not connecting with anyone around you and feeling miserable? I always think in these situations, for me, it's often useful to ask like, okay, if the worst case scenario happened tomorrow, how would I have wanted to spend my time? Because I don't know about you, but I'm almost certain that on my deathbed, I'm not going to be saying, oh, I wish I'd have doom scrolled more. I wish I'd have spent more time on my phone Googling things that confirm my anxieties, or listening to chronically online people on Reddit who have never touched grass. No shade towards Reddit users. I am a Reddit user. I think it can be a great resource. I have sought advice from Reddit, especially if I'm having any kind of tech issue. I always say if someone on Reddit doesn't know the answer to it, then there is no answer. There are some excellent resources on there and on the internet generally, but I'm talking more about communities that cultivate these toxic echo chambers, speaking on situations that they don't really have any idea about. Do not take those things as gospel. Do not allow that to dictate how you live your life, especially when it comes to you being encouraged to worry about things that nobody you have ever met in real life gives a shit about. Like, don't allow these kinds of cesspits to steal your joy. It's yours to claim, and you should claim it wherever you can. Because life is tough enough without worrying about 1,000 things that haven't even happened yet. So this looks like surrender. This looks like you saying, you know, I don't have all the answers, and that's okay. I'm going to see where life takes me. And that is going to lead to your 9 of Cups, your world moment. Because your joy is not some far off point in the future. You are seizing it right now. You're stepping into it even when it feels uncomfortable giving into that. So that was your reading, Pal 4, and I want to finish off your reading by looking at your oracle cards. So we are asking what's in store for Pal 4 once this situation has reached its close. So we have got saving, number 49, preservation, collection. I don't know whether this is supposed to say means, but it says meanness, means. I'm confused. Relieve the pressure. Boiling point. I'm hearing boiling point. Affection. And continuance, apple, number 26. Okay, interesting. I could not tell whether this savings card meant to say meanness or means, as in like the means to afford something. But meanness kind of gives me a 4 of Pentacles vibe of like being possessive or holding on to something because you're scared of what will happen if you give it out freely. So this could be about being stingy with your affection and the things you want to share, holding back on something, holding back on being who you are, because you are trying to save up your joy to use at a later date. You are like, I can't use all of my joy up now. It's not the right time. I have to invest it wisely. I can't be frivolous with my joy, as if it's the last penny that you've got or you're going to get or you ever will have. But joy isn't like that. It comes to us when it comes to us, and we have to lean into it whilst we have hold of it. And I think this is encouraging you, like we've been saying, to be open to experiencing joy in whatever format it takes in the here and now, because that is going to take a lot of the pressure off you. Right now, there's all kinds of pressure of like, will this work out? Am I on the right track? What if I don't get the results I want? What if this goes wrong? But it is not your job to try to control everything in terms of exactly how this plays out. It is not your responsibility to sit there intently waiting day after day, making sure something is going in the direction you want it to go before allowing yourself to experience bliss, because it's going to go whatever way it goes, regardless of you stepping in to fix it. And you don't have to wait to feel like it's fixed perfectly to enjoy what's in front of you now. You don't always have to be saving for a later date or going around collecting little pieces of information that best explain why you should feel happy or why you shouldn't feel happy. Sometimes you're allowed to just feel happy because you do. Sometimes it washes over you and you do not have to overthink. You do not have to explain to anyone why you deserve this. You don't have to prove to yourself or anyone else that you are worthy of experiencing contentment. It is not a requirement that you must reach a certain milestone before you get to feel anything resembling satisfaction or peace. You can aim for more and take the inspired action to reach the next level without telling yourself that the one you're currently on isn't enough. This is about investing more in not just the things that you think will lead to success, but the things that genuinely make you feel uplifted, those things are worthwhile too. Not everything has to be focused on productivity. Sometimes you just get to enjoy being alive. And that could be something you struggle with if you're someone who always feels the need to be on the grind. And this is not an encouragement to not have a nest egg to fall back on, or to use all of your savings on frivolous purchases instead of your rent or something like that. But you are allowed to be frivolous sometimes, because sometimes giving ourselves a little treat is actually the thing that enables us to feel motivated and feel closer to our goals. So yeah, don't go out and buy yourself a designer bag if you can't afford one. But don't say I can only buy something nice to wear once I've lost weight, for example. Buy yourself a cute workout outfit now to help motivate you, because if you're wearing your scruffy old workout clothes that are falling apart at the seams, that is not going to be comfortable. You're not going to be able to get in a good workout, and you're going to feel like crap. Don't think every last piece of your joy has to be saved for this one specific thing. You are allowed to love the process too. There's a difference between being responsible and investing your time in what is worthwhile. There's a difference between that and holding on so tightly to any potential of fun that you end up squandering life away before you get a chance to enjoy it. It's like if you work really, really hard studying for a test and you tell your friends you can't go out and have fun with them until you've done that test. That's fair enough. If you want to prioritise studying, that's understandable, it's responsible, and it's you holding yourself accountable. But if you study hard for that test, you do the test, and the results come out in 3 weeks, but you're still saying, I can't go out and enjoy myself with my friends until I'm certain I've got a good grade, then honestly, who is that helping and who is that serving? Because sure, you could spend time being anxious, wondering how you did on that test, Googling to see whether you got the right answers, and trying to prepare for a grade that's less than you hoped for. But ultimately, those results are still going to come whether you're stuck inside all day staring at a screen or you're off having fun with your friends. So try to take hold of your fun, even when sometimes it's fleeting, even when sometimes it feels like it won't last forever. It won't, and that's the point. Even when times are uncertain, take the fun and live life in the moment whenever and however you can, because what is the point in anything less? And that includes pouring your affection into anything and everything that you truly want to pour into. Because when that happens, not only is the pressure to control every eventuality going to be taken off you, not only is your head not going to be constantly feeling like it's blowing up with all the thoughts of what if, but the affection that you give is going to come back to you tenfold. There's going to be so much love and abundance in your life that you are not going to be able to contain it. But sometimes you have to trust the process and continue doing what you're doing, even when it feels like you're taking a risk. You have to take a bite of the apple, or you're never going to get the nutrients, you're never going to get a squeeze of that juicy juice if you spend all your time worrying that the apple is going to be rotten. It could be the best, tastiest, most delicious apple you've ever had in your life, but you won't know that until you take a bite. If you unashamedly and truthfully show how much you love the world will love you back so much in ways that you cannot possibly fathom. But sometimes you have to try to discard the fact that you haven't always got solid proof of absolutely everything that's going to play out, and you have to trust the process. And you have to have faith that if you want to do something and you're enjoying the path you're on, then it's meant for you. You don't need any further proof. Regardless of where you end up, you are meant to be on this journey because you are called to be on this journey. And you're never doing the wrong thing by wanting to explore and continue with things that spark joy in your life. So this is saying continue doing what you're doing, but remember to enjoy life too. You are allowed to do both. Why not both? And by doing both, you're going to not only be less stressed and more balanced in your energy, but you're also much more likely to receive everything you've ever dreamed of, Pal 4. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, Pal 4. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please don't forget to like the video. That is a huge way to help support me and this channel. If you get a chance, please leave me a little comment. Let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated. That would be a massive help to me. If you haven't done so already, if you like this style of content, you like this reading, please consider subscribing. Again, that's a huge way to support me and help me and this channel grow. With all of that said, I just want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for sending me your beautiful energy and spending this time with me. I really, really appreciate you. I hope you enjoyed the reading, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, Pal 4. Hi Pal 5 Collective, if you chose the Cute Ghost Tarot and you chose the llama sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But the title of today's reading is What the F is Going On? Advice about this situation from your faraway internet bestie. So this is me attempting to virtually hug you in the only way I know how to, which is via words of affirmation and hopefully validating your feelings along the way. Basically, what is going on here and what would I tell you to do about this situation if you were my best friend? So this reading is very much going to be, first and foremost, honesty, also a pep talk with some very gentle tough love added to the mix. Now, this situation itself can be absolutely anything. It might be a specific situation that you are actively thinking about and hoping for advice on today, or it could be something you've been struggling with on a less conscious level but you are open to addressing it. But you will know if the reading is for you if what I'm describing within the first several minutes of your pile is something you have been dealing with or experiencing on some level. So we are going to be diving straight into the reading by looking at the tarot and really getting a feel for your situation. We are going to be looking at the situation and identifying any potential struggles or challenges. And I usually do the oracle cards first, but today we are doing things the opposite way around. We are looking at your tarot first to get a feel for this situation and then your oracle afterwards, because I'm intending for the oracle cards to represent closing guidance. During the oracle portion, we are also going to be asking, how are you going to be feeling once this situation has been dealt with accordingly? What's in store for you once this situation has reached its close? So it's kind of a look into the future. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And I want to take this opportunity to give my usual disclaimer. These are collective readings. Not every single detail will resonate. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. Do not accept anything as your story if it simply isn't. If something isn't for you, it isn't for you, and that's okay. Always disengage if you are finding the reading more harmful to you than it is helpful at any point. Remember that this is a free reading on the internet and I am not holding you hostage here. With all of that said, let's get started by looking at the cards we pulled for you. So we are going to be asking, what is Pile 5 currently dealing with? What is this situation? Help me look at Pile 5's situation from the perspective of a firm but caring bestie. Now, before I do that, I just want to touch on this sticker very briefly. You picked this pink llama. I'm saying that it's a llama, but it's kind of ambiguous actually. I guess it could be an alpaca, but maybe there is a message in there about people assuming you are something you're not. Like your first impression versus when people get to know you is very different, perhaps, which I think that applies to a lot of us. Like a lot of us, how we act the first time meeting someone at a job interview, for example, is going to be very different to how we act with our friends and the people close to us. But this could be something that people specifically tend to comment on when it comes to you, like what they first thought about you is very different to the reality in whatever way that applies. We could also have some really huge animal lovers in this pile. I'm seeing like a dog sticking its tongue out, so I don't know whether that's relevant for somebody. There's something about, maybe it's because like llamas or alpacas do that, like they stick their tongues out. And maybe you sometimes take pictures with your tongue out or something. There is something about a tongue, I don't know why. I'm sorry I keep saying the word tongue. But yeah, some of you guys could really love animals. You could have a deep connection to animals or to nature generally. Some of you could also be vegetarian or vegan. You might respond really, really fiercely to animals being mistreated in any way. And if you do have animals yourself, it's like you are known as the best pet mum or dad, like you really love them with all of your heart. I can imagine you being the kind of person who would do absolutely anything for your pets, or if it's not your pets, just whoever and whatever you care about. I have to say, when I selected your sticker, I kept getting this song stuck in my head. Don't hate me. I genuinely had to Google this because these lyrics just kept repeating and I wasn't sure if I made them up, but I kept hearing llama llama duck, but I hadn't, and I realised I was literally thinking of the llama song. Now, I haven't heard this song since I was probably about 12 years old, so I had completely forgotten that it existed until I just looked it up. But clearly my subconscious memory was still holding on to some of those lyrics, which is crazy because I feel like I cannot remember anything useful, like anything that I learned in school at that time, but I can somehow remember lyrics from a song that went viral in 2004 or something. Now this is probably the most millennial coded thing I've ever referenced in one of my readings. I feel like this song perfectly encapsulates that cringy millennial core humour that we all loved so much back in the day. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you've never heard of it, I definitely remember this song being part of like the earlier internet, like early YouTube maybe, and I think it went viral, but viral then was different to viral now. Like we didn't have TikTok or anything, but it was just a silly, annoying song that did the rounds amongst mainly kids, I think, and I remember it had a video with just lots of pictures of llamas. I ended up actually looking up this song on my laptop when I was in the garden, and it started just blaring out of my speakers, by the way, so thank you very much for making me do that. Thank you for making me look insane. But yeah, something about that period of time could be relevant for somebody here. And now I'm thinking of like all the videos and music generally from around that time, 2004 to 2006 is standing out to me specifically though. To me, that was kind of like a pivotal time in terms of the internet generally, like everything still felt so new. It was very, I want to say like unmonitored in a way. Like, so finding silly little videos that wouldn't be funny now was kind of mind-blowing at that time. And that's why I'm not at all offended when younger generations talk about like cringy millennial humour, because all generations are going to look back on things they once found funny and they're going to cringe at it. But also, as someone who like grew up before the internet became what it is now, and as someone who sees what it's like now, it's kind of like one of those you had to be there firsthand things. The stuff we found funny then wouldn't be what we find funny now, but it's because there was just a very specific internet culture back then, and it's really hard to explain it now because of how quickly things have evolved in that way. But I don't know why I wanted to say that. There's just something very nostalgic about this feeling I'm getting. There's something about this being a simpler time, because now I can't stop thinking about those old internet songs. I remember during that time of my life, I was listening to like a lot of Weird Al, which I know goes back further than that, but I just remember that for me personally. And there was that other guy, was it like John Lahore or something? I don't know. That might have been a bit later on. I also remember the like I Have a Crush on Obama song, and things like Salad Fingers and other David Firth stuff. And I remember like reading lots of creepypastas and getting so freaked out, like the Slender Man creepypasta and the Squidward Unalive and things like that. Sorry if I can't say it. But yeah, just all those types of creepypastas. Candle Cove. Oh my god, Candle Cove. Yeah, nostalgia. So yeah, something about a more simple time is definitely coming through. And I don't know if it was truly more simple then for you, but for me, it felt that way. But it could just be that you are reflecting on something here. But maybe some of those things that I mentioned are confirmations if you ever used to listen to those things or engage with any of those things. I wish I could remember more. If you can think of any more from like that specific time of the internet or like that specific time generally, even songs or whatever, let me know in the comments, because I don't know, I'm just feeling like very nostalgic right now. And if you're younger and you have no idea what I'm talking about right now, that's okay. It doesn't mean it's not your pile. These are just extra confirmations for specific people. I know llamas as well are a lot like camels in that they can carry things over long distances. So there could be a message here for somebody about you like carrying the weight of something. Maybe it felt like you were doing the heavy lifting in a certain situation, like you were carrying a relationship or a project, you were carrying a team, or it felt like you had this bulk of the responsibility within this certain arena. That might just be a message for somebody. But yeah, we spent a bit of time on the sticker, so let's move on and have a look at the tarot cards that we pulled for you today. Don't worry if not all of the cards are in frame at first. I will lay the cards and then I'll sort it out. Okay, pile 5. So we have got the 7 of Cups reversed, the Queen of Pentacles as the clarifier, we have got the 6 of Cups reversed, and we've got the 8 of Wands reversed, we've got Temperance reversed, we've got the 4 of Cups reversed as a clarifier, we've got the Queen of Cups upright, and we've got the Moon as a clarifier. We've got the 10 of Pentacles. And we've got the 9 of Wands in reverse as a clarifier. Okay. Pile 5. This feels to me like you've been in a situation that hadn't been given to you as much as you were giving to it. And now you're seeing things clearly. The 7 of Cups reversed, it's all about moving with clarity, but it's often the clarity we receive after a period of chaos or confusion or distraction. So you've been able to see past the fog, you've been able to see past the illusion, and now you're like, okay, I get it now, like I see this now. But with this Queen of Pentacles, this is making me feel as though there is some kind of acknowledgement of like, okay, I have to take care of me. Like something has to give here. I can't keep moving the way I've been moving. I have to take care of myself and I have to nurture the things that are also going to nurture me. So there's absolutely something about self-care being highlighted, but there's this big realization that there was something that was affecting your ability to practice that. And this thing, it ended up distracting you from your path. or it was something you were once chasing, but you've recently realized that it isn't what you thought, or it isn't actually what you really wanted, or you figured it out like, hey, I can't truly take care of me and be on my aligned path if I'm not looking past the fantasy of this, and if I'm not looking at what really matters. So whatever this is, it feels as though something you once wanted, it's like the rose-tinted glasses fallen away, they've cracked on the pavement, and you've realised this is not what it's cracked up to be. But because the Queen of Pentacles is coming up in the upright, this is making me think that this realisation is something that has allowed you to start coming back to yourself. I don't want to say that you don't feel sad about it, because it's going to depend on what specifically this is. Some of you might do, like, it is going to depend on what it is. But there's also this sense of you being able to stand up and say, like, even if I am feeling a type of way about it, I know that this was the right thing. I have that clarity. And there's something about you choosing what you're allowing in your life with intention and with the very best version of you in mind. And that was something you couldn't do whilst this confusion or distraction or fantasy was taking place, while this illusion was going on. Maybe this thing wasn't allowing you to take care of yourself. It wasn't allowing you to feel like the most abundant version of yourself. And ultimately, I feel as though you have already kind of gotten really real with yourself and like had words with yourself in a way. And it feels like you've said to yourself, like, this isn't the way I want to live, or this isn't the way I want to operate. I don't feel comfortable here, or I don't feel like I'm engaging with things out of a place of stability. I don't feel like I'm making the good, rational choices that are in the best alignment with my future. So it feels like you've really had to come back to yourself and say to yourself, like, hey, I can't be who I truly want to be if I'm keeping myself stuck in this illusion. So for a lot of you, I want to say it's almost like you've already had to give yourself some tough love and almost like snap yourself out of your own delulu when it comes to something. And when I say delulu, I don't mean it in any kind of way to like shame you or imply that you were making the wrong choices by taking the Seven of Cups path in the first place. Like, maybe whatever this thing is was a crucial part of you learning more about who you are. This thing could have absolutely taught you more about yourself, and maybe at a certain point this was something you had to do to adopt that knowledge in the first place. Like, you wouldn't have the knowledge that you have now if it wasn't for this thing. Maybe at a certain stage of your life this was the right path for you. Maybe it is what you needed then in order to feel satisfied and build upon your own sense of independence. But there could have been an instance where you began evolving, or this no longer aligned as being part of your path, and perhaps that's when, like, to a certain extent, maybe you were in denial about the fact that although you wanted this thing to grow alongside you, it just wasn't happening that way. And you reached a point where you were kind of like, I can't have both, you know, like, I can't remain true to me whilst also keeping myself stuck in this fantasy. I'm actually hearing the lyrics to the song BS by Janae right now, and specifically the lyric where she's like, if I'm dealing with you, I don't know how to love me, or something along those lines. And I just feel like this perfectly encapsulates the scenario you were faced with. And maybe you tried to make it work, but you just found you were unable to coexist with this thing peacefully because it just wasn't meant to be a part of your life anymore. You had outgrown it, and you were no longer willing to live in this illusion that it was still for you, if absolutely everything in your body was trying to tell you that that wasn't the case. For some of you, this could be a choice you are still kind of in the process of making, but I do think that underneath it all, I think your mind is made up, and I'm hearing even if your body has not yet followed suit. And I think that means, you know, even if you have not taken dramatic action, you have it in the back of your mind, this feeling of like, oh, I know what I'm doing now, or I know where I stand now. And even if you haven't verbalized this to anyone outside of yourself, just you having that knowledge feels empowering in a way that it didn't before. And when you think about moving away from the situation, it's like, you know it's the right thing, because even if you're not fully out of it, like even if you're not out of the woods yet, your body feels lighter when thinking about this. When you think about being away from this, things start to feel more simple again. And before, maybe it was confusing, maybe that didn't feel like an option because you were still clinging to this particular illusion and feeling as though things would become better if you kept pushing or if you gave your all to this. But that actually felt like it complicated things more, or it left you feeling more depleted than ever. But lately you've had this realization, even if it's something you once didn't think was possible, it feels like this download has just kind of popped into your brain out of the blue, and you've been seeing it in this new light, and now it seems simple. You're like, okay, why don't I just do XYZ? And it feels like this is the clear solution that's been missing. It feels like your mind can start to become clear. It feels like something that can start to bring you back to you again, and you feel more like you when you think about it, like when you let yourself indulge in the thoughts of what you know now. I don't know how to describe that. Maybe due to this situation, you felt like you had, I don't want to say lost, because you never lost it, but like you abandoned some of your Queen of Pentacles upright energy, and you knew that that was never you. All along you could have been asking like, why am I moving in this way? Or why is this not making me feel like the real version of me? Or why do I feel so much less solid? You could have partially recognized like, hey, I've started not acting like myself here. What's going on? And again, you've, I want to say, recently reached this place where it suddenly hit you like, oh, it's because of this Seven of Cups. Like, this is the thing that has been holding me back or making me act up, making me not act like myself. And when I think about removing it or being away from it, I start to realign again. Things already start to feel healthier, more prosperous, more fertile. So this could relate to many different scenarios, and as I always do, I'm going to give examples of what this could mean for you. It doesn't have to be one of my examples that I give. This is just to put it into a tangible context. But when I mentioned like you've made the decision in your mind, even if you haven't followed through with your body yet, let's just say this is in relation to a job that you're quitting. It's like, even if you haven't gone up to your managers yet and said like, I'm quitting, or you haven't handed in your 2 weeks notice, it's like when you are in work, you might quietly think to yourself, I'm quitting, even if nobody else knows that. And even thinking that, it's like a weight lifts. It fills you with this sense of relief that you haven't been able to experience in a long time because of this Seven of Cups scenario getting you down or draining you. So it doesn't necessarily matter whether you've taken deliberate action yet or not. You know it's the right choice because of how you feel when you think about it. So this could be you kind of making an escape plan. I do think this is a situation that has been ongoing for a while, and maybe you haven't been happy in this situation for quite some time, but at first you couldn't see what you needed to do. Maybe initially you actually blamed it on other things, but now you've realised this thing was the common denominator in terms of you feeling blocked. There's this sense of you trying to work with this as part of maintaining the illusion, but the more you did that, the further away you got from the type of person you were hoping to become. It feels as though you did give a lot to whatever this is, and what you've discovered is that what you actually need to be doing is investing that energy more wisely by pouring into you. For some reason, I keep getting this message that's like, now you're living for you. So maybe in the past it felt like you were living for other people, or you tried to convince yourself that their dreams were your dreams. For some of you, this could be about discovering a life purpose or a soul calling, and you've had to move away from something else in order for that to happen. But there is this sense of like, oh, but I've invested so much in this other thing. I thought this was my dream for so long, and do I really have to give it up? Do I have to move away from it? But you have realised, you've come to the conclusion, like, you personally cannot do both. Like, you have to protect yourself and the life you want, because for some reason in this situation, the two just cannot coexist. Like, it doesn't make sense. And it's like when you were in this Seven of Cups scenario, it always felt as though you were abandoning a part of yourself, and you're no longer prepared to do that. So now you are really starting to pour into your own cup. You're really starting to find you again. This is about nourishing yourself, body, mind, soul. That is a central focus for you right now. And if you feel as though that's something that, due to your situation, has fallen by the wayside, I think it's really being highlighted here as like, okay, now you need to focus on this, and in the most respectful way possible. I'm hearing you need to get your shit together. And for a lot of you, I actually feel like this is something you may have said to yourself. It's like you've sat with yourself and been like, okay, we really need to get our shit together. It feels like you've had this moment where you said like, what are we doing here? We need to stop playing these games. We need to get practical. We need to sort this out. So you're like bossing up in your own life. This could have been this moment of acknowledgement where you came face to face with an idea that a behaviour you were engaging in wasn't aligning with the kind of life that you want to cultivate. And so you've had to have these tough talks with yourself, and you were like, I have to put myself first, not the version of me that wants to live in this illusion out of comfort, but the version of me who knows deep down that they are made for more. I need to listen to that person when I'm making choices. Maybe you had to say to yourself, I need to stop making excuses, because deep down, I have this awareness that I'm choosing not to see something clearly because I haven't wanted it to be true. So when I said delulu earlier, it was never really that you were delulu. It's just you tried to convince yourself of something and you tried not to think about it, or you tried to make something else the scapegoat. There's something about that coming through. So if we use that one example of this being a job, this could be like you always feeling drained or in poor health when you were in this work environment. But maybe because once upon a time you did enjoy the job, or because you had put such a lot of effort into getting to this certain place in your career, maybe you blamed everything but the job for your poor health. Like if you found in this environment you always just were not your best self, like maybe you always felt run down, like you had a cold, or you always got really bad headaches or migraines, or you just felt tired and stressed constantly. Maybe you said things like, oh, well, I keep getting headaches because I haven't drank enough water. Or, you know, if I'm sniffly all the time, it must be because of allergies and me forgetting to take my antihistamine. Or if I'm tired, I must just not have gone to bed early enough. Or if I'm stressed, it must be because I'm due on my period. And yes, some of those things are reasonable explanations. It's not that those things can't be true, but it felt like in your situation, there was always something, like you always tried to make a reason as to why something wasn't working. And deep down, you kind of knew that it's because this environment wasn't working or this thing wasn't good for you. So it's kind of like you gaslighted yourself almost into thinking that you were the problem. I don't mean that you were the problem, but it's like you put the onus on yourself to make this better. It's almost like you wanted to be accountable for it, so it felt like there was a clear solution so that you could feel like you were in control of this and you could be the sole person to make it better. So if we use that example of you blaming the fact that you have a headache on not drinking enough water, in that scenario, you can easily fix that problem by drinking more water. So you were saying, oh, it's the lack of water, because that's an easily rectified issue. Nothing else is happening. I just need to be better at hydrating myself. But if you work next to a giant loudspeaker that's constantly screaming into your ear and you're just sat there saying like, I'll sip my water, that'll make it better, then you are ignoring a part of the issue. You're putting it all down to you and the water rather than the giant obnoxious loudspeaker that somebody else is refusing to move. It won't be that example for you, obviously, but that's just what it feels like. It's almost this sense of defiance though, like, oh, things will be better if I just do X, Y, Z. But now you can see it for what it is, and you have come to this place where you have come to terms with the fact that there have been other things to consider, and it's not all about how much water you drink. You figured out, like, no matter how much water I do or don't drink, this loudspeaker is still going to be here, and so what I really need is to not be around this loudspeaker. Like, that is the common denominator in these problems, in these headaches that I'm getting. And it's like you're saying, you know, the only way that that can happen is if I acknowledge that the loudspeaker is causing the issues, and if I move away from it accordingly, that's the only way I can truly take care of these headaches and make them go away for good. So definitely this is about you discovering that something isn't good for you or is no longer good for you, because maybe it was once. But whatever this is, it's like, it's not nourishing you, it's not looking after you the way that you need to be nourished and nurtured and looked after now. And maybe there was a time you thought you had enough to give, that it didn't matter if this thing was taken from you more than it was given. But it's like, now you've come to this conclusion yourself that certain things that you need in order to feel secure and feel like you're living in the best way you can, certain things were being neglected because of how much you were pouring into this. It wasn't fair. It started to not feel very good at all, and you wanted to feel good again. In fact, you didn't just want to feel good again, you needed to feel good again. You needed to get back into balance. I'm hearing something about you finding your baseline again. So you getting back on track with things that had fallen by the wayside due to the energy that was taken from you because of this situation. I'm also hearing recalibrate. There's something about getting your ducks in a row here, or getting back to like factory settings that's coming through. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means like getting back into your usual routine so that you can be in the best place possible to start creating abundance for yourself. And it's also so you can be prepared for more good things to happen. But, you know, you're not going to feel ready unless you get things in order now and you start working on the basics, going back to a simple way of living that makes you feel like the best version of yourself. So moving back to a way of being that seems to flow more naturally, not forcing this thing that was out of alignment to dictate your schedule or your way of doing things, not letting it disrupt or distract from your routine. Your routine is such an important part of this journey that you're on of coming back home to you. This could also be about mothering yourself or reparenting yourself, especially if it felt like you had to be overly responsible for this other situation going on in your life. If you never had any me time, if it always felt like you were throwing everything into this situation and getting little time to just take care of the basics, this is about getting that back. And you're getting back to that so you can really start to, I'm hearing remember who you are. Like maybe the Lion King is significant for somebody. I'm picturing that scene in the Lion King where Mufasa says that to Simba. But there's this emphasis on like, yeah, remembering who you are. I'm hearing who the F you are in this, I don't want to say aggressive way, but it's almost like, for you, sometimes you have to aggressively tell yourself, like, remember who the F you are or something like that, so you don't fall off track here or get wrapped up in things that you shouldn't be getting wrapped up in. So maybe this is kind of a reminder or an affirmation that you can give yourself when it comes to making choices. It's like when you are making a decision, remember who you are so that you can make sure it's the decision that's in tune with that person and what you want your future to look like. So this could be reminding you, you know, not to return to a bad situation. If you ever get moments of like, not weakness, but like moments where maybe you're questioning that, it's like your inner voice swoops in and kind of reminds you, nope, remember who the F we are. We don't do things like that. We do things like this. So some of you already know that you have like a solid head on your shoulders, but you just get carried away sometimes, like we all do. But you're very self-aware actually, and you have a very strong and persevering inner voice. I think you can be stubborn with it too, like when your mind is made up about something. I think your inner voice can be a very powerful tool, especially when you're going through tough times or times of self-doubt and you are close to making a decision that is not in alignment. It's like your inner voice will pop in and be like, come on, like, you know better than this. And that's not to say that you never make mistakes or you do things that later you wish you hadn't done, because we all do. Like, this is all a learning curve. And maybe that's what some of this reading is about today. But the voice is always there these days. That's something that I'm getting. If you were ignoring it to any extent before, it's like you're not now. The voice feels more powerful. It feels more attuned to your intuition. It has you acting in ways that are more practical, more purposeful, more independent, in that you are letting other people's perspectives sway you less and less. Many of you could be in your late 20s or early 30s. I know that sounds vague, but the energy I'm feeling from you is like somebody who now knows who they are and what they're about. And please bear in mind, that is an ever-evolving journey. And I'm not saying that that can't happen earlier than your late 20s or later than your early 30s. But I feel like after the age of 25, after your brain has gone and done its thing, gone through that crucial stage of development, the commitment to growth often hits in a different way. And it's hard to explain, but personally, after I turned 25, it just felt like the way I operated fundamentally, like on a cellular level, had changed in terms of my decision making and the way I approach things specifically. It wasn't just that my perspectives had shifted, although they had, but my perspectives are always shifting and growing still to this day. And I hope they continue to do so forever, or the whole time that I'm on this planet at least. But it's like, even the stuff I knew I was capable of, feeling a more solid sense of identity and things like that, feeling more comfortable in who I was, that just hit differently. And as I got into my later 20s, I began just caring less and less what other people thought and, just starting to feel more like me than I ever had done. I know sometimes people refer to that particular period of time in your 20s as like a second puberty, and I'd say that's kind of true. Like, it's that feeling of growing into your own skin. But whereas in puberty, it's like, oh, everything is new, I've never experienced this before. This period for me in my late 20s felt like something that was new and old at the same time. Almost this sense of like, I have a whole different way of being ahead of me and a new understanding of something. But at the same time, I carry the knowledge of younger me and I'm wiser than I ever have been because of my experiences in this skin. If you want to like put it into, I guess, a more spiritual context, one analogy I'm getting is to do with the idea of like the maiden, the mother, and the crone. And those archetypes, if you want to call them that, do not have to correspond to a specific biological age or stage of life. I'm not saying like at this age you have to be this specific thing. But for me, it did kind of feel like transitioning from the maiden to the mother. And when I say mother, I don't mean like physically becoming a mother. For some of you, maybe that will apply, like maybe your identity has shifted because of that experience of becoming a parent. But for others, this could be about like mothering oneself or transforming into more of the embodiment of the mother archetype in some way. And I think for me, that is what this period of time was about. It was about understanding how to give and receive love, knowing how to better take care of myself, becoming more deeply in touch with my body, and having more of a grounded center and stable sense of identity. And again, this does not have to happen between those ages I mentioned, and you don't have to be those ages for this to resonate, but this was something I noticed happening for me during that very specific time in my life. It was a noticeable shift. It's something I felt just in the way I started to carry myself differently, feeling grown in a way, like feeling like a grown up. And so that's something you could have been experiencing. And when you go through that kind of thing, there is a level of seriousness to it, in the sense that you have to ask yourself, like, what truly serves me? Because I want to commit to that more and more. And sometimes that does mean getting rid of things that aren't nourishing to your body, mind, or soul. Saturn returns could be relevant to this pile. Absolutely. Karmic cycles, definitely shedding of something, like snake imagery, the shedding of skin. I'm hearing shedding something in order to function better. So there's this emphasis on functionality, what's working for you versus what's not working. Getting serious, getting real, making practical plans, choosing not to mess around and not to waste time now that you see the right path. Maybe something about the way you were functioning felt like it was being disrupted due to this situation. This could actually have something to do with issues with the nervous system, elevated levels of something, and you've figured out the cause, you've identified the real problem, and so you've had no choice but to sever yourself from this, or pull the plug, reboot the system. I'm thinking of the show Severance right now. But yeah, it's something about a system, and you're like, oh, that was the issue all along. Like, it wasn't an issue with my internal server, it was an issue with the external hard drive. So in terms of what this is specifically, it can be many things. I know I keep saying that in all these readings, but it really can. A couple of examples. This could be a relationship you've had to leave. Maybe you were giving too much and not getting anything back, making excuses for this person and neglecting your needs in the process. Doesn't have to be a romantic relationship. This could also very well be a friendship. Something that felt like it was dragging you down or leading you to act in a way that didn't really feel like you. This could be a job, a work environment that was draining your energy or affecting your health or mental health, and you kept thinking it was a flaw with you, but actually it just wasn't the right environment for you to thrive. This could be a project you once loved and poured your heart and soul into, but now it's no longer serving you and you see yourself going in a different direction. Even if this is something you were once fond of or cared deeply for. This could be a pattern of your own behaviour that now you see was keeping you trapped, or you've realised you have to do things a different way in order to give yourself this system upgrade or this whole new life. But a part of it, it's like you've come to an understanding that this isn't a glamorous process, and that's okay, because no amount of glamour is worth sacrificing your sense of self or your independence for. And by glamour, this might mean how certain things look to an external audience. So like if you were attached to a certain person or career because of how it looks on paper, to be able to say like, yeah, this is what I do for work, or this is who I'm with. If it looks happy from the outside, or it gives you this level of status, being able to say like, oh, I'm in this high paying career that I've worked hard for, or I'm married to this person. If you feel like that gave you some validity, it could be that knowing that the glamour of that is a facade, and knowing that is empowering to you. You've been able to say, well, it's all smoke and mirrors, or it wasn't actually making me happy, or it isn't making me happy, so what's the point? Being able to say that you have XYZ is nothing compared to actually having your own personal sense of freedom. And that's freedom that comes with not having this thing hold you back anymore. Like having this weight lifted means more to you than the surface level glamour of how things appear. You do not care about that anymore, if you ever did. You just want rid of it so you can care for yourself and continue to move towards this new life. This life where you're going to be able to keep your independent spirit and you're going to be able to find success and feel content and accomplished. So in terms of advice to offer you so far, Pal 5, there's definitely something being highlighted here about making practical choices. And this could be in relation to anything, but it's basically about not romanticizing things and getting lost in the fantasy just because something looks pretty on the outside. So this could be in terms of who you're choosing to date, but it could also be something as simple as like making your daily routine practical and functional in a way that works for you. Because this tells me your routine, the way you look after yourself, your body, your home, your environment, that's going to be a crucial part of continuing this glowing up era. I'm hearing make it make sense, but I don't mean it in the way people usually use that phrase. I mean, your routine has to make sense for you, and it has to be something that you will do every day, because that's going to keep you focused, it's going to keep you grounded, and it will really help you. And when we talk about de-glamorizing the process, one example could be like, if you are the type of person to buy beautiful hardback journals every year because they're aesthetically pleasing, but after a month you always quit them, maybe this is advising you to use an app on your phone as a planner, because maybe that fits in better with your life, even if it doesn't look as pretty in your home. Or this could be like trading in a complex 10-step skincare routine for just a cleanser, moisturizer, and SPF routine. Because even if the 10-step one seems a lot more luxurious and glamorous, the 3-step one is what works for you and your lifestyle and what gets you the best results. So don't like overcomplicate things. This is really about making smart, wise choices and doing what is best for you, whether or not it's pretty on the outside. But these things you're doing are going to reflect externally. Like if we talk about that skincare example, maybe the 10-step routine has too many conflicting ingredients and it causes you to break out. Whereas if you just keep it simple, if you go back to basics and you do it every day, give it a couple of months and you're going to be glowing in the most undeniable way. For some of you, with this 6 of Cups in reverse and the 8 of Wands in reverse, there might be some element of romanticizing the past and being frustrated that you can't progress or move on as quickly as you'd like to here. It's like, although the decision has been made, there is a part of you that keeps going back to the memories and you are clinging onto this old version of something that now does not exist. Obviously, this can relate to many different things. It does not just have to be about relationships. But when the 6 of Cups comes up like this, it does often make me think of like a Stockholm syndrome sometimes, or just you remembering something better than it actually was and maybe momentarily questioning whether you should go back to that thing, or you're getting lost in the memories of what something used to be like, that you start to miss it or start to yearn for it. But it's only because you're focused on the one good thing that happened and you are dismissing some of the bad. I'm picturing a meme right now. There's different variations of this, but I'm sure you'll have seen something similar. But often it's a picture of something like totally unrelated to a person, and the comments underneath will be like, I should text him, or I should text her. When people do that, it could be like something reminds you of a certain personal situation and you're kind of asking yourself like, oh, was it really so bad? Should I give this thing another chance? So as one example, doesn't have to be this one for you, but if you were in a bad relationship where this person treated you really badly for like 3 years, if you choose to end it with them, this is like that person sending you some flowers and you being so moved by that action that you're saying to yourself like, oh, see, they can be really sweet sometimes. Like, maybe I've done the wrong thing by breaking up with them. Maybe they do love me. And these flowers remind you of your first date, or it reminds you of the one sweet thing that they did for you at the beginning of the relationship. But then you dismiss the 3 years that you spent in hell where they were being awful to you. Or if this is not to do with another person or that external situation, let's say this is to do with your perception of self and romanticizing a past version of even something like how you looked in the past. Let's say if your body has changed, as one example, maybe some of you have been pregnant, or maybe some of you, it's like your body has changed naturally because you've grown up. You could be frustrated with yourself that you don't look the way you used to, and maybe you're looking at old pictures of your pre-pregnancy figure or your younger figure and you're like, I have to get back to that because I felt so good then, and if I look that way again, I'll feel so good now. Like, that will solve my problems. But maybe in doing that, you are not only not giving yourself time to appreciate your evolving body in its current form and all that it's capable of, but also you're forgetting all the times that you might have felt insecure in your body in the past. Like, having a certain body type probably didn't make your life perfect then, and it won't do now. Like, you're romanticizing that time because it gives you something to aim towards that you can control. But if this is like you getting mad at yourself because you can't diet or exercise the way you did back then, you could be saying to yourself like, oh, it should be simple, why can't I just do it? But maybe you're forgetting the fact that even when you did it back then, it was unsustainable. Especially, you know, trigger warning here for like talk of calories and diets. If you used to cut your calories really, really low to achieve this certain physique, maybe it's literally impossible to do that now without passing out, because maybe you have a more active job, or you have to breastfeed a baby and have the energy to do all this stuff that back then you didn't have to worry about as much. And it's not like it wasn't hard back then. It could have been really hard back then, but now it's like you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself for it to be easy for you now, when it wasn't even easy back then, when you have less responsibilities. It's something like that. But you're also kind of tricking yourself into thinking things will be perfect if you can just get them back to how they used to be in some way. And I think you're not remembering that even back then, something wasn't all that. It's not what you thought it was. It's like you wanting something to be like the good old days, or how it used to be, but the good old days weren't actually as good as how you remember. And I'm not saying this is all of you, and for some of you this is just like a fleeting feeling that you managed to snap yourself out of. Again, because you are a strong person, but maybe sometimes you do get annoyed at yourself that you're still thinking about things in the past. But for others of you, you might at times have had a bit of a wobble where you're uncertain about whether you're making the right decision when it comes to leaving this or having left this, if you already have done. Some of you are kind of scattered in between the two energies at times. Like sometimes you're certain and you're set on this thing of like, no, I made the right decision. This is what I'm focused on. I'm looking ahead. Then other times when you're in that kind of nostalgic mood, you get very reflective and you sometimes let those thoughts creep in of like, oh, but what if things could go back to the way they used to be? But then I think allowing yourself to daydream about that time in the past, it does make you feel quite impatient with yourself. Again, you are this person who can be quite real with yourself. You can be quite blunt. So it's like you're saying to yourself, come on, we've been over this. Like that chapter in your life is over. It's done. We can't go back to that. So it's like you kind of flip-flop between allowing yourself to yearn just slightly for some of those good times, but then trying to snap yourself out of it, because a part of you feels like you should have moved on by now, or a part of you is very intent on moving forward. And you know, the only way to do that is to not deny the reality of your current situation. But sometimes you have a moment where you get a little bit lost in the fantasy and it's like, oh, but what if? And that's a very normal part of the healing journey. It's not something to get mad at yourself for. I think everybody goes through this, and there's nothing wrong with looking back at the past fondly. It's okay to remember that you had good times with a person or in a certain situation, but two things can be true at once. You can acknowledge that you had good times whilst also acknowledging that that particular era of your life has had to come to a close. And it doesn't mean that there won't be good times again. There are going to be so many good times for you, but they will not play out in the exact same way, because you're going to be in new situations, and that's okay. You are allowed to experience everything, and you're allowed to allow yourself to grieve what once was and what no longer is. Just because a situation looks a certain way in the present, it doesn't mean you have to delete your past and pretend it didn't happen. But it is important to stay grounded and not gaslight yourself into thinking, well, I had some good times, so maybe it wasn't so bad or it isn't so bad, because you know deep down that there's a reason something has had to come to a close here. And it's important, I think, to stay firm in acting in the interest of your best self, even when there is a part of you that would love to spend a day as this past version of you, just to experience, if anything, that goodness again, or even just to see what it was really like, even just to see if you were remembering it correctly. It's like a part of you wants to do that so that you can see it more neutrally, or you can see something play out objectively, maybe to try and find proof of whether something could have been done differently, or whether it was as bad or as good as you thought it was. But you are never going to be able to see this neutrally, and that's okay. You just have to trust that there's a reason you are at this place, and you have to trust that you know how to act with your best interests in mind, because ultimately you've recognized nobody is coming to save you, and so you're making the decision to save yourself. You are being the hero in your own story, and maybe that is something you can start romanticizing. The fact you chose to leave, or the fact you chose to do something differently, that is something that's worthy of praise and respect. The fact that you've chosen to move away from this cycle, if you're finding that you're having, I guess, maladaptive daydreams or intrusive daydreams about past things that you do not want to think about, I would encourage you to try to transform those daydreams into something that's future orientated. And I know that's easier said than done. Sometimes we're thinking about something and we've escaped off into our own head without being able to step in and control where that daydream is going. But this could be something you practice. When you notice your mind is going to those places, instead, try and create more of a vision board in your head to use as motivation. So this could look like asking yourself who you want to become, what you want your future to look like, what does your day look like in the future as this glowed up version of you, and then focus on the steps you can take daily to become that person, because those daily steps are what is going to create that future version over time. So can you visualize that as easily as you can visualize these past memories? If you can remember the past so vividly, and you can even sometimes manipulate it to make it seem better than it was, I fully believe that you have the kind of profound imagination that's capable of doing the same when it comes to the future, and not just romanticizing other people in your story, but romanticizing you and the decisions that you are making now. So that could absolutely be something that you could try. Temperance showing up in reverse like this definitely feels like an encouragement to practice moderation here. This is about not going from one extreme to the other. I keep hearing don't lose your center, don't lose your center, like that is being repeated. So I think this is advising you to make sure you are listening to your own rhythm. That is going to be very important to you. And I'm thinking specifically of bodily rhythms. It might be because we have the Queen of Pentacles showing up. There's a focus here on listening to your internal cues. That could be something that you struggle with, particularly for my neurodivergent people out there. Even recognizing when certain cues arise and when certain cues want our attention can be very difficult. There's definitely something about, what's it called? Is it interoception? Oh, I can't remember the word and how it's pronounced. But it's something to do with like bodily awareness, being in touch with your senses. That is being highlighted here. And that's going to be crucial for you, Pal 5, because we want to avoid overdoing ourselves and burning out. We want to avoid spending too long on one extreme side of the spectrum and not enough time on another. So this is advising you to be mindful about doing things to excess, because you're going to quickly become quite drained from that, and it's going to be very difficult to ground yourself. With you, I really feel like slow and steady is the way forward. For you, this glow up is more about endurance than it is about pushing yourself as hard as you can, only to burn out the next day. And this can relate to many different things. I guess I'm using the physical body here as an example, but it could also be like mental or emotional or social exhaustion. We want to avoid burning the candle at both ends and snuffing the flame out in the process. But we keep getting that message about like body, mind, spirit. So for you, it really feels like there's this interconnectedness being highlighted here. And I think that applies for all of us, but there's something about you where like when one of these things is out of sync, it really, really affects you in intense ways where it feels as though it makes everything out of sync. It sometimes feels like the whole system is malfunctioning because of this one thing. So particularly if you are someone who struggles when it comes to thinking in extremes or everything being black and white, or you feel like you always have to do everything to your full capacity and push the hardest, or you'll do nothing at all, this is asking you to reconsider that, because again, there's this sense of like this being a marathon, not a sprint. And sometimes it can be hard to not want to rush the process, particularly with that Four of Cups showing up. If you feel like you are starting to reawaken emotionally after a period of numbness, or you are starting to come back to yourself and feel really alive again after a period of not quite feeling like you, it is very tempting to just want to run with that feeling and never let it go, because you want to take full advantage of it. So one example of this could be like if you've spent months isolating, getting over a breakup, or just being in hermit mode and focusing on yourself. If you start to come out of hibernation and you start feeling social, you start feeling like you want to go out again, it's like you really want to make the most of that feeling because you don't want it to pass you by. So maybe then you overcommit to going out every single day of the week, because it's almost like you're trying to overcorrect for the time that you spent by yourself. But this is saying like you don't have to do it all at once. Like, yeah, if you're feeling more social again, make 1 or 2 plans in a week, but don't feel like you have to fill up your whole schedule with just social obligations, because maybe that is too much too soon. And also, you have a life outside of your social obligations. You have other things to focus on. It's important to be looking after all of you, not neglecting your other physical, mental, emotional needs in favour of just the socialising, or whatever the case may be. Whatever example applies to you, there's something where like this is asking you to be mindful, because you suddenly feel like, oh, I'm excited again. I'm coming out of this numbness. I want to go ahead and do this and this and this. And it's like you want to make up for lost time. But I think this is saying you could end up not losing more time, but kind of, if you don't pace yourself and like you run into the ground too quickly. Like basically you are more successful when you pace yourself and when you don't push yourself too far past your limit. And to give another example, if we are talking about something physical rather than social, if you've been through a period of ill health or a period of time where you haven't been able to do your usual workouts or your usual exercise routine, if you finally get that strength and that spark back to start exercising, this is saying take it slowly and pace yourself. Don't feel like you have to jump straight back into this hour-long cardio routine that you were doing before you got ill. Because if you do too much too soon, you are going to end up exhausting your muscles and your joints and your body, and you are not going to be able to sustain working out like that to that intensity. So trying to rush it and do it to excess isn't going to get you to where you need to be any faster. Whereas if you take it slow, if you pace yourself, if you listen to your body and you do a little bit day after day, it might not look glamorous, but it is going to get you the best results because you're going to be able to stay consistent with that and do this over time to achieve those long-lasting results. This needs to be built up slowly. You don't have to try and do it all at once. And it's the same even for like mental things. So to give an example of that, let's say you've spent a period of time unemployed. Like if you were laid off at your last job, you were made redundant or you had to leave that job, it could be that you're ready to start reapplying for jobs again. And maybe you try to push yourself to apply to a ton of jobs in one day because you're really keen, now that you're ready to work, to get your CV out there and find something quickly. But it might actually be better to just apply to 2 or 3 jobs that day, because maybe after the 3rd application, after filling out the 3rd complicated form with thousands of questions, maybe your brain is tired and it needs a rest. Maybe you need to come back to it the next day with a fresh pair of eyes. Because if you push yourself to do the 4th application when your brain is tired, you might end up making some silly mistake on the form or like not saying everything that you want to say, and you might end up losing out on that job because you haven't filled out the form as well as what you would have liked to. You haven't sold yourself the way you would have liked to. Maybe you forget to put one of your qualifications down or something. So give yourself time, give yourself rest between each task. Pacing is being highlighted here. That is very important. And I know when we looked at your last few cards, we had quite a few messages about your routine and planning showing up. And I think the advice I want to say is follow your plan and not your mood. That might be really beneficial for you guys. But this is also about making sure that your plan involves, like, not trying to cram too much into a day. Your plan should be reasonable and sustainable. But if you're the kind of person who does need reminders to rest, for example, then add that into your plan. Schedule a 10-minute break between tasks so you can sit and be still. Especially if you are someone who maybe is neurodivergent. You don't have to be, but if you do struggle to pick up on like your bodily cues, make sure you add snack breaks, water breaks, toilet breaks to your actual schedule. And yes, that might seem silly in the moment. You might think, well, I'll go when I need to go, but sometimes you forget and you continue pushing, not realizing that you need a break to do something else. Maybe you get into hyperfixate or hyperfocus mode really easily and you don't always realize when your body is crying out for something, but it affects you in multiple ways. Like maybe if you forget to eat, if you skip a meal, the tiredness takes over you, but also you suddenly feel really emotionally all over the place, like really angry. And it's all because you haven't eaten, you're hungry. It's affecting you in your body, mind, and soul. So it's really important to make sure that you're doing these things. This is all part of looking after you. It's making sure the small, seemingly inconsequential tasks are done as well as the bigger, more important tasks. Because you are going to be able to do the bigger things when your whole system is being maintained adequately and it's not too much of one thing and not enough of another. But I do see you implementing this and I do see you starting to become ready for a new chapter. You're going to be open to something. This could also relate to something with another person. So for example, if you had a breakup, whether it's a romantic breakup or a friendship breakup, you could have pushed yourself to this extreme end of the spectrum where you feel like, I can only rely on me. Maybe you've been hyper independent. You've been very focused on saving yourself, not getting caught up having feelings for somebody else. So in those instances, this could be encouraging you to remain open to new romance or friendship opportunities. Like, don't go so hard on this one end of the spectrum where you become so independent that you're isolating yourself and blocking potential blessings by not acknowledging them when they come in. Like, you don't have to jump into a new relationship or friendship super quickly if you're not ready for that, if you're still healing, or if you're working on trust issues. But but you also don't have to be like so closed off from it that you go too hard on this one end of the spectrum, because in this scenario you can do both. Like, it's good to have boundaries and protect yourself, but not to the extent where you are extreme about it and blocking the potential good things that might be heading your way. Aries, Scorpio, Aquarius energy could be relevant to this pile. Maybe Leo and Taurus too. I don't know why that came through. But yeah, just to give an example, if you're like, well, my last friend betrayed me, I'm not making any new friends, I'm not letting this person in because this past situation has taught me that friends are going to be bad for me. Well, maybe that was true for the past situation, but it doesn't mean that it will be for this one. It doesn't mean that people are inherently bad. It doesn't mean that's always the case. Maybe this new friend is going to be a really good friend, a true friend. Maybe this person is actually somebody who can help you with your goals. You know, maybe this could be a new accountability buddy or a new gym partner, somebody to keep you consistent whilst offering you that listening ear or whilst offering you that chance at moderation. So don't shut it down immediately. If you feel ready to accept something good, it doesn't have to be so all or nothing. I think that's what this is saying. Obviously, that might not apply to everyone, but for those of you where you do recognize yourself in that, just be mindful of not putting all of your energy in one place and not being too regimented or extreme with your thinking. This Queen of Cups and the Moon just makes me so incredibly excited for you, Pal 5, because I just feel as though you haven't even discovered your full potential. You haven't even discovered all of what you're capable of yet. But this is emerging, it's rising up beneath the surface, and it's because of the work you are doing in terms of choosing to move away from this illusion of who you are and who you are supposed to be. And you're doing that even when you're confused or doubtful, because you sense that something about it feels right and you allow yourself to be guided. I wanted to say you're allowing yourself to be coaxed, like gently coaxed as though you're a little kitten. You're letting yourself feel your way through things in a way that once felt impossible. And I'm picturing like when a kitten uses its whiskers to like navigate the world. But yeah, it's like the more you do that, the more tapped in you are, and the more you're going to be learning about who you are and exactly what you're capable of. Because when you were in this situation, it feels as though you kind of lost track of that to some extent. And going back to what we said in the beginning, you might have felt like, you know, I'm doing things that aren't me, or I'm losing track of who I am because of this, or I don't understand what my baseline really is because of this. But you're getting that back first and foremost with the routines that you're implementing, with this commitment to getting in touch with all of yourself, body, mind, and spirit. You are relearning what your baseline is, and you're giving yourself the time and space and stillness to process that and sit with it, instead of trying to rush yourself into this new chapter before you're ready. And because you're doing that, you are going to be expanding outwards in terms of the things you are capable of. And it's because you're creating this safe center, this solid root that you can grow from, instead of trying to push up out of the soil before you're ready. We notably have a lot of cups in this pile, actually. I know I didn't say that, but Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces placements could also be significant here. There are a few pentacles too, so maybe that's relevant, but there is something being highlighted here about the merging of the physical with the emotional. That is absolutely a key focus for your pile today. And it sounds like something that in theory is so obvious, like, yes, if I look after my stupid body, of course my stupid mind will follow, or if I don't look after my silly little body, of course my silly little mind will suffer, whichever way it applies. But for you, it feels like this big thing where the body and the mind intersect in this way where you simply cannot have one without the other. It's all interlinked, but it's in this more profound way. I don't know what it is about you, but it's just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. And it's like when you have an understanding of that, and when you allow all of these facets of you to play together in harmony, you are truly unstoppable. But it might take you a while to figure it out initially, what that baseline is, and how you can move from the baseline to something even greater. But you will do it, because I do see that your senses are being heightened in some way. So this is telling me you are more in touch with these things, you're more conscious of them now. Maybe in this situation when you had so many other stresses and obligations taking up space in your brain, precious space in your brain, it was impossible to process all of this because you had no time, you had no energy. All of your resources had to be directed towards keeping the situation on an even keel instead of keeping your own self in balance. But because you've moved away from that, I'm hearing you can really start to take things apart and work that out. And it might be trial and error. There might not be a super direct, clear path at first, but that's okay, because this is about rediscovery. It's about learning and like reintegration. I'm hearing something about that. And maybe the old ways of doing things don't work, but you're going to be learning a new way, and you're going to be trusting your physical self to guide you through this. And the mind and heart is going to be working with it. It's going to be in a way that is like, that's in sync, because in the past, you got out of sync and it got you all confused or all over the place. But once you find the solution, things are going to get a lot more simple from here on out. And I'm actually picturing somebody taking apart a machine because one little bit of the machine needs fixing. So this is just an example, but if you've ever worked in an office with a dodgy photocopier, this is like when a paper jams and the whole photocopier refuses to do anything because there's this one tiny little bit of paper stuck in one specific location. At first, you might see that loads of sections of the machine are bleeping at you, like they're on fire, like they need attention, and it feels like this overwhelming, huge, monumental task to fix it. But actually, when you open the machine up, you sometimes see that there are no tangible issues in locations A, B, and C. There's just this one tiny little piece of paper stuck in location D, and once you pull it out, and you push all the drawers back in, the machine functions perfectly fine, smooth again, even though you didn't have to do anything with locations A, B, and C. So at first you might kind of feel like there's all these things going wrong, there's all these things you have to work on and fix, and maybe that's why you're trying to rush the process, because this feels so big. But actually, when one little piece of the machine gets fixed, you realise it's not as hard as you thought. The whole thing starts running smoothly again pretty easily. It's just that location D cannot be ignored. You can't get the machine up and running if you sort out locations A, B, and C and not D. The machine has to have like a full review, MOT, so you can see what the problem is. Because it is this one little thing, but you might not realise that it's that at first. And you're looking at A, B, C, but not D. And you're asking like, okay, A, B, and C don't even have any paper in them. Like, what is the problem here? I don't get it. But you've missed this one tiny spot, and it's this location D. And all you need to do is take out the paper, and then everything will be fine. Everything will be running again. So again, there's something about a simple solution that might be easily missed being highlighted here. Maybe location D is like right at the bottom of the machine, a part of the machine that you didn't even think did anything, and it's like easy to miss. And it's so simple, but it's like stopping the whole machine from functioning. And if you just sort out this one thing, it's going to be fine. So maybe it's that thing of like, you feel as though the whole world is falling apart, but it's actually just because you're hungry and you accidentally skip breakfast. Not that example exactly, but it's that kind of thing. It's asking you not to skip something here, but the thing could be quite minor. But yeah, I absolutely see you moving towards this place where you are becoming much less overwhelmed, because you're going to be able to stay attuned to your own needs, and you're going to be able to sense when a problem is arising, and you're going to be able to act accordingly. I'm also hearing hypersensitivity, so this could be something about using your sensitive nature as a gift. Maybe when you were in this situation, it felt like a burden because you were in an environment that didn't facilitate your unique gifts. So for example, you weren't able to be in touch with your physical senses due to being in a location that was always overstimulating. But now that's changing, and it's going to lead you to being able to pick up on any issues before they happen. And it's going to lead to you just feeling more in touch generally with who you are and exploring more of your gifts. There's definitely this emphasis on pouring into your own cup even when things seem confusing, and finding yourself again after a period of not being sure who you are due to this situation. But this is only the start. Like, what you're capable of is emerging over time. And with the Ten of Pentacles, you better believe your success is coming, Power 5. Like, you better believe that. You are truly destined for so much more than what you currently think you're capable of. But a part of the problem in terms of getting there, again, could be in relation to you attempting to do too much too soon. You will get there, but this is about slow and steady progress. The Ten of Pentacles isn't something that's built in a day. This is something that is built on solid foundations over time. But it's something that is meant to be long lasting. It's meant to endure. It's meant to stand the test of time. And right now, you are still like cobbling together those foundations. You're putting something back together because you've been faced with a situation where you had no solid foundation anymore. You couldn't even get started on building your house because the wind kept coming and knocking it down before you had a chance to even create those building blocks. And now it's like, you've only just come away from that harsh wind, the storm has only just passed, and you're getting mad at yourself over the fact that the house isn't done yet. But you need to give yourself time to get back on this even keel and to become centered again so that you can make a foundation that will last. And you are absolutely doing that. I see you doing that. But there could be some concern over how long it's taking you, or you feel like uncertain over what materials are worth investing in. And right now, it could still feel like your nervous system needs a break, okay? Like maybe you are still on guard, or you're still in this state of hypervigilance, and that is occupying a lot of your energy to the point where you haven't been able to like go out looking for more material because you're worried that if you leave your current material alone, somebody is going to come in and steal and take away from your progress. So this could be a fear of getting hurt showing up, and it's hard to build a house and really be able to focus on that if it feels like you are constantly having to look over your shoulder in case there's a thief nearby. That is exhausting, going back and forth, trying to build and then looking back, looking over your shoulder again. So you have to allow yourself to come to this place where you are feeling safe and secure in order to start this building work and in order to make the progress you want to make. But do not burn yourself out worrying about absolutely everything, when right now your main focus should be moving towards this foundation where you can at least focus on the foundation before anything else. So again, there's an emphasis on getting back to basics, getting back to you, figuring out who you are again in the face of these challenges that have been overwhelming. And I understand that in moments it is easy to lose patience with yourself, or it's easy to think that just because it's not all out in front of you now that it will never get done or you'll never make progress. But I am telling you, with this 10 of Pentacles, this says to me that you are absolutely destined for abundance and for great things, but you just can't do everything at once. You can't go from one extreme to the other. You have to start somewhere, and sometimes you have to start small. It doesn't mean you have to dream small, but the physical steps may need to be small in order for you to keep building them up over time. These small things, though, can lead to big things. They can lead to great things. But right now, you might be trying to rush building the house when actually maybe you need to consider, like, well, what kind of house do I actually want? What location would I like my house to be built in? Who do I want to come and live with me? You need to consider all that before you go ahead with it. So this is about not putting pressure on yourself to do everything all at once, taking it slowly, steady effort, steady commitment, pacing. I keep getting that phrase, pacing, and then long-term rewards, a long-lasting legacy, feeling secure in who you are and what you're about and what you have to offer because of all of the work that you've done. This is a wall that holds up, a roof that is wind resistant. You having everything you need and knowing that it will stand the test of time because you have done things properly and you've done everything you need to do to build it. You've done it the right way and you haven't taken shortcuts. So that was your reading, Pile 5, and I want to finish off your reading by looking at your oracle cards, and we are asking what's in store for Pile 5 once this situation has reached its close. Okay, so we have got number 73, stress, headache, pressure, lack of sleep. We have got you have rights. We have got number 38, hope, daffodil. And we have got sleep. So the numbers 38 or 73 could be relevant to you in some way. That's so interesting though, that on the stress card, it talks about lack of sleep. And then we've got a card that just says sleep. So definitely something here emphasizing rest and specifically a bedtime routine or sleep hygiene. Perhaps this has been affecting your sleep and maybe this situation has resulted in a lot of sleepless nights or certain thoughts have been keeping you up at night. And I do think, again, there's this emphasis on your body being like a machine and one thing leading to something else. So maybe if you are having trouble with your sleep, if that's been on this ongoing basis, this could be talking about how that has had these knock-on effects throughout the day where you are finding yourself maybe more emotional, maybe more irritable. And it all comes back to this one thing, which is, in this example, lack of sleep. But it could also be just the pressure or the stress of this situation generally. But the reason that everything feels a little off kilter is because of the pressure of this one thing. And it could be that, you have moved away from that thing and the obstacles have been removed. And following that, you are going to be resting easier. You are going to be getting a better night's sleep. You are going to be going to bed without this heaviness on your chest. Maybe a lot of you have spent time worrying about what's going to happen the next day, or you've been running through in your mind this huge list of the tasks you need to accomplish. But it feels like when this situation is resolved, when you're out of it, you are going to drift off easier. You are going to be able to close your eyes and have this restful night's sleep and actually feel well rested in the morning, because some of you, maybe like you were getting to sleep, but you woke up multiple times during the night and you just never felt well rested in the morning. But it feels like you are going to be coming back to this version of you who doesn't feel like they have 20,000 million things on their plate all the time. This simple version of you, this version of you who has been broken down in some way, but then recalibrated, made whole again, or something like that. And I think you're also going to have an understanding that this is the very least you deserve. Like with the you have rights card, this is making me feel as though things like rest, eating, feeling safe, feeling comfortable, having security. These are not things that should be privileges. I know they are for some people, unfortunately, and that is a different story. That is something that breaks my heart, but they shouldn't be. Like, these are your basic rights as a human living on this planet, and it's not selfish to give yourself the basic needs that you require to be functional. And if that includes taking more breaks, eating more, nourishing yourself, taking care of you, if that's what you need to do, then that's what you should be doing. And you shouldn't be stressing over whether or not you've earned it. You don't need to earn it. These are things you just need to be doing in order to become the best version of you. Well, there's only so much you can achieve when you're drained, when you're burnt out, when you're in survival mode, when you're not getting your basic needs met. So this is about going back to that and coming back to yourself in the process and being able to come to terms with this idea that this is what you've been entitled to all along. Like, you shouldn't have to prove that you're worthy of good things by bending over backwards, pouring into other people or other situations above yourself. You never had to do that in order to be deserving of the good things coming your way. And as you're starting to realise that, you're also starting to experience hope again, maybe for the first time in a long time. Once you're rested, once you're nourished, once you start coming back to baseline after this feeling of being out of kilter, you are going to have that moment of like, oh my gosh, I'm finally starting to feel like me again, or I'm finally feeling like this new version of me, and it gives me so much hope that things can get back on track, or there is more to life than just feeling stressed and burnt out all of the time. This is going to instill you with that sense of faith that things can and will get better. The cup starts to fill up again, you start feeling less empty, more excited towards life again. You start truly believing that the good things are coming, or you're not going to feel out of sorts forever, you're not going to feel this way forever. You can find your happy medium, you can find this place of balance. And it feels like this just inspires you to continue on this path. With this hope card being associated with the daffodil, I'm also picturing someone blowing on a daffodil. So I feel like this is encouraging you to, again, slow down and give yourself time to do things that in the moment might seem like pointless or inconsequential. Like, taking the time to blow on a daffodil might seem pointless if you think your attention should be focused on something else, but it's not a waste of time. I think it actually serves a purpose. Let's have a look online. Yeah, so it says blowing on a daffodil, especially after it blooms, can be a way to help the plant conserve energy for future blooms, according to the American Daffodil Society, which I didn't know was a thing, but it's cool that it is. When the blossom fades, you can deadhead the daffodil by clipping the flower stalk at the node below the bloom. This redirects the plant's energy into the bulb, which is important for the next year's flowering. So yeah, this is about being practical and resourceful to conserve your energy so that you can spend it wisely. Knowing that it's okay to slow down and do things that in the moment might seem pointless, because actually these things do serve a purpose. They allow you to slow down and to ground yourself, but they might also help you get closer to where you want to be. So that is what I'm getting for you, Pal 5. I really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please do me a massive favour. Please like the video. Please leave me a little comment. Let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated. Please sub if you haven't done so already. All of that would help me and this channel so much. Please give me any engagement you can. You'd be doing me a massive favour. With all of that said, I just want to thank you all so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for spending this time with me and sending me your beautiful energy. Thanks, Pal 5. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one.